Casting booth. Yo, what's poppin', peeps? Welcome back to the Zach Lesage PTCG channel. We are here with Maddie Tate from Chill TCG. Show some love, peeps. Hopefully, everyone here can see exactly what's going on. Let me know if everyone can hear us well. We want to make sure that we're going to start off the stream well. I mean, if anyone's watched anything, I'd like to say, like, I'm some of the worst at coming up with any audio. Can everyone hear us right now? I hope everyone's having a great one.
Hello.
Can you hear, can everyone let me know if you can hear Maddie? I want to make sure we can hear our commentator here.
Yeah, you guys should be able to hear me.
Okay.
Should be fine, to be honest with you. If not, then we'll just deal with it later. But you know what? We got to get into it.
Yep, so we're going to jump right into it.
Yeah, we're going to get into phase 2. We took a little bit of a break. People are kind of itching to get back into the tournament. We had to get the stream kicked off. So, awesome. Yeah, they say everything's perfect, so we can get right into it, I think.
So which game are we jumping into here?
I'm not sure exactly what decks they're playing. Because it's Swiss, we don't really know on the fly. I don't have everyone's names memorized. But we're going to just hop into this first game on stream and just kind of roll with it, I think.
Okay. Barris, and we are jumping into our first game. This should be awesome.
All right, let me pair the round real quick. And... All right, we'll tune into Mark's game real quick.
So we are going into Mark's games, and we're gonna see exactly what their record is for this series. So I'm gonna pop them up and make sure everything's all good here.
Yeah, the records might be hard to kind of keep track of until we get into cut, right? That'll be a tough.
Might be a little bit hard to get into cut. Maybe we could just turn those off right now.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, we're figuring it out, everyone, and hopefully should be a pretty good one. Now, I'm trying to figure out exactly. There's so many players playing in this event. We had over 500 players.
For sure. Someone said I have a slight echo. Is that true? Yeah, slight echo in Maddie's voice. So you might have just several... like my audio might be coming through to them in a couple different ways.
Okay, let's see what we
might be because you don't have headphones. I'm not sure.
See if that's any better.
What's going on? Are we echoing? What's up?
Let me grab some headphones. Maddie, just take over the audio. I'm sure since they can hear you twice, it's not going to matter.
What's going on? How's everyone doing? Yeah, we're getting into this first game here with Mark or Matt or Mark. Yeah, I think it's Mark is what his name is. It's Mark Hostrup. Not sure what deck he's playing. To be 100% honest with you, it looks like he's playing Mad Party. So this will be our first game that we're going to be taking a look at. Until we get into cut, we got 6 more rounds of Swiss in phase 2. So we're just going to be kind of, just hanging out. We're going to just be jiving. Yeah, now I'm not echoing. All right, that's good. That's good. Hope you guys are doing good. It's just going to be a chill stream.
Oh, now we aren't echoing now? Okay, perfect. Probably just because, I left the room to get my headphones. So, what are we jumping in here? We're jumping into Mad Party.
Yeah, Mad Party against, I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see. But I am excited. Very, very excited. But it'll be a fun stream tonight, man. It's just going to be some good games. We're going to hang out. I was telling them, until we get into Top Cut, it's going to be pretty chill. Nothing too formal. Just kind of tuning into some games, watching some PTCGO, and kind of just hanging, just hanging.
I'm just going to adjust this here because it looks like it's a little cut off. Should be a little bit better. So, yeah, it looks like Mark the Gunner is 7-2-0 if I've matched that player out correctly. And, I mean, look, it seems pretty clear that Maddie Sims, not Maddie Tate, is the one who's playing a Centiscourge. So I'd say immediately here that the Centiscourge player has to feel a little bit disadvantaged playing against a single prize card deck. What do you think about this matchup, Maddie?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's going to be tough, right? Centiscourge, it likes the matchups where it can get those nice big one-hit KOs on those multi-prize Pokemon. I think that's what Centiscourge likes to do. It's going to be difficult, right? He might be running Volcanion, so I guess that could be a valid single prize attacker option. But for the most part, I think that Mad Party's having a good time in this matchup. But we'll see. It is best of 1, so we got to keep that in mind, right?
Anything could happen in best of 1. I've seen some crazy matchups happen.
That's exactly right.
And I mean, it could even be something as simple as like Decidueye, you have no counters and they just win or lose on the first turn. So should be crazy. How did I
Yeah,
get
we
a
have
buy?
about
Is it random? So looking at here, I think the buy would just be random for anyone who has the lowest record. So assuming that you were 6-3 entering top cuts or
right.
phase two, that would be it. So I mean, count your lucky blessings that you got to win. Buys are better than opponent who's probably losing, and getting the first round buy out of a 6 phase rounds means you only have to win the next 5 in order to make it. I mean, it's a tall battle for anyone,
Exactly.
but I mean,
Yeah.
everyone else here
It's
has to go and win 12 games in order to make top 8. That's at least what we're predicting right now. But obviously, we'll keep everyone updated. There's a lot of top players in this event. Like, I'm looking through the list, Maddie. I'm sure
yeah.
there's a lot of people that you see regularly in this tournament.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, it's a chill series. It's Wednesday. We got our typical folk. But at the top of the standings, especially after phase one, definitely some familiar names. Michelle Babin up there, the number 2 spot, 8-1, always does phenomenal here. At chill series events, we actually have Zekro playing Luke Metal, who managed to go 9-0 in his first nine
Yeah, and it's
games
a little
here.
bit of a weird list for sure with the Bronzong in there. And I think it's interesting for sure.
Yeah, for sure, man. We have Simone Troitier Lacasse. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce the last name, but of course, a phenomenal player, one of the best in the world. 8-1, of course, after as well. After phase one, playing that Mad Party list, so it might be fun to watch him. Also, Joshua Sutherland up here, 8-1, and just a lot of really other good names. High up on the standings after phase one. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see how it all pans out. Moving into phase two in our last 6 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're one of these players, I mean, we do have a lot of players who are in phase two. There's 109 to be exact, but you already had to best over 400 other people. Like, this event is over 500 people. There are regionals in real life that do not hit 500 people. So on a casual event with chill in its name,
On a
it's
Wednesday
quickly
night.
becoming the most premier tournament series if it hasn't already. I mean, to be honest, as a competitive player, I'd argue that it is. The best players are playing these events every single Wednesday. So if you're someone who's like, oh, you want to what, I'm looking to up my game, I'd recommend playing in Chill. They're totally free as well. This event with 250 packs plus a gold quick ball, free to enter. Brought to you by the
Right.
Yellhorn.
Yeah, this week brought to you by the Elhorn, the homies, dude. Me and you. Of course, some people might be curious, just sort of like, because typically, our prize pools are sponsored by our sponsor, or sometimes they're donations. In this case, it was kind of a combination of Zach and I wanting to just do a Yellhorn special, right? So, thanks to Zach for supplying a lot of the prize pool, including that secret rare quick ball. But definitely a great turnout this week. One of the biggest online events of all time, actually, Zach, especially on the Limitless platform. About 520 players. And we just see a KO immediately, Zach. I'm getting back to the game real quick, but that Senate Scorch gets the 3 energies on. It already took 60 damage, but now we're really going to see the second turn. The second turns for Mad Party, Zach, I think are the most important turns, right? Because this is where you really kind of get your deck moving. You get those Mad Party Pokemon in the discard pile. And he's got the Poltegeist set up, and he's got a Sinistee as well. Now he's got 2 Poltegeist, so I like his potential here. Even if he doesn't get the KO on Senti this turn, Zach, he could do big damage. And it's only a matter of time, right, before we see some big KOs.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where the Pokemon are only worth 1 prize card on the Mad Party side, and that's one thing
Right,
that we got to
exactly.
remember. They're hitting for a large amount of there. You can hear
He's
the
got
echo
time, you know what I
again.
mean?
Why can we hear an echo
Echo?
again? How do we hear an echo again?
Is that true? Is there an echo?
Let me
TNT, do you have multiple streams open?
It's quite possible we have multiple streams open.
I hope there's not an echo. There shouldn't be, at least.
Let me just tune
Um,
in on. I'm gonna jump on my second device here, and see just to make sure that we have the quality. I mean, this round might be a little bit of a still trying to get the stream set up, but I mean we could watch the game. Just give us for any audio technical difficulties.
yeah, there is an echo. I'm not sure. Do you have your headphones, right?
I'm just getting those set up right now.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think that'll help because I think it's coming through your mic as well as like your speakers as well as like the audio output capture. So.
So everyone's saying there's no echo.
It's slight. Yeah, no, I just tuned in.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is a slight echo. My voice isn't supposed to sound reverberated like that, guys.
Okay.
Does sound funny though.
Let's go.
But I think if you put in the headphones act, you might have to change the
I
output settings on
Yeah, yeah,
OBS.
yeah.
We'll see.
We're gonna give it a quick second. So we have this, and if I go to sound outputs,
All right. There's a KO and a Poltergeist there, but we have a Bumblebee and we still have another Poltergeist here on the board, as well as Level Ball, a couple Twin Energies, and a Denny. There's another Synesty as well. Um, but I think that if we could.
okay, I think we are back here. I'm just gonna make sure that we can all hear Maddie. So
What's
let's.
up? How's my voice? Am I good? Am I echoed?
Is Maddie echoing anymore? We need to figure this out, everyone, so that we can get through the stream officially.
No reverb. Anyway, I'll just tune in. Let me listen real quick.
You won! Yay! Let's go, Ralph. So we're also looking at the Mad Party down with one prize card left. There are two energies in play. I think this game would be pretty. I think this game is pretty much getting wrapped up. If I could ever see one. Can anyone comment on Maddie's audio?
My audio on the stream was like quiet and like muffled, so I'm not sure.
Is quiet and muffled?
Yeah, I don't know why.
I can make it a little bit higher.
Yeah, I would turn it up.
Only quiet now. Hey, Josh Sutherland at 9-1. Let's go, Josh. Everyone's
Josh
doing sounds better, no echo. Perfect. That's certainly one thing. And I think I turned up Maddie's audio volume.
Yeah, I should be good. Yeah, it's just muffled a bit. I don't know why it would be muffled. I don't actually understand that. at all.
Volume's fine now.
For me, Jake, is my audio good? Like a golf commentator. Hello, everyone.
Let's.
Teeing off on hole number 4. Going for the birdie here. It's gonna be a tough putt.
Okay, this is good now.
Hopefully it's good. My cat's meowing in the background, but you guys, don't mind that. He's good now, they said.
I can hear it. This is passable now. Okay, I'm still going to get something else set up for next round because I have my Astros. That might work a little bit better.
I swapped to his webcam mic or something? Yeah, but I didn't change my audio mic. So it's like my audio quality.
Let me try one last thing here.
All right. Zach and his audio settings, bro. It does look like Mark is going to be getting the win here, though, ladies and gentlemen, which is pretty good. Bro, you sound like a golf commentator. I've never seen or played golf in my entire life, so I was just just winging it. I was just saying golf terms.
I hope this is better. I literally just unplugged my mic and plugged it back in. I don't know if my gain is too low. So yeah, Scorch got a little bodied there. Let's switch this up in between. Well, we're gonna go like that. We're gonna go to popular.
We're doing
we should be here, peeps.
I keep to catch a body.
I really don't understand what's going on with
Yeah, man. I don't know what's going on either. I don't know what you're doing over there on your settings.
We literally spent all this time setting it up, and then it's just like, nah.
It is what it is, I suppose. But I mean, we can hop into another game if you want to, Zach, or we can cover the tournament so far, cover the meta and stuff.
I think I'd rather cover the meta if that's okay. Yeah.
You guys are gonna want to watch some gameplay, but we have all night. Realistically, we have a very long night of games. We have 6 more rounds after this, and then we have top 8 cuts. So we've got a lot of games left to watch.
Yeah, definitely a lot of stuff to catch. So let's
immediate comment on the stash.
It's perfect. The stash is perfect, or the audio is perfect. I hope that it's the stash and the audio for the sake of Maddie.
It's both. Yeah, it's both.
Do we still sound like a golf commentator?
I would love to commentate golf, bro. I feel like it could be pretty sweet.
Perfect. The stash is perfect, or the audio is perfect.
Okay, are you?
I hope that it's the stash.
I hear you.
Sorry, yeah, I'm double checking on my phone, peeps. Technology, right? That's the only way that I can set. Whatever. Tell him to turn up gain on his mic and take off the foam. Okay, well, I don't have foam because I haven't even got paid from YouTube one time.
The foam's not going to do absolutely anything.
Is this any better? I'm turning up the gain here.
No, I don't. I think they were talking about me, bro. Your audio's fine. I don't think you need to be any louder. My
Zach's audio perfect.
The foam on here is not going to do anything to the audio. It doesn't. That's not how.
Chew the foam off right now. What? Chew the foam off. Just chew it off for the people. Eat the foam. That's sheesh.
No, it's not going to do anything. It doesn't. It's not going to change.
Zach has a broken audio. I hope that's broken in the way that it's working really well.
It's broken in a good way, bro. Do we just have our cams up right now?
We do have our cams up right now.
Oh, facts.
You just created an alternate timeline. That's amazing. And I don't know if anyone out there is from Rockstar. I think G Fuel sponsors content creators.
Do they?
Yeah, but they haven't sponsored us. So I'm drinking Rockstar right now until someone reaches out and tosses me some energy drinks. Whatever I can get in, whatever Curlo's got, I'll take that.
Mine's in a non-disclosed, just colored cup, because people just don't know what I'm drinking. Yeah.
21. Mud up in my cup. The audio is bearable. Well, I want the audio to be blessed.
Yeah, I don't know why my audio is bad, because my audio should be fine. It's just something with Zach's settings. I'm not sure exactly. It must have something to do with your audio output settings, but I don't know why.
Okay, well, why don't we look quickly at the metagame? Not gonna lie, a little bit disappointed to see basically no new decks in Phase 2. At this point in the metagame, I don't think we're necessarily going to see phase decks, like different decks. Change pattern on Mike to the first one. What's the first one?
I don't know. That's not gonna change my audio.
Well, yeah, it's not going to change Maddie's audio.
My mic is the audio coming into my mic is 100% fine. Like the
Yeah, it
quality
has to be something going in here. The Sash audio is awful, like muffled. He just
Right,
sounds a bit
but-
muffled, so I don't understand how to make it less muffled. Is it
Yeah,
the
it's-
settings for sound output?
Maybe. I don't know why they would be like by default bad, like weird like that. But I don't know. You can go to your in OBS, maybe just go to audio output settings
Yeah.
and then just get rid of that thing in OBS and then just make a new one and just select whatever you're
Okay,
listening.
yeah, let's do that. Let's go remove. Sorry, peeps, we promised that we'll get it a little bit more exciting going on. Okay, let's go here and... Yo, TNT Cubes, welcome up. Welcome back. Audio output capture. Let's go Maddie. We'll just make it Maddie. Make the source visible.
It's actually MADDY, guys, in the chat, because my name is actually Madison, which is strange. But yeah, MADIS. So when you call me Maddie, it's like MADDY, like with a D. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really matter.
We'll see. Is this any better, anyone? I just, I think I updated it a little bit.
How's the audio? Sounding good?
What happened to the Joshes? I don't know what happened to the Joshes. Did we fix this?
How's the audio? Audio 1 2 1 2. Should be fine, I think. Next round is ready. Yeah, the next round should be up soon, Zach. If we want to.
Okay, we can jump back into next round. We'll be right back for the next one. So let's jump into some popular decks before we jump into the next one. Yo, and I think we are back here. I'm still trying to figure out the audio difficulties, just to make sure that we can bring the best stream and quality for every single person here. So it looks like we're going to be jumping into the next rounds.
Yeah, we should be. Yeah, we're in the next round now. People are playing their matches, so we're gonna hop into somebody, see if we can get some gameplay. Looks like Epo there is playing Luke Metal versus Mad Party. I don't know if we want to tune into that one. And then it looks like E-Turn versus Mad Party is passive there if you want to turn into passive. So it's kind of up to you, I guess. We could go to the Broth. He's playing Rillaboom Mewtwo. You want to go tune in there?
Yeah, I think we'll try to figure out the Rillaboom Mewtwo. I think that should be really cool.
All right,
so we're gonna jump over to that.
Straight Urshifu here. Rapid Check Urshifu versus this Mewtwo Rillaboom deck, which is always a tough matchup, I think, for Urshifu, especially without the Jirachi GX on the bench, which is what it kind of seems like here. This man here, though, tuning out of his game briefly. All right, here we go.
Okay, as long as it's 100% better, I'm super happy that everyone can hear us now.
I sound good now?
Whatever the last... Does Maddie sound good? Does everything sound good? No echoey, no nothing, no nothing? It's 11:21 p.m. here. It's 11:21 p.m. here, too.
I sound good?
No, now it's bad again. I don't know if we could ever...
Oh, I think you have to change the output settings for each of your scenes on OBS. If that makes sense.
That might be it.
So when we were back with...
Oh, got it.
Was it good when we were back in the...
Hopefully this is a little bit better.
So when it was the cameras, guys...
Also, I don't think the Broth is on anymore.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Okay, we're going to just give us one second.
Hold on. Let's go back to commentary and then see if that in that scene it sounds good for us.
He's muffled again. So quiet.
Yeah, it was something. So hold on. Go back to that other scene and we'll go to the commentary.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. I just had to get everything all updated, everyone, peeps, because as we changed it, I didn't realize that I had to change every single scene. So if everything's working better, hopefully that's working out great. Perfect. Awesome.
Yeah, so my audio should be good when we're in this scene, and then now that you have it changed for the other ones, it should be good when we go back.
Cool. So think we figured it all out. Glad everyone's here, but I do want to jump into some gameplay. I don't know exactly if there's anyone playing. How far are we into this round?
We're a little bit into it, which is fine. We have 4 more rounds after this, but I mean, we're about halfway through this round, so I mean, we could probably still catch some other games.
Yeah, let's see if we can find another game. We're gonna go fishing for another game, and if we can't find another game, we're gonna bring it out to see what some of the top decks are in the metagame, not the popular decks. Slide. And all that stuff. So we'll jump into a gameplay.
Luke Metal versus Mad Party, man. This is a very, very interesting matchup. But more even than I think that people think it is, to be honest. Everyone liked the video. Everyone liked the live stream. We have a long night, guys, again. So even if we kind of miss the majority of these first few rounds, it's not a huge deal. Nothing superficial, I suppose, in terms of gameplay until we get into Top Cut. But, you know, we're just kind of chilling for right now. We are just kind of chilling.
Yep, I mean, I think it's just really fun to look at some of the gameplay. A lot of these events are not live streamed. I mean, I know that Hexters does and all that stuff, but getting an event like this all live streamed up is going to be awesome. So I think Mad Party, depending if they take the knockout here, yeah, it looks like it's going to be really bad for our pal Ippo, Christian here. Yeah. Getting your Pokemon knocked out feels really bad. And now that they're hitting that much damage, I don't know exactly how it's going to be. It's really going to have to be like this station takes a prize card and then hopes that another Mad Party Pokemon's not coming out behind it.
Yeah, it's tough that there's two Poltergeists here. So even if you kill this one with energy, they're probably going to be able to draw some extra cards with that other Poltergeist, or maybe just have something in hand, right? I mean, your only hope here is to get potentially 3 more KOs, and that's if you boss up this to den in the next turn or two. But definitely tough for Ippo here. I think that Mad Party just honestly is a really good deck right now, especially when it draws well. You know, when it gets that good start, it's one of those things where it's hard to take down something doing that much damage with single
Exactly.
prize Pokemon. Yeah.
So just to clarify, Derek Jeter, I'm seeing that you're asking why we didn't stream the whole event. First and foremost, Maddie and I do this out of the goodness out of our own hearts. So it's
Had to
not like
run the
we're
event.
getting a gigantic paycheck or anything like that. And also, this is not the top 4. This is round 11 out of 15 rounds and then a top 8. So we're going to see Christian probably like get knocked out of being able to make top 8 there, unfortunately. And Josh is 10-1 and 2 wins away from making top cut. So we're going to see another Luke Metal player out there.
Luke Metal today was an absolute call, bro. Absolute call. We're gonna have to start teching for Luke Metal again because that deck is filthy. Absolutely filthy.
So we are going to switch this over.
We could go back to Mark's game, or we could go into.
I think we look at the thing a little bit more. So let's go right here. Let's look at what we got going on here for the tournaments. I think we look at the metagame, see exactly what's doing well at the top tables. So
Sure.
do you want to just update the standings, Maddie, on your side so we could see who's currently in the top players?
Yeah, here we go. Let me do that. We're gonna update the standings.
So you can see a lot of the games are completed. There's only about 14 games left that are being played right now, with 10 minutes left in the round.
You know what's interesting, Zach? We actually have, even those Luke Metals are doing phenomenal. We have a 10-1 Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. So that kind of goes to show, yeah, Rapid Strike Urshifu might not be like the only best deck right now, but it's still number one. It's still 10-1, and there's a couple more that are a little bit farther down here, like Stefan Ivanov as well.
It's a really good deck, and you can see a lot of people are still
Yeah.
experimenting with this core. Like, a lot of them are running the Jirachi build with Scoop Up Nets. This one's running Jirachi Amazing Rare, and there's a Hoopa in there. I mean, I don't know if the Hoopa's in efforts to try to beat Dragapult. I don't know how many abilities a Dragapult player is going to play down there. But it's interesting at the very least that this build is still continuously moving. So
That is an interesting list, man.
So this is what we got going on for the standings. So a lot of top players here, like Joshua Sutherland and Michelle Babin, are definitely looking like two of the players who are looking to make a deep run of this event after having a very strong Swiss record. It looks like Josh has won both games and Michelle has won one of her games. So I mean, I think 12-3 is the record that most players are kind of shoot for.
Yeah, I think 12-3 should allow you to be safe, at least relatively safe, for cut. I don't think that when we do top 8, I don't think we'll have. If we do have a couple, there might be like 1 or 2 that bubble out at 12-3, but you should be very, very safe if you have 12 wins to make it into the top 8 cut. And that kind of 12 wins in 15 rounds is a very good record. And there's going to be a few people probably with more wins than that, but if you have 12 wins in an ID, you're definitely going to be safe. But still plenty of rounds left in this phase, Zach. So we could definitely see the top sort of the standings change a whole lot before we actually get into the top cut.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we just saw one of those games where we saw a player go down to a 7-4 record, and that would be Ippo, Christian Stridiron. So it's one of those things where anyone who's at an X-4 record right now, unfortunately, does not look like they're going to be continuing on in our tournaments. So as soon as you get anything worse than 3 losses or 3 losses and a tie or something like that, and you cannot achieve at least 36 match points, maybe 35 might be able to sneak in. We're going to have to see as the tournament progresses. But it's really one of those things where it's going to be a long event for a lot of people. It's treated like a marathon. A loss here and there can really add up. But you kind of just got to keep your head in the game right now.
For sure, man. I mean, it's tough. Like with an event that's so long, even if you're on one of these crazy hot starts, Zach, like even if you go 9-0 in this first phase, you can lose 3-4 games, right? In those phase 2 at 6, and and lose out on your chances of top cut, right? So anything can really happen. To that same effect, you can go 6-3 and then still make it into cut, right? If you go 6-0 phase two. So, there is a threshold for sure to make it into the second phase of the tournament. But at that point, the tournament almost resets in a sense, right? Where everybody has a chance to make it, which I think is really exciting.
No, I think it's actually crazy. And one thing that a lot of people, a misconception is when a player goes like 9-0 or goes like 8-1, you might be like, oh, they should have had an easy time to make it. So a player who went like 9-0 still has to win 3 out of 6 games. There's so many times where I just go like just worse than that, just like because like my hands are not good, you hit a poor matchup. You're playing against the best players of the tournament, not just random players. I mean, there's a lot of players who come to the chill events and it's because it's their first event ever or something like that. A lot of the players who are now playing are players who had to at least have 6 wins under their belt, at least a 66% win percentage, and they are absolutely crushing it right now.
For sure, bro. Like I definitely feel that. You want to go into the metagame, Zach?
Yeah, I want to see exactly what the metagame is. So,
yeah.
If we look here, Zacian ADP continuously dominates, and that really has to go with like Crushing Hammer being put into the deck. Just really robbing turns from your opponent's absolutely degenerate deck. But I mean, certainly a viable choice.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that ADP Zacian is definitely one of the best decks in the format right now. And we can definitely see that. Like, if you go to standings in any tournament, like it's either always making top 8s, top 16s, top 4s, even finals. It's just a really good list. And when you have 80 people playing it in a tournament like this, like at least a handful of them are guaranteed almost to do really well. That's just how the deck works.
Yeah, there's at least like 10 plus people in day 2 with this deck or phase 2 with this deck. And Michelle's really leading the pack. She had a really good Swiss run. So let's look at her list for a second and see exactly what a standard list looks like. If anyone's new or just like wants to understand exactly like in this kind of period of time where we had the metagame, this is what we got for a standard ADP list. Kind of just like super ultra consistent, just crushing hammers. I think this is pretty much the perfect list right now.
Yeah, man, I think hammers is almost needed. There's just a lot of matchups where hammers will win you the game. And I think that you're kind of putting yourself at a disadvantage if you're not running hammers. Even the mirror, right? And it kind of is one of those things where, it's always been like this. If you're an ADP and you're not playing hammers and you go against another ADP who is running hammers, you're immediately at a disadvantage, right? Because all they have to do is hit 1 or 2 of those early game, and it's going to be a lot harder for you. Same goes for E-turn, right? So a lot of E-turns run hammers, just makes sense. And if you don't have hammers, that's going to be a tough matchup for you, right? So the hammers are really important. Crushing hammer is super important for a lot of matchups, and I think that it really gives ADP even the edge in matchups that you wouldn't typically think are that good.
And this is a semi. I mean, this one's going with like more of a. This is an E-turn list. Just if anyone's curious on what an E-turn list is looking like for this event, I'd say this is a non-stock list because they kind of replace the scoop up nets, or they replace crushing hammers with scoop up nets. Everything else here seems pretty standard. The 3 switch is a little bit interesting, but I guess with scoop up net you do gain that extra space back if you do have Zigzagoon in the active or something like that. I think that it might be really good against Mad Party. A list like this. So I mean, with Mad Party being one of the most popular decks in formats.
Yeah, Mad Party's been huge. I think running 4 scoop up nets, and I like the Phoebe Sableye here as well with the Pal Pads. They're kind of going all in on the Phoebe, helps with the Desi as well as the Luke Metal matchup. But I think that the 4 Goon and 4 scoop up nets is potentially 2 extra KOs on things like a Bunnelby on the bench, which is huge when you're playing Mad Party. I like it. It also kind of technically, Zach, gives you the ability, and this is a kind of a longer stretch even with the 4 scoop up nets, is you can one-hit KO VMAX Pokemon. Things like
you could turn that 270 into a lot of damage, and I mean, with some Pokemon like Orbeetle only having like 310, and even like Victini VMAX being a little bit on the lower side, like sure, it's gonna be like a bit of a pipe dream to like knock out an Eternatus VMAX. Let's be real. I mean, I don't think your like opponent's gonna be dropping Zigzagoon, scoop up net, like they're Yugi trying to collect all the Exodia pieces or something like that. But I think it's one of those things where like it is certainly a possibility.
Yeah, it's doable, right? I mean, just the idea of it, and in a lot of decks too. Like I guess even if you're playing some of those VMAX decks, you can kind of get a couple goons down, on your first or second turn, draw into your scoop up net. So it's kind of like the slow game. Even if you're finishing off a KO with a goon, you can still boss up something else, right, and take multiple prize cards in one turn, which is always going to be beneficial. And like you said too, right, just the idea to kind of give more of a pivot, right, just scooping up goons in the active, or even the hoop, or even you have the Yveltal with free retreat, but the Hoopa you need to switch in to do that damage with, right? So I think Scoop Up Net also helps with that a bit. But it's interesting. The 3 weakness card energies is also pretty interesting, but you never know. I mean, E-Turn's a list that always seems to change slightly, but it always sees success, right? So, in my eyes, E-Turn is just such a good card in general that the build around it almost doesn't matter as much as a lot of other decks.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, E-Turn is just inherently strong. So I think now let's see where we're at with this tournament going into pairings. So we got 1 minute left. It looks like all matches are completed. So let's look at some of the more popular decks right now, giving Maddie and I a chance to get set up for the next round.
For sure.
Gameplay. So jumping into this game, we got Joshua Sutherland playing here. I mean, it should be pretty exciting. Josh is currently 10-1, 2 wins away.
I mean, one of the best Luke Metal players, in the entire history of online PTCGO play, like in this past year and a half. I mean, he's been super consistent. He is a Chill Series champion before, did wear very well, I believe, in a variety of other tournaments. So, a phenomenal player, somebody who has a lot of experience with Luke Metal, and I'm definitely confident that, he's going to have a good game here. It is best of 1, so anything can happen. I don't know what his opponent is either, but we're going to get into it. And definitely excited to see some nice Luke Metal gameplay for sure.
So I think Josh is saying he could hear us talking. I don't know if
He's muted.
He's muted and deafened, right?
Yeah, he's muted.
Okay, just want to make sure.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Hold on. Yeah, no, you should be good. So, yeah. Should be all good. We'll double check, though. Oh yeah, are we watching this? Yeah, he might have the stream open.
I mean, that
Which
would
is
certainly
fine.
be one of those reasons. So, Josh is in the chat.
Let
Echo.
me know if my audio is good. Oh yeah, is the echo in the is the audio good?
This might be the one that we need to change the sound outputs. Let's just remove this.
Gus, what's going on, Gus? Hopefully you enjoyed that Santa Sports video from Zach, but I appreciate you tuning into the live stream, man. Don't forget to check out the Chill TCG YouTube channel as well. We do make content covering, of course, the tournaments as well as the deck lists that do well in these tournaments. So that's something to keep in mind. Yeah. All right, here we go. Well, Josh is starting off with the Zacian here in the active spot. He's got a couple of Arnie's in hand. He's got, Toughness Cape, Goggles here, Saucer, and a second Zacian. So we could see him, of course. Gus says I have no echo. Alright, maybe we're good. Alright, so and it looks like it's Snarf, so he's playing the Luke Metal Mirror. Definitely gonna be a pretty interesting matchup, I would say. But we'll see. So he attaches the Goggles to the activation and the Cape to the bench station. And he's gonna go ahead and just Intrepid Sword. He doesn't find a basic energy, but does find a coding off here, as well as a Luke Metal and Guzma and Hala. Top decking a basic energy could be pretty good here because, of course, you could attach the coding and maybe get some use out of that Metal Saucer next turn. But yeah, someone says they can't hear now. But
yeah, I was just updating the settings, everyone.
Now I can barely hear. Maybe have higher volume.
Yeah, I think we got it all figured out. I was literally just editing some stuff, just make sure that we had a better sound here. So everything should be good now. All right, cool. Let's see exactly what we got going on here. Okay.
So is this big echo? Man, I'm not sure. I don't understand, but.
Let's okay, we're gonna try this now.
Someone said all good over here.
Okay. I'm not confused about what's going on. There's so much stuff going on that So we're gonna see exactly what goes on here. I mean, I think we are pretty good. So yeah, Josh, what's the other matchup here that we're seeing? I'm just tuning into the game now.
This match
is this Luke Metal Mirror?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So I mean, it should be a little bit fun. We'll have to see exactly how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, the mirror in Luke Metal is particularly skillful because you really kind of have to. I mean, it really kind of comes down to whoever has the more fast pace and hot start will have the advantage, just like any mirror matchup. But I think
knocking out those Zacians. I mean, I think that's really like whoever can.
Someone says, "I think it sounds good now."
Okay, I mean, I'm hoping it sounds good. Maybe it's just TNT Cubes all night saying I need to reset my stream and something's going on. In all seriousness, I mean, it's quite possible. I'm not the greatest at audio settings, so I appreciate everyone who's looking into it. All I can do is grow as a content creator and streamer and learn a little bit more. So I'm not a sound engineer or anything. I'm not even an engineer. I just play Pokemon a lot. And certainly OBS settings are not Pokemon cards.
Right. For sure, man.
So let's see exactly here if there's anything cool with Josh's list. I mean, Josh certainly had a really good turn. I feel like Josh had a really good turn there.
Yeah. No, I mean, he kind of swung right back into the game, and it's one of those things now. It's really anyone's game here, right? I mean, you have a Zacian, two Zacians, a Zacian and a Luke Metal set up on both sides, now it's Snarf's turn, and we're gonna see what he's gonna be able to get out here. He could potentially get some damage off on the Zacian, but we do see the Luke Metal in Josh's hand, which could be pretty important. But this Zacian's taking 60 less damage from attacks, which is gonna be pretty important. He actually bosses into the opposing Luke Metal, and he's gonna probably go into his Zacian and try to get some damage off. Oh no, actually we're gonna see him GX here because he hasn't yet to GX yet, which is interesting because that's gonna make it a little bit more difficult of course, for Josh to GX next turn, for the full effect, that is. But, you know, it might not be the end of the world.
I think it's really going to be one of those games where, like...
Okay, yes, he's got the double switch.
Yeah, it's Josh getting the first attack off here. And just like, oh, okay, it's not going to be an attack. Josh is taking away more energies than his opponent. Yep. So I was going to say, I thought he was going to go in there with a Brave Blade, but he's going in for the Full Metal Wall GX. So, I mean, so far they basically look like they're mimicking each other's moves. And one thing that I'd like to say about a mirror match, if you don't know what you're doing in a mirror match, you might be a turn ahead of your opponent. Just copy what they're doing. It's usually a good strategy, right? Can't go wrong there.
Typically. I mean, this is a matchup that, the sequencing is important, but at the end of the day, you're going to just want to take your prize cards first. And it looks like Josh here, he's getting a good setup. He's almost got 2 Zacian set up here.
Well, his opponent did not attack back, right?
Yeah, he didn't have the switch, right, which was huge.
Although
it looks
this
like
is going to do
steal
that 0 damage. Although Josh has, 8 energies in play to his opponent's 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it's just going to be 1. And I see that one of our channel members, Jonathan Sampson, joining in. What's poppin'?
Hey.
Welcome to the stream. Hopefully everyone's having a wonderful morning, night, evening. I was joking around with Maddie as we quickly approach midnight here on the East Coast. I think there's some Europeans that are waking up for work, so maybe they'll catch it while they're showering and shaving and eating croissant. Right. So we'll have to see exactly what's going on.
Kapahab in the chat. 11-4 is not going to make cut, sadly.
I don't think it's Kapahab, but I think you can make top 16.
There's that's not Kapahab in the chat?
I think that's Kapahab in the chats.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, I think that's Kapahab. Kapahab, I think it's past Kapahab's bedtime, because when I was 7 years old...
Yeah, he's only 7 years old. But, we do appreciate him being up this late and watching. But unfortunately, the tournament's so big, we did add this 6th round of Swiss into Phase 2, so 11 wins is probably not going to get you a chance to make cut.
I mean, I think there's crazier things. A lot of people might drop to go to sleep. I know we've certainly seen it.
Could happen.
Isn't Luke Metal Mirror fun? I mean, it's 5:48 in Europe for you. Gomfer, well, you're a trooper. I usually go to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning. I don't wake up to 5 o'clock in the morning.
That's very true.
Great, I'll try.
Great, I'll try. Let's go, Kapahab.
Let's go, Kapahab. I think Kapahab deserves a Kapahab cake after going 0-3 sleep in big GX to 8-3. I mean, that was one heck of a run.
That's true, man. That's an insane run.
And he's a great player, I see that Josh is using his coveted Mallow Lana strategy. I played Josh in many of these tournaments, and Josh always pulls out those Mallow Lanas. Whenever you think Josh does not have the Mallow Lana, Josh always has the Mallow Lana.
Of course, very important in this matchup as well, right? It's pretty big time. I mean, when you're playing Luke Metal in a lot of matchups, it does come down to whether you have those Malolanas when you want them. And now this Luke Metal has just 50 HP or 50 damage on it. So that thing is almost just perfectly mint here. We see a Malolana come out for Snarf as well, which means that potentially this game could go an extra turn for both players, right? Just add it on top.
Well, with the right now, Brave Blade is doing 170. So it should be noted that anything that has 50 damage on it already is in knockout range. So I'm just getting questioned in the chat. So the reason why it is the stream is 60 frames per second, as far as I'm concerned, it's just that Discord does not have great screen recording tendencies unless everyone has Discord Nitro. So an event like this at this large, it's not going to always happen like that. When we're seeing the opponent get that fat miss,
that's huge.
And I think Josh is just going to take the opportunity to be like, cool, you just nullified your turn, I'm going to nullify my turn, and at least I'm going to have access to it. So a switch Malolana play on that damaged Zacian could be cool.
For sure. Alejandro asks, what's the difference between the cape and the goggles? So here's the explanation: is goggles subtracts 30 damage you take every time you get hit, right? So technically you have 220 HP on a Zacian, but they have to hit you for 250 to KO it, right? Because it's minus 30. But the cape adds 50 HP, right? So it's more useful on that first attack because technically Zacian has 270 if you want to KO it. But of course the goggles, if you use it twice, reduces if you get attacked twice, reduces damage by 60. So if you're in a scenario where you don't want to get one hit KO'd, the cape's going to be better for you. But in the long run, if you are in a situation where you're probably going to get attacked twice, then the goggles is going to be more important. In this matchup, probably not super relevant, Zach. I don't know. Maybe it does matter with the Malolana.
I don't think it really matters too much with the Malolana. I mean, I think the metal goggles is probably better in this matchup.
Okay,
but
yeah.
It's got to be one of those things. It's really for the ADP matchup for the most part.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because that ADP, those Zacians do like to hit for, the 260s. And an ADP boosted Zacian is going to KO a goggled, Zacian if the GX attack for Luke Metal isn't popped. It matters in some scenarios, but it just kind of comes down to the math difference in certain matchups. So it's good to have both options, I think. Going first, the stream is perfect now, so that's what we like to hear.
I mean, that's all Maddie and I want to hear, to be honest. It's a lot better than what it was a little bit earlier, where it's just like, echo. But although I do appreciate all the support from everyone, glad we are here now.
We've jumped up to 112 people in the stream, so I'm excited, man.
Yeah, I know. I think it's going to be one of those things where hopefully everyone's here to pull an all-nighter with us.
Hopefully, man. We're going to be here for a while. I would say we have about 3 to 4 hours left until the end of the tournament, so it's going to be a long one. A lot of great Pokemon, especially when we get into top 8, Zach. I'm super, super excited. Like, right now, we're kind of just chilling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're just vibing in before we get into the serious games, because a lot of these players, I think Josh is one of the early favorites to be making top cut, but it is possible for him to lose this rounds and then a couple more and did not make it, because you can even see, this game's not over yet.
And I do think he's probably favored, though, so far in the game in terms of the board state, but you never know, yeah.
I mean, it's really one of those things where Luke Metal Mirror is really weird. They keep on swapping gigantic hand sizes and knots.
So weird. Yeah.
One's up 4 prize cards. That's not a knockout on a Luke Metal. I mean, another factor that we got to watch out for here is time. There's about 9 minutes and 30 seconds left. We're going to have to see. And there's Josh with another Malolana. Good thing we're playing online, because if Josh has had his opponent out there, Josh might get some hands right now.
For sure, bro. For sure. He's like, he's like, you thought, my man. But
sheesh.
This match might end in a tie. We'll see. 9 minutes is 9 minutes, right? And we always allow an extra minute or two if needed. But both players with 3 cards hands. But Josh does have energy and 2 bosses in his hand, so that could be very beneficial for getting a KO on another Zacian this turn. But we'll see what Snarp can pull out here. He might just have the Malolana, who knows? Yeah, man, a very interesting matchup for sure. But we'll see. I'm interested to see, because Luke Metal's been doing really well, realistically. That boss was pretty huge on Snarf's part.
I'm not sure, because Josh is going to take out another one, right? I think it's going to be depending on how many Malolanas are left on both sides. Everyone in the chat, sheesh.
I mean, you're right. The math doesn't actually matter in this matchup, because you kill this Luke Metal, you take 3 prizes. It's nice to take the extra prize card, but you
3
still
prize cards.
2 more
Yeah,
Zacians.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, I think Josh here is really just target down dude on the bench. Hopefully you don't play Malolana down. Malolana is really not going to heal all the damage, especially when that one does not have a metal saucer. But it's really damage output's going to be it.
It's very smart to hold the boss there, because you get 200 damage on both of these Zacians, and then you have the double boss in hand to potentially win in the next 2 turns.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here. I'm actually unsure, depending on how many Marnies your opponent has left.
That's true.
So you could just quickly get Marnied away to the bottom of that 13-card deck, and Josh might never see a boss orders for the rest of the game, because this deck does not naturally rotate through the deck.
Right.
So I'd say maybe taking your prize card there, instead of dealing with something like Malolana or anything else that they might be teching or anything like that. We've got to really see exactly how it goes. Another thing that I'm also noticing is Snarf's 9-2. Josh got paired down in this round. So it's one of those things where it's going to be interesting at the very least to see exactly what's going on.
The manual retreat out there is huge. Zach.
Yeah, that looks like it might be nail in the coffin. Oof. I think Snarf's about to get
he's about to get the chowder right now, bro. We'll see. Oh wait, did he just Intrepid?
That's Josh using Intrepid because there's no switch. So I mean,
yeah, he doesn't want to burn the energy.
I think it's one of those things where Josh is holding on to his stance with all those energies, going in strong. And
Yeah,
I
because I
mean,
mean,
someone's asking, is Luke Metalzation better than ADPzation? I'd say that they're
no.
individually unique.
Yeah, it definitely is matchup dependent. I think that it, it I honestly think that they're more equal than people might think.
A lot of people don't know how
But
to play Luke Metal.
right.
I'd even put myself in that box where I might not be able to play Luke Metal afterwards. We're watching a triple Metal Saucer come down here, peeps, as well.
Oh my.
Um, I mean, it might not matter. I mean, if those Pokemon aren't healing, Josh wins
With
the game in 2 attacks.
Well, yeah, and
If
without a boss or a Malalana, I don't think it matters technically. I mean, you can attack into the Zacian, but then he just KOs. And then you have another Zacian that can attack as well, and he's got 3 boss in hand.
Yeah,
So
I really see that this is like this game just looks over for Snarf.
we'll see. We could see a boss here if he if he bosses and KOs that bench Zacian. I mean, Josh can doll stall, but like we'll see.
Oh,
We'll see.
we're seeing a Zam hit the board. You think with 7 cards left and all these things going down, there's a that's really where it's at.
Will, thanks for playing, man. Sorry you're dropping, but you had a good run to make it this far, so I appreciate you playing, bro.
Yeah, it's really one of those things where like not every like even with a record that makes phase two, even if you're getting one of those higher records, anything could happen in these events. I've gone tournaments where I've had a very strong record at like regionals where I go 8-1, then you lose all 5 next round, like placing within the top 100 or so players in an event like this is crazy. But thank you so much for tuning in. Feel free to leave the stream on if you really want to help support us. We totally love all the viewers throughout the night, and if you have any friends that might be interested in watching the stream, that'd also be certainly helpful.
Yeah, hit him up, bro. I forgot I had one sent to the left. It could be interesting, I guess. Especially since those bosses got Marnie to the bottom of the deck.
I think Josh
But
is just using tag call to shuffle those Marnies
Yeah,
back into the deck.
exactly. And he's gonna quick ball.
We're
Ben out
seeing
a little
another
bit.
card come down there.
Gonna have another quick shuffle here, but he's taking. So he's gonna take 2 prize cards here, but we know boss.
I don't know if I like putting that down. I don't even know if there's really. I didn't get a chance to look through the entire deck to see what's going on there.
Yeah, I don't
maybe
like
Josh
that
has some
decision.
metal energies out of the prize cards. That'd be cool for Josh.
Yeah, because now you have a Zacian here. Okay, there's a saucer.
Okay, there's a metal saucer. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a little bit interesting, right? Because that Zacian is 1 energy away from retreating, and you know it could be kind of a liability to have there. But Josh here just needs to draw into one of those boss's orders in the next few turns. His deck is shuffled, so he does have he's got a 1 in 3 chance. Actually,
it's not even just the boss's orders. Snarf is in a difficult situation because if Snarf sends up the Zacian with the damage on it, it just gets knocked out by the other Zacian in play.
Right. I just think Josh is playing against the timer right now.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, if I was the opponent here, I might send up other Pokemon because you're in a losing position. Playing for a tie legally, I think is fair at this point because a tie might be advantageous. Now with it being pretty much secured for a 12-3, that's fine. So we will be watching for slow play. There is a 6-minute thing. Not to say that Snarf here is slow playing. They're both playing on stream. If Josh top decks the boss, we're gonna see it happen.
Yeah. And that's not a boss there, but he's got 8 cards left in his deck at this point with 3 boss's orders in there. And I think it might be smart to just go ahead and trap it here and kind of guarantee. Never mind.
There's still 3 bosses left in the deck, so there's 3 out of 5 cards. I mean, I think as long as Josh just takes those turns, a Marnie here, which there's no, as far as I'm concerned, there's no reset stamp here in Snarf's list.
I think I don't think you Marnie here if you're Snarf. I think you just. Yeah, I think it's pretty much a game unless we see Snarf slow play here, which will be a loss. But I think either way you slice it, I think Josh has what he needs here. Yeah, and there's the Marnie come out,
and that Marnie's going to guarantee that Josh is going to hit multiple bosses orders.
Yeah, at least 2 here off the Marnie. So happens to be all 3, and that's going to be GG. And Josh here, of course. I mean, it's almost corny how Josh just seems to pull out the dub. Oh, he just passes.
Josh, pull out king. So we're gonna. Good job.
Let's go back to the casters.
We will be going to the casters right now.
I don't mind getting right back into another game, but it's really up to you, personally.
I
Like,
think
it's
it's
totally your call, but
Yeah, I think we could definitely jump into another game. Just really wanted to show everyone that we exist. We are people. We are human beings. We are
we have
Maddie.
feelings.
We are the Yellhorn. We are Maddie and Zach. Chill TCG. Zach Lesage PTCG. Woo!
Oh my god.
9-3 can make it to top cuts. Yes, 9-3 can make it to top cut as far as we're concerned right now.
If you win the next 4, yeah.
3 games. 3 more rounds in this thing.
But he has to go. Oh yeah, he's got to go 12-3.
12-3.
Much
3.
more.
Okay, let's see if we can find someone to stream here.
Who haven't we watched yet? There's Waffleton. There's Passive. We could watch E-Turn if you want.
I'd very much like to watch E-Turn. E-Turn's like one of my favorite decks. So why don't you jump in there? Let's see exactly what's going on.
Sure.
And yeah. And we are back with some gameplay. So
E-Turn, baby, with Power Plant. How do you join Chill TCG? How do you join the tournament? Is that what he's asking?
I'm not entirely sure.
I think if you just pay me like $400 or $500 maybe, I'll just let you join the company, the brand. But if you're looking to join the tournament, free to enter, 100%.
I'm honestly not sure which one.
Are we live though? We're good, right?
I think we are currently live right now.
Okay, well, okay. E-Turn versus Desi. Zach, this is going to be a very interesting one because, of course, we have the Phoebe in this list, and I'm sure we probably have a way to get it back, like a Pal Pad, or I guess maybe Sableye, which Eddie was running, so maybe he's running it too, but just interesting for sure. So it's going to be a very fun matchup. Discord/tournament. If you go to play.limitless.com, you can join the tournaments. And then in the Discord, there's links on my YouTube channel videos. There's links on the tournament page.
Just send a link to the video right there if you're looking to join Pokemon events.
Yeah, Gus has yeah.
Everyone, Jonathan, if you wanna go into Jonathan's channel, he's gonna donate $1 for every single person who becomes a channel member. We currently would love to anyone to become a channel member. That'd be amazing.
That would be nice.
I mean, feel free to become a channel member for Maddie as well. Maddie has a channel. We both run the Yellhorn. So let's see exactly what we got going on here. So let's go to the Play Limitless website so we could follow the players that we got. So we got Lucas and Passive Chad. Don't know exactly.
Morningwood, yeah. People trying to get a job at the Chill TCG HQ, brother. Well, right now it's a one-man squad. Currently not hiring, but maybe one day if we get enough subscribers on YouTube. But we'll see. We'll see, bro. Shout out to Morningwood. I love that dude.
Morningwood is broken. Yo! Thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Whoa, that's broken.
Huge, bro. Huge.
That's fire.
Welcome to support my content. Gotta love it.
Welcome to support my contents.
Marco. Thank God I dropped at 6 and 4. Those people are so good. I guess I'll have to take the quick ball I donated back next tournament.
Yeah, who needs to play in a tournament if you already have the quick ball?
True.
So we got both players here at 9 and 3, and they're fighting it out to basically make it or not make it. I mean, it's going to be an interesting matchup. We can see the Phoebe in Passive Chad's hands.
So for the record, did you update it on stream? The standings or the records? Yeah, there you go. You just updated.
Yeah. It takes a second. I have a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, no.
We don't want any stream snipers. Notorious stream sniper just got called out recently. Pretty scummy thing to do. So I mean, if you're playing Pokemon, don't necessarily try to get an advantage by looking at your opponent's hand, especially in a situation where Maddie and I are trying to give back. That stream sniper was taken away from this tournament, and hopefully is taken away from all future tournaments or just being Scum. So, that being said, on a more cheerful note, and maybe on a Maddie might have more of a PG tournament organizer thing. I'm Zach Lesage. I've been known for saying a few controversial things here and there. So,
True.
yeah, I think so. Don't be scummy. That's facts. But yeah, I think this matchup's going to really determine. It's going to be determined by if Phoebe hits that Decidueye or not. So for anyone who's wondering, what does Phoebe do? When E-Turn V evolves into E-Turn V Max, it works with Phoebe. So you could play Phoebe as a supporter per turn, drop it down, and get through Decidueye's Deep Forest Camo ability. That stops V Pokemon, V Max Pokemon, and GX Pokemon from hitting it for damage. So Eternal or Dread End or whatever is going to smoke that Decidueye if it does evolve. It looks pretty good here, as long as passive chat can find an energy.
Right. And like I was saying earlier, passive probably has a way. Either he's running a second Phoebe for safety, or he's running a Pal Pad or a Sableye to get the Phoebe out of the discard pile so he can use it more than once. Because just one Phoebe might be all you need in the Luke Metal matchup per se, but for the most part, probably not going to be enough to beat Decidueye. But, we'll see here. We're going to see a Calm, so we could grab the VMAX here. He just needs an energy. So he might be choosing to Marnie here. Or he can also Crobat if you're putting some more Pokemon down the board. But he needs to find an energy, right? He wants to just KO the Snorlax and kind of hold the Phoebe for later to KO a Decidueye. But we'll see. Maybe actually just...
I think grabbing the E-Turn VMAX going into a Crobat... Yeah. Or maybe like just trying to find an energy, maybe putting that Marnie safely. Now, Alejandra, I am seeing your message. So basically, to be completely clear, there's been multiple cheating allegations in real life. There's been multiple stream sniping during the pandemic. There's been blatant racism and hate coming from this player. And recently was called out by multiple people for groping and sexual assault allegations. So for this particular tournament, we are giving them a do not play Pokemon kind of pass while investigations ensue and stuff like that. And TPCI is formally doing their stuff, but we stand up for our players here. And I know that Maddie and I'm part of this event to some degree. I'll let Maddie make a decision for future Chill TCG events, but there's players in this event that have been assaulted by that particular player, and we stand with our player base.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where...
It's a tough call. We don't want to hear it. We don't want to see it, right? It's gross.
Yeah, and sometimes players, and it's tough to say, are almost a liability. It'd be a tough way to say it. But when you're running a tournament, a lot of things can happen. You just want to make sure that things go smoothly and that, nothing... you don't have anyone in the tournament that potentially could cause some serious issues, right? So for the safety of all the players, sometimes it's better to just disallow one specific player to play.
Yeah,
which is what we did this week. But
for the enjoyment of everyone, and I mean, I think as long as more people realize that it's easier to be nice and keep your hands to yourself, they are a more well-known player. I wouldn't say they're famous, but they're well-known. You can check the whole Twitter sphere if you want to check into that. It was not Daniel Altavilla. We don't want to throw any of the wrong accusations. Yeah, I just say check the Twitter sphere out. Twitter will basically tell you exactly what's going on here. It's pretty much everywhere if you're on Poga Twitter. So we saw the Marnie. Jumping back to the game, I don't want to bring it all to a negative spin, especially if there's anything that could ever be wrong.
Shout out to Daniel Altavilla, bro. That's hilarious, though.
I mean, hopefully Danny's not next up. So we saw the Marnie put that Phoebe at the bottom. I think it's going to be a continuous struggle to find that Phoebe back, and apparently not.
Second Phoebe, or did he just shuffle?
That was a shuffle. We can actually
love that.
We can actually jump into this list. So, looking in here, we see that it's running the Phoebe Pal Pad, not the more popularized nowadays, the Phoebe Sableye V. So
or the combo.
This is looking really good for the E-Turn player because
two-card hand.
There's that boss. That boss is going to get a prize card unless there's two Decidueyes coming out this turn. And with a one-card hand like this, it might just be Lucas going into a Snorlax. Did Josh win? We will have to see exactly what's going on.
Yeah, we'll see if Josh won this round, but he did win last round. So I believe he's got like 11 wins now, which is crazy. And we see that research as the last card, so potentially could draw into. Yeah, so there's just one Desi there. And if we have a second one, or if we have a Turfield and a rare candy. So here's the tackle, actually. So he's going to be able to go ahead and grab potentially Yeah, the double Malolanas. Now, this is what you see a lot of times in Desi these days, is they're running Big Charm Malolana, which is extremely good when you're playing against other single prize Pokemon, which, decks tech for to hit the Decidueye. For instance, like this Yveltal could have a chance, right? But now with the Big Charms and the Malolanas, like the Yveltal's not going to be doing anything, right? So it gives you that extra protection, which is why the Phoebes are now so important. And we're going to see a boss on this Rowlet, which is huge, right? Because now that's just another card, another prize card that you're taking, and that's just one less Phoebe that you're gonna have to play eventually in the game. And we have a research in Passive's hand too, so we could kind of dig through his deck a bit more to draw into the Palpad. And hopefully it's not prized either. That could be a very, very bad thing. If that Palpad's prized, then the game's over. But we'll see. We'll see what happens here for Passive.
We're gonna have to see exactly what's going on. Will we find the Palpad? And I mean, the Palpad likely will not be able to play. It will likely not be able to play in the same turn and get the Phoebe. You need to have a Crobat for that combination to happen. Right. So it might be a little bit of a struggle. We're gonna have to find that Palpad like ASAP. That's really what Passive Chad's looking for.
Yeah, and we're definitely gonna see just the attachment here and then the research. And again, I don't know if he knows if the Palpad's prized or not. I assume it's probably not prized, considering how he just researched. Whiffed one hammer, hit the other one. But again, no damage. I mean, he could... Yeah, he whiffed the switch as well, so he's just going to have to go ahead and pass. Nothing he can really do to this Decidueye. And, Lucas kind of playing against the clock here. Definitely wants to set up a second Decidueye if possible. If he does, I think the game is over, Zach. Correct me if I'm wrong. Well, technically, right? Because if you get a second Decidueye set up...
There's basically nothing else. I mean, there are Pokemon that can attack, like the Yveltal.
Right, but you do have the Big Charm Malolanas. We'll see. So he goes Mahalas, actually, so he's going to find a Special Energy, find his Turfield, and a Big Charm as well. So this could be huge. I don't know if he has access to a Rowlet, so he goes ahead and he Turfields. Grabs the Decidueye, okay.
So Cosmic, I'm not entirely sure if we will have a bubble. We'll have to figure that out once we get closer to it. Between pair ups, pair downs, lack of tying, matchups, Pokemon events, there's never any secure math when it comes down to it. The math that we look at tells us that about a 12-3 should be able to make it in. Maybe we're going to see an 11-4 sneak in. Maybe we're going to see someone else. Yo, Jonathan, thank you so much for the $10 sticker. That's amazing. I like the hippo on the chair. That's awesome. Fire.
Shout out to Jonathan, man. Really appreciate that. That's very kind of you, very huge as well. I like your profile photo. I assume that's probably also like your LinkedIn profile image, but we'll see.
It's one of our fellow Canadians.
Okay, facts.
The hippo of glory. I appreciate it. I mean, I think people are late. We might have to wait for a few of the Europeans to wake up at this point.
And Chad here top decks the Palpad, Zach. Huge.
That can be huge, but we are not going to see any way to get to that Palpad this turn. It's going to be one of 15 cards shuffled into the deck.
Right, and you can... Yeah. So
I would not even put the research in the deck.
Well, he did it.
I mean, but, I don't really see exactly what's going on there. I would definitely also play Quick Ball to see Pokemon start thinning the deck out. If there are any Pokemon left, I mean, there's no spectator mode in PTCGO, so I can only go up with these plays off the top of my head. It's not like we can actively see what's going on, but we are going to see Lucas take 5 prize cards this turn.
Huge, bro.
And next turn, it looks like if we don't see a top deck here on Passive Chad's turn, which the professor's research is not the top deck, we need to literally see a Phoebe.
Well, yeah, and does he have he's all out of Crobats, so it's very tough for him.
It's literally a 1 in 17 chance.
Yeah, pretty much. Nope. And unfortunately, it kind of just goes like that sometimes. He's gonna play it out. Yeah,
it was about a 6% chance. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily gonna happen, but those are the reasons why, I think thinning out your deck could be so important. Not to absolutely be like, oh, this is someone that we should. Stuff happens in a game. Not everyone's always gonna be making the best plays. Let's jump back into the commentator's booth for a bit. Boom. Okay, and it looks like your webcam might be dead. And my webcam might be fuzzy.
Oh, we're back on. Boom. Bada boom. Jonathan says, yeah, it was my graduation picture. I did software engineering for a few years, and now I'm in the industry. I'm actually just graduating from college this month.
Boom.
With my degree in software engineering, so I'm very excited to be done with school.
And I'm old enough to be Maddie's dad. If I gave birth when I was 7, if I was Kappa Hab giving birth when I was 7. I mean, I don't know if it happens in Canada like that, but probably not. All jokes aside, yeah. I'm not graduating from college or doing anything cool like that anything soon. We're just vibing out here playing Pokemon in a pandemic. So that's what we got.
On the side note, though, I do have a Lapras VMAX on my desk.
That's awesome. I also have... I need to go to one of my local game stores. So there's a local game store in my area. So without throwing any shade, because I'm very good at throwing shade, they're not responding to me. So I have this huge stack of cards that I'm trying to sell to them. And these are like...
Oh, okay.
There's some pretty good cards in there, I think.
Yeah, I saw Charizard VMAX in there, too.
What do we got in here? We got a single strike Urshifu V. That one, I mean, I'm probably going to hold on to those guys. But like this Corviknight V, I mean, that card is probably worth $1 of bulk.
I think you should send that over to me,
But I got a bunch of these Rapid Strike dudes.
Ooh, yeah.
I might want to get rid of some of my extras there. You know, I don't know if anyone else knows, but these cards are pretty valuable. The Amazing Rares.
Yeah, for collector purposes, for sure. Those are pretty good.
This is the one card that I'm excited. This is when any restaurants open here, because we're in complete lockdown mode, because Canada does not know how to handle COVID at all. Got this Alt Art Tyranitar V. I think that guy's worth a pretty penny. Might be a steak dinner.
Maybe, might be, bro. I remember I opened the alternate art Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, and like day one sold it for like $250, just because it's some nice cash to have there.
Sheesh. So I don't know. I'm probably holding into like $1,000 or a couple $1,000s worth of cards that I've just been collecting over the pandemic.
For sure, bro. I mean, it's tough now too because it's hard to kind of not only find cards but to like sell them unless you're kind of doing it online and like going through that whole process. But what's that there? Ooh, little
got some gold Rapid Strike energies. Like I'd say like most of these cards are probably about $20, but I mean, there's a couple of cards in here that are like a couple $100.
Do you have your own sleeves, Zach?
Do I have my own sleeves? No. But if I did have my own sleeves, they would be Ultra Pro Eclipses. I used to be sponsored by Ultra Pro. I got addicted to the Eclipses. Now, people have this heavy debate when it comes to Eclipses. And they're like, Eclipses suck, Zach. They break after one tournament. And I'm like, yeah, but if you're balling like a millionaire and you just throw away the Eclipses after every single tournament or throw them out after every 5 rounds, your deck's shuffling like a madman. It's kind of like like I don't know anything about cars, but I have a few friends that know things about cars, and they'll take their expensive car on the racetrack and they'll just fuck up some tires. There's no other way to put it. Like they'll literally just screw up some tires with their car and just like race around the track and burn through some rubber. Right. That's the Ultra Pro Eclipses. They have the money to just get some.
They do shuffle nice, bro. They shuffle very nice.
Yeah.
Sheesh, Brandon. Let's get it.
Ontario is definitely a dumpster fire. I don't know how I feel about Doug Ford. I think I liked his crack smoking brother. Did you know that, Maddie? That the premier of Ontario's brother used to smoke crack.
I don't know.
Not that it's necessarily the greatest place to talk about a crack smoking politician, but welcome to Canada. I guess that's what you get with free healthcare.
I don't know what a premier of Toronto is, but
I honestly don't know either. I mean,
is it like the governor?
I guess so. I think it's like the governor of like Toronto, I guess.
Or the mayor, maybe? Do you guys have mayors?
I don't know. Someone like I honestly don't know anything about politics. I just think it's funny. Canada's like a funny country because Justin Trudeau is like literally he's like our president, dude, and he's like in the world's like top 10 hottest men list.
Let's go.
And then like the guy who he hires to like run Toronto smokes crack. Like, dude, welcome to Goofy
honestly,
Lands.
Dude, if you get your job done correctly,
I mean, all the power to you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you can't what not to smoke. Although it probably is against the law, which is
I think it is. I'm not entirely sure though.
Yeah. So, I mean, who
You never
knows?
know what's
Maybe
gonna
not.
happen.
Typically, not something you ask someone though when you like give them a job interview. You're not just sort
I
of like,
think that a
hey, by the way, like,
government jobs probably should do a little bit of drug testing.
you think so?
If you have to piss in a cup to flip a burger patty, you might need to get tested for smoking crack.
Fabulous says yes, like a governor, Matty. It's interesting. I mean, in the United States, our governors are for the states, but that's different because Canada doesn't have
I
like
think
states.
well, like he's in Toronto, but I think he's the premier of Ontario.
Oh, of Ontario. Okay, so yeah,
But he's in Toronto, so I never know what to call it.
That's cool. I mean, how many provinces are in Canada? Like 7?
I think 10.
10? Well, okay.
I think we got 10, and then we got three of the territories. We got territories up in there. That's where like literally all the bears and the igloos and the whales live.
That's right. The
Oh, they have separate elections? Man, I'm getting completely educated in the whole administration thing here. See, this is what they should teach me in school. I mean, when I was in school, I sat down with the principal and I was like, look, I really want to get good at culinary. I really want to get good at cooking. And I'm like, can I just pass all my other courses really quickly so I could just take extra cooking courses? And they're like, okay, cool. So whenever I didn't have cooking courses, I did not attend class.
quick update, Zach. Joshua Sutherland did win the last round against Lacasse, so he is going 12-1, guaranteeing his place in Top Cut while also remaining the #1 seed.
So we're going to see. This could actually be... so when someone was asking us, what's the record to make Top Cuts, we could see if Josh wants to pull out his royal staff and bonk people in the forehead.
Yeah, he could just
He could be like, you know what? I'm going to no-sir you on that ID. And I mean, I think this is really where Josh should be playing it out. He should be gatekeeping out bad matchups. So if he hits like fire... Like, in my professional Pokemon TCG opinion... No new friends, no new friends, no, as another Canadian also said, Drake. I think Josh is not looking for friends here. I think Josh is looking to get a slippery slope all the way up to the top cuts, just slip and slide to first. So if you face fire, you're going to be like, no, sir, I do not want to ID you. I'm going to play it out and try to destroy your hopes and dreams. And Josh is probably going to fail miserably at that a few times. But in the one game where he does beat fire, might be able to help out.
We do have a pretty so we have a Greens Charizard up here. Danny Altavilla is 5th at 11-2, so just one win away from his guaranteeing of cut with 3 rounds left to go. I think that he's a pretty decent chance, and I do think that currently our top standings right now is Luke Metal was Pete, Matt Party, Greensard, Dragapult, E-Turn, Urshifu, and then back to Matt Party, Luke Metal, Greensard. It's anyone's game still with 3 rounds left to go. But interest, the good Luke Metal has done.
So I'm just going to switch it over here just to look at the Greensard list. A lot of people do not know what the Greensard list looks like because it's a deck that's not really been too popular lately. But a few people have been really bringing it back. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's got to be Kance, the first player to really bring it back in a while time.
Yeah, Kant did the GG Tour, brought it all the way to Top Cut, and I think had a phenomenal run. And people were like, wait a minute. Because honestly, a lot of decks aren't really running Marnie. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things, or at least like a high count on Marnie. So it's one of those things where Greensard is very powerful. Reshizard's still one of the best attackers in the game, one of the best attacking Pokemon of all time. I guess it works out for some people. I mean, I don't play Welder, but when I did try that list and play it, it didn't go very well. But that's just me. I'm not very good at the game. I'm not really good at Welder decks. But these Greensard lists have been popping off lately.
And I'm just, Maddie's audio should be fixed, by the way. Just had to change the output. That's one of those things. Should be all good now. Yeah, I think this deck seems pretty cool. With all the Blacephalon, yeah, Tapu Fini, really good counter there. This deck's interesting at the very least.
I mean, yeah, Greensard, it is interesting. Can we look at that Pult list? Is that just like a straight Pult, or is that a Greens Pult? Could it be... Yeah, I don't know what other...
The Pult list right here for Rogerio Bombardelli.
That's right, Rogerio.
I think Rogerio actually won a big tournament, right?
I know he made finals at a big old chill series. Did he win the...
Was it the... I think he was the Desi player.
You know what? Did he win a chill series?
I'm almost positive that Rogerio is a chill series champion.
Caught me with my pants down, Zach. I don't know exactly.
Watch out nowadays.
It's all right. I'm wearing briefs, but still pretty.
Yo, Marco, thank you so much for joining the coach package.
Let's get it,
We have our
Marco.
first
Gonna get some.
for anyone who's looking to join our coaching package. To be completely transparent, my coaching rate is quickly over $50 Canadian an hour. I mean, I have over 15 years of experience industry, so the coaching package at $20 Canadian a month gets you one group session per month. And that's really where we can just kind of spitball ideas, and I can really just give you some of the secret sauce that allows you to grow in the game. Everything is all legal tips and tricks to really just up your game, because I've been playing this game. I nonstop play Pokemon, so thank you so much. Let's go! Welcome to the squad. Yeah, this list looks interesting.
Yeah, it's Greenspool. It's Greenspool with a disruption factor in it. And I do like the Almost Star Lock. I think it can be really good, especially. I mean, this is an interesting list. Like, it's just interesting, right? I mean, like,
I think there's a few things that I want, like, that I particularly want to comment. Like, it's coming out of my chest like an alien or something like that. I think going in with a list like this, one Omastar seems incredibly ballsy.
it does.
I think that going like two Omastar, especially since you can't start or anything else like that, it's one of those things where like it just scares the living bleep out of me. If that card's, because that's like half of your deck. Otherwise, this is just a weaker version of Dragapult. Having a 3 prize card Pokemon with 240 HP in the deck, that's also another bench Pokemon, meaning it's one of your 5 starters, also seems crazy. Yo, Ashdonis, welcome to the coach package.
Let's go.
Getting all these new members here.
Let's get it.
And I mean, also anyone, feel free to go over to Maddie's Chill TCG channel. Maddie does have a channel membership package as well.
Yeah, nothing too special. I don't coach
Feel free to join. I mean, you get free entry to the Chill events. And you do support Maddie's content. I know Maddie does put a lot of effort into these events. So, I mean, I totally appreciate everyone, but do not forget about Maddie here, our caster here for this event. So I'd recommend looking into that.
The owner,
the owner of Chill TCG, my owner,
the governor
of Chill TCG
of this tournament series, the tournament that's going on right now. Technically, I'm not gonna say it's my tournament, but like I run these tournaments. So if you guys enjoy the tournament, if you guys like playing these, I don't know. I have a YouTube channel. Go check it out.
Put yourself on that corner, Maddie. Sell yourself, girl. You get it.
Let's get it.
You gotta turn on the red light tonight because it's the Yellhorn events. So I'm seeing a lot of questions in the chat. There are, or I guess a lot of question marks, or just being like, whoa. Yeah, there's a lot of one-ofs in this deck because Green's Exploration can nab any of those cards as long as Omastar is not in play. So I would just say that that's really one of those things where this is a deck where you can just grab whatever you want.
Ooh,
I think
Parents is up.
Phoebe's a little bit of an interesting choice, but we're going to jump right back into another game really soon. So Jonathan, just to answer your question quickly, what's the difference between a Chill event and a Chill series? So Chill series is just the season that we're on. It's just the Chill series of events ran by Chill TCG. So I think you might be looking a little bit too much into it. Yeah. And it's literally just, it's an event ran by Chill TCG for either or.
So this, like a Chill event is a Chill series tournament. It's just like, it's kind of like it's just how we say it. It's just kind of a way to say it. Anyway, we can hop into, we haven't gone into Little Spook here.
Yeah, we'll jump into that in 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, and we're jumping back here to see exactly what's going on there. Is Weakness Guard needed in Eternatus? Depends on what you're trying to go for.
It does. It does really depend on it. I know that the E-turn that made got third, I think, at the big GG Tour tournament wasn't running Weak Guard, but it also whiffed. It also dodged Urshifu all tournament, all 16 rounds. So, it's really up to you. Urshifu's been seeing less and less play, Zach, which is another topic to cover at some point. But for instance, if you looked at the meta today, E-turn was more played than Rapid Strike Urshifu, and that's the first time that's happened since Battle Styles came out, which I think is really important to kind of just understand what that means, right? And basically what that means is that the meta is slowly gravitating back towards people just playing E-turn, and less people playing this new hot deck that everyone was playing at the beginning of the format. So Interesting. Definitely an interesting thing to note.
Oh, where did my Discord go? There we
What's
go.
happening? Oh, what's happening?
What's going on? I mean, they don't make it easy. There we go. I was just trying to update some people's records here. That's what we got going on.
Will says not many water decks, and that's interesting because there's not that many lightning decks anymore. Because Pigrom is played, but it's not like one of the most played decks anymore.
Yeah, Picarom's like a top 10 played deck. Maybe about 5% of the metagame.
About 5-6%, but that's the only lightning deck. So it's like I don't know why you don't play water. Maybe just water decks are inherently not as good as other archetypes, but like it's interesting. It's interesting to see that Pikarom, so lightning type and fire type decks are some of the not in the top 5 in terms of typings that are seeing play, which is just extremely weird.
I think it's just like a lot of it has to do with the end of our metagame, as we've seen that rotation got announced for September, and also it looks like the game, there might be some technical errors on the streaming players' side. As long as the stream can, it looks like we're all up here. I could hear Maddie. My internet's running. Here it looks like there might be. We're just kind of at the end of the metagame when it comes down to it. So
we might have to hop into another game.
Yeah, we're gonna hop into another game. We're gonna find something while they deal with their own technical difficulties. Nothing to go with our stream. Looks like they might have DC'd or something, unfortunately.
You want to go into? Versus ADP.
Okay.
I like it. I like it a lot. We're going to see a nice KO here on this ADP as well.
Now,
and this one's ended quick.
okay, so we're going to see this one. So we got Marco Garcia versus Hauschman, and they're 9-4. So both of these players look like they won't be able to make top cuts, but we can certainly appreciate their efforts for playing in the events.
For sure. No, for sure. I mean, I like the Empoleon tech here and this ADP, and I also like seeing
Is that an Empoleon over there?
Oh, yeah. I don't know why it's benched right now, but you know what? It is what it is. And we're actually going to see Hauschman setting up a second Urshifu there on his bench.
And just so you know, this is not Rapid Strike. This is Single Strike. Yeah, because Urshifu kind of looks very similar, and we're watching it just absolutely dominate this ADP. We walked in at the right time.
Destruction.
Also, Alejandro, there is no entry fee for this event. The prize pool with 250 packs, and a gold quick ball. So great tournaments.
Yeah, massive prize pool for this event, thanks to, of course, Zach Lesage and just the Chill TCG community, but free entry. And we typically like our tournaments to be free entry as well, kind of make it all inclusive. Is there another game we could possibly move into?
We're gonna switch over to the popular decks again. Apparently, these games are finishing way quicker than we thought. That's what happens in best of 1. So let's go over to popular decks here, and we'll find another game. Jumping back into some gameplay, I'm just going to update these players' records.
For sure. This is a very interesting matchup for sure. I mean, Luke Metalization versus Orbeetle. This is a deck that literally can just go on almost forever, or a matchup at least. The Zamazenta's in the active, so this Orbeetle literally can't damage the Zamazenta. At this point, with only 6 prize cards taken, there's no other attackers in Orbeetle's deck. And the Metal Goggles, you can't actually place damage counters as well on the Zamazenta, so it's one of those things where it literally just has to kind of play and survive the timer. And I think that's literally how this match goes, Zach.
I think so. I think it's It's a tough one. Zamazenta is certainly a toughie. Certainly a
Yeah.
toughie. There's no other way to put it. It's really like, if you're playing a VMAX Pokemon and don't have an out to the Zamazenta, you're probably in a little bit of trouble.
Right, and there are a lot of VMAX Pokemon. Ooh, the double Tool Scrapper.
Ooh.
I don't know if there's another Goggles in deck, but we could start seeing some things
Yo,
here. So
Brayden
this
Lopez,
orbital...
thank you for joining into the coach package. Apparently,
Hey.
hey landlord, we're gonna be able to pay rent this month. Thank you. In all seriousness, we're already good on that, but I appreciate everyone for all the support tonight, and make sure to spread some love if, however which way you can. Subscribe to the Matty Tate Chill TCG YouTube channel. He also has a channel membership over there, a little bit cheaper than my coaching package, so I totally recommend checking that out if you get an opportunity to do so. Every little bit helps us out as content creators.
Yeah, it's all good. Even just checking out the channel. I mean, again, I don't, I'm not going to say support me over Zach, and I obviously think that there's a good incentive for doing that coaching package. I think it could definitely improve you as a player, so I do recommend the coaching package. But even just go checking out the Chill TCG YouTube channel. It means a lot. Getting into this game, Zach, what do you think here? So we're seeing a solid 130 on this Orbital. That is a 3-hit KO, and there are 3 Orbital VMAXs here. So again,
I mean, I'm not entirely sure. Like, it's going to be a lot of those things where it depends on how many Cheryls have been played for the Orbital player.
Looks like maybe, well, there's
a bunch of Cheryls. There's Cynthia Caitlin. So I mean, it's not
Cheryl.
23 turns with the 6 prize cards. It depends between Mallow, Lana, finding those metal goggles, because the metal goggles does prevent the damage.
Right, and we just saw a couple got knocked off, right? What do you think about that Cheryl? It seemed a little bit early for me, just because you were living another hit no matter what.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, there's also that Zacian that can knock at anything.
Oh, true.
So you got to watch out for the Zacian. I think, especially like we've talked about other Luke Metal players like Ippo, Christian Stridiron is very good at Luke Metal in general. Very, like, basically only plays Luke Metal, so it's one thing that I definitely watch out for. They know what they're doing. We are seeing a question here. So Jonathan Sampson, I mean, appreciate all the support so far tonight. Thank you. Newbie question, but why is Togekiss VMAX super good and expanded, but not really used in standard? Maddie's like, I've been playing Togekiss Control.
I kind of know, though. I mean, I kind of did, like, and it's one of the... It's interesting because in expanded is such a crazy format, Zach, and I'm not super experienced with it.
Sure.
But the ability to attack for 2 energies and search your deck for any 2 cards is extremely powerful in a format where there's a lot more combinations and a lot more room for a control sort of setup style deck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'd also say that, like, in expanded, a lot more things are just viable in general. So Pika Rom is not necessarily as prevalent in that format where it is here. Like, there's more options to cover your weaknesses, whereas in standard, if you just hit a Pika Rom, they're going to crushing hammer away your weakness card and send you absolutely into oblivion, because it is one of the lower HP VMAX Pokemon. So I'd just say, like, between Marnie and Reset Stamp, and Reset Stamp is banned in the expanded format, by the way.
Thank God.
There's just so many things that just really muck up the Togekiss. I'd say that really is what, like, hurts it a lot. And on top of that, it's just like, there's not really good cards to search out in standard either.
True.
It's one of those things, like, what are you actually trying to search out that you couldn't have searched out in a more efficient way than an attack?
Right. Exactly. No, exactly. I think the only kind of search card that we're missing from standard is like item search. But
well, it's just like the items that you want to search for.
Right. No, exactly. It's like there's nothing really. You could search for a stamp, I guess. You could search for, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like there's nothing that's like super useful as much as an expanded. Okay, so this Zacian has 13 pings on it, 13 damage counts. This Zamazenta did just get Malaloned, so it's pretty fresh here. But we see a stamp come out from this Orbital player, kind of just delay the inevitable here. But we see Saucer.
There's a Cheryl. I really don't like those Cheryl plays. I think it's a little preemptive on the Cheryl.
Yeah.
They might not know that Cheryl heals all Pokemon.
I think they do, because he used it once and it healed both.
Might have forgot. Might have tunnel vision on that one. I'm not sure. If you're playing
Yeah,
Orbital, you probably know what Orbital does.
But, I mean, if you didn't there, you could have just manually retreated at a Zamazenta and then just KO'd with Zacian. But you could have just retreated and then forced him to have switch or boss. You know what I mean? So.
Hey, Jonathan with a $2 dono. Thank you so much. I really like those fist bumps. I think I like the YouTube stickers more than I ever like any Twitch dono that I've ever received.
Yeah, those stickers are sweet, bro.
It's kind of funny.
Is there one next week? Yes, there's a Chill Series tournament every Wednesday, my man. Everyone's done.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen Chill take a break.
Well, sometimes
Not really, not really often. Not for a while now.
No, yeah, I think well, when we run invitationals, sometimes we just don't run that untypical one that week, and we run the invitational. But I think we try to just do every week, and we try to be here for the players as much as possible. Yeah, you have Drizzile, yeah, and Italian for item search. I love those cards. Yeah, the Shady Dealings cards are phenomenal when it comes to searching for just trainer cards in general, which is really really good. We see the double saucer, and now he has the energy in hand to attach, and he's all out of goggles though, Zach.
That's definitely going to add up.
Yeah.
It might be a little like I think putting down the double goggles, especially knowing your opponent plays all of those like tool scrappers and stuff like that. I think that might have been a little bit of a rookie mistake there.
It's interesting too because you're just hitting this orbital, right? But the
Yeah.
Zamazenta is probably going to get KO'd by damage counters this turn. It could not happen. He just needs an extra way to switch. But the clock's ticking in both ways, and this Zacian and the Zamazenta are pretty close to kind of getting KO'd just by damage counters alone being placed, which is really how this orbital deck kind of survives. Because it does add up, like 3 damage to all Pokemon, or 2 damage to all your Pokemon. Oh, there's the Cheryl's deck. Every turn adds up if you're playing a total of 20, 25 turns, throughout a game.
Yeah,
So it's
no, exactly. And I think just benching more Pokemon than just having one is really the scary part. If you just go one Zamazenta at a time, that's really how I like playing this matchup. But with 10 minutes left, we'll see if it's enough. Now, just to kind of give everyone the update on what's going on, like pairings-wise. So, Josh Sutherland lost to Danny Altavilla. Danny Altavilla is playing Greenzard. Okay. So, I mean, the Fire-type matchup against a Luke Metal made a little bit more sense.
Greens as well.
So I think that basically that puts Josh and Danny both at 12 wins. And then we have Simon Trottier from Quebec.
Is he playing?
He's playing Mad Party. Yeah. So far, like, our cuts consisting. Like, I think those 3 players.
We've got Mad Party, Luke Metal, and Peak and Top Cut.
Not Peak. That's Greenzard.
Oh, Greenzard. True.
Greenzard. Yep. So we have Greenzard's kind of an older new deck, if we could ever say anything. And other players that really look up there, we got I think
a lot of 11.
Immaterial phenomenon known as Quacking in Space. They're doing pretty well as well.
That is his name, if you're wondering.
We got Rogerio, Bombardelli. They're doing very well. I mean, we got a bunch of players at those 11 win threshold that are very close to just like making it.
Right, and half of those people, because we have one round after this, right, Zach? So half of those people are going to make it. Half of those next round, right? Because half of them are going to win, assuming down pairs, up pairs, things like that. But it's definitely going to be interesting. So it looks. So how many 11 win players do we have currently? I can update standings, but
so basically, what it looks like, 7 people at 12 wins are going to make it. There might be some ties here, but it looks like you need at least 11 wins and some form of tie in order to make it. So we might see Rogerio actually tie in. So we're going to try to look at some other games. I'd really like to find a win and in moments. That'd be really interesting.
So we have what is this? So we have six people, or we have seven people with 11 wins currently, Zach. So half of those people will move on, technically. So yeah, we should have about 7. Yeah, seven at the most, 6 or 7 technically. That will move into cut with 12 wins, and then there'll be one person that bubbles in.
I'm just asking for the winner between Stefan Ivanov and Kant to stream in the Chill Series Discord afterwards. Just because I think that those are 2 of the bigger name players.
That would be really cool if they paired, which they will, right? Simone and Danny will have to pair.
Well, no. Stefan and Kant.
Or Simone. Sorry.
Yeah, Simone. We don't want to watch Simone, unfortunately. Like, we'd love to watch Simone. I don't think he's necessarily going to play out his next game. I think Simone's going to take off the next round with Josh and Danny. Maybe kick back and enjoy some Poke Juice. Or whatever they want to enjoy. But got a handful of players that are seeing success here. So
yeah, a lot of really great players. Yeah.
And I mean, anyone who's up in this tournament and still playing, kicking it, there's a lot of goodness going on there.
How many people in phase 2? So we had 109 people.
Yeah.
Move on to phase 2.
That's about the top. That's about top 20% of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we're just around kind of the ratio that you look for. You know, when you're running, I mean, 109 players, but 520 in the tournament, right? So, you know, you kind of have to keep that into consideration. But um, getting back to this orbital match, Zach. I mean, we have the toughness cape on the Zamazenta. I think this orbital might be kind of running out of healing options, at least at some point, and it's going to be a long time before the Zamazenta potentially gets KO'd by damage counters.
I don't know if I like putting that down.
I
Yippo,
don't know.
no.
Don't
So
attach to it. If you don't attach to it,
I
he's only
think
doing
it's one of
20
those
damage.
things where you gotta wait for like the damage counters to really like add up. That Malolana is scaring
Yo, what's
the
happening?
bejeevers out of me.
Zach, what's happening?
I'm not entirely sure. Again, 6 minutes left, 2 prize cards left on the Orbeetle side. I mean, the fact that the Orbeetle's got this far in the matchup is the Orbeetle's probably like, hey, let's go. But I don't know. It's usually an impossible matchup for the Orbeetle to win, in my opinion.
Yeah, if properly played by the Luke Metal, yes. I just don't think that the math works out in any scenario unless there's some unfortunate prize cards.
And I mean,
For Luke Metal.
I think Ippo might look back at this game and be like, yo, that it's 1 o'clock in the morning, peeps. I totally you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the only way Luke Metal loses this is if it prizes like both like two Luke like Malolanas and never gets them, or like you know what I mean? Like I think that's the only scenario where I see that happening. But not looking good for the Orbital here. I mean, really, yeah. So that's gonna be the game, or not the game, but I mean it's.
So
Unless
I'm
we
just
see
getting
Cheryl.
word Stefan is not able to stream.
Okay.
Let's try to find someone who's. I'm actually not entirely sure what's going to be going on. We might see people at 11 wins, just like ID.
We could. I think if you're Rogério, he's probably going to try to ID. But I think a lot of these 11 win people probably have to just try to play out.
Actually, you want to know? It's going to be a simple. Anyone who's 11, I think everyone's going to be playing it out, unless of course someone ties. There's always someone that ties.
Other than Rogério, because like he already has, like if he can get someone to tie, then he's guaranteed to make it.
If he hits one of the Josh, Dax, Simone,
Yeah. Because
actually, let me
be
just
the
double
one-
check here.
he'll be the 111 win
1,
player that
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, there's only 10 people who are 11-3, or have 11 wins. So basically, if they all play out, that's going to be a clean cut at anyone with 12 wins or higher.
Right. Exactly.
And right now, so that means that Josh, Simone, and Daniel Altavilla are locked. Anyone who has less than 11 wins, unless we see a disqualification, something happen. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Unless you get some stream snipers up in here. No, I'm just kidding.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's very hungry Ippo. Yo, Logan, what's poppin'?
Oh, is Anti in here, bro? Let's go, Logan. Hello. Yeah, an unfortunate little loss here for Orbital. Again, you know, he played it out, did his best, but just it's not going to ever work out for Orbital in this scenario. Maybe, Zach, maybe you run a couple POW pads in Orbital.
Might work out.
Maybe, bro. Because maybe you might be able to just go to timer, at least in this matchup, right? Hello, Grimsley? Wait a minute, Zach. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Zach. There's no way. Zach.
The GX attack didn't happen. There is resistance, though.
Yeah, but he has Grimsley.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be enough. He's got the 3 energies on.
We are watching the crazy play. That is interesting. Interesting. Well, let's jump back to the casting booth because there's only about 3 minutes left in this round. One game left to go, and the game that is left to go is the game that we were actually just watching.
What is happening? What just happened, Zach?
So let's jump back into the casting booth really quick here.
Hello.
And we are back. So we saw that crazy game with Orbeetle. I mean, I think Orbeetle's a little bit more well positioned than we were used to used to seeing happening. That's one of those things. I don't know if I should play. I think ADP hammers and E-turn hammers are both very good. There is nothing there.
I'm just like put back, bro. Seeing Orbital beat a Luke Metal just now made my day. Definitely probably could have been avoided. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
definitely feel like that one could be avoided. It's one of those things where I try to talk nicely about some players. I think Christian made some interesting plays that probably led to their demise.
Looks like the last round has been put up here, Zach.
Okay, so let's see if there's any interesting games here, if anyone's actually playing it out.
Uh,
Yeah, so Rogerio is probably just going to ID Josh. Maybe Josh will try to keep out Rogerio. That is a Dragapult matchup. So, I mean, I think Josh, if anything, should be trying to concede or ID or just trying to get that Dragapult into cuts. Oh. Are you trying to poke Murph?
yeah, he's right here, bro. I didn't even know it.
Okay, so we see that there's Zekro versus Snarfinator, another Luke Metal mirror matchup. Now, are there any of these players that are streaming their games? I'll let you double check that, see if there's anyone who we could actually watch their game. I'd love to see one of these win-and-in situations. It's my favorite part about any of these tournaments, just because those are really the high heat moments, right? Like someone here may have wasted their whole night. Not wasted, but all of the efforts are doing, like, it's two like colliding forces. They're both trying to make top eights. I mean, I think it's a great prize to go to sleep.
Do you want me to check the people that are streaming currently to see if
see if there's anyone looking for Zekro, Snarfinator, Quacken in Space, Skaru. Looks like I'm just here. You can see that it's a little icy up here. But I know that Stefan said that he could not stream. So we're seeing
it does it would seem that little Spoo here is playing against Pikarom, and he's playing Senti. Might be a win-in situation. I'm not 100% sure, but we can go tune into that game at least, and just watch some game in the cut.
That's a game that we watched before.
That's a player we watched before.
Now, what was the matchup story?
It was Senti versus Peak.
Senti versus Peak. No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if we're gonna have any like winning in people who are streaming.
Sure. Okay, so we're gonna watch one of the games. We did try to reach out to a bunch of people. A lot of people are not really interested in streaming their games, but that's okay. Hopefully, we'll be able to get everyone for the top 8 to stream their games.
Yeah. We'll yeah. I mean, it'll work out when we're getting a top 8 for sure.
Okay, let's jump into a stream there.
Let's do it.
Be back here. So I'm going to update everyone's records here very quickly. Adam Gold is one of my locals here. I used to be on the same sponsored store as Adam Calamats. So
interesting.
Adam, it's table 9. So, I mean, I think they're playing for a top 16 spot. So if they're not playing for a top 8 spots, this is probably the next best thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing for the love of the game. There is prizing at top 16. You get the clout, at least, from making that sweet top 16 deck lists video that we post on the Chill TCG YouTube channel. But, other than that, you're just kind of playing. I mean, getting top 16.
Well, also those Dino data points, and I mean, the Pokestats points.
Yeah, facts.
This is a big event to make top 16, and I'm not entirely sure what it means for those Dino data players.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, saying you got top 16 at 520 player tournament, like, is
it's worth like 80 points, which is the equivalent of like, that's like winning and top 4ing like a Krolos tournament, for example.
Busted. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it has a K value of 32, which means it's pretty high. And that's for any event that has 256 or more players. So this event is ridiculous. Anyone in the top 128 is going to be walking away with 40 points. So
wait, is there another threshold? Because we should be above it, because we're above 512. So if that's how it works.
No, they're basically regionals are the top threshold. Maybe it's something that I've heard that you might be talking with some Dino Nada people. You might know who they are.
Yeah, I know Dino Dave or whatever. I honestly forget his name. Let me look.
Maddie talks to
It's
dinosaurs in his sleep. So
it's
maybe if
it's
they could add an internationals thing for
what is it?
512 more. I
Did I
mean,
say did I say Dino Dave?
I think you said Dino Dave. Yes,
It's his name's Raptor Brad. Raptor Brad.
Raptor Brad. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you're struggling to wrap your brain on it.
For
Marco's
sure,
asking,
bro.
Marco, one of our channel members. Shout out to Marco again for becoming a channel member. If you haven't become a channel member already, definitely be cool if you could. Are you going to prize the quick ball I donated in the next tournaments?
Marco, Barletta, yes. Okay, so I was gonna wait to announce this until we were about to move into top eight, but yes, Marco, phenomenal community member, great player, great guy, did donate another gold quick ball to next week's Chill Series tournament.
And if
So
you have any cards that you want to donate or any packs to donate, Maddie is very much a man for the community. So I don't
don't go
necessarily
back.
want to speak for
Yeah.
his events, but if you have anything extra, I mean, we have seen members like the Filthy Goats. Shout out to the Filthy Goat, by the way, for tossing us some tropical beaches out there. I know I donated this quick ball. I mean, if anyone else has anything to donate, Maddie will make a spectacular event out of it.
yeah, and that's kind of what it comes down to, right? I mean, it's we accept donations, but it's going to go back to the players, right? So if you're donating to Chill Series, you're donating to the community, and someone's going to win it based off of their hard work, their play, and it does make for a really great event, just like tonight's, right? So, Marco, the answer to your question, yes. Next week we will have a gold quick ball for first place yet again. It's going to be hot. It's going to be sweet. And I really appreciate everything that you've done.
That's it's crazy.
It is crazy. It really is.
So we're looking like Senna Scourge might be good here still.
Yeah, I think 6 energies on the Scorch with Big Charm.
7
Switching in
energies
here.
now.
7.
That's
Yeah,
a
with the KO
that's a
here.
thickie. That's a thickie. Thick with 18 C's. Senna Scourge.
And that's big KO on the yeah.
And that's going to be a
On the 2-2.
concession. So, I mean, really wish we could watch a game that's a little bit quicker than just a couple turns, but really looking like the list that Crollo came second with the other nights. I played against Crollo in the Try Hard Mondays. I was able to overcome that obstacle of a difficult matchup. But I think this list looks quite good. The one Big Charm, the Tapu Fini, the Pokegear version of Senna Scorch looks like it might be the wave right now. So why don't we look to find another one? Let's jump back into the casting booth for a second.
Sure. A very unfortunate match.
So yeah, we're gonna be watching. We're gonna be watching the downside of what I think is single strike Urshifu against Mad Party. Now, Bite
Well-
does do enough. Well, maybe it's not. I like the strategy of using Bite here because it is Dark plus 20, and it's gonna be hating 80 damage for the Poltegeist.
Right, and it's
So what might
actually-
look like a bad matchup actually looks more and more like a winning opportunity here.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting, right? Like at first glance, you look at this, you're like, it's probably not going too well for him, but you have 4 of these Houndours in your deck, right? So you kind of have to keep that in mind. Also, if you can set up, you can obviously put the scroll on a Urshifu VMAX and or even just the V and attack for 1 energy as well. So that's another viable option, I suppose, but still probably not a great matchup. We see the boss here, so he is probably going to be getting the KO on the 2-prizer here, which is tough.
I don't know how many. Like it's still pretty early in the game. That would have to be a lot of. It's weak, right? There's weakness.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, weakness is going to be a little bit of a tough.
But there are 2 prizers down on Yakiller's bench, so potentially, well, yeah, it's gonna be tough. I guess is what I'm saying. But it's definitely a viable strategy, I guess, in this matchup, right? Like, you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely interesting there. I don't know if I would have necessarily put down the Ursh. I don't think Ursh is necessary in this matchup, but maybe with something like the Crobat down, maybe that's something to knock out, right? Like the Dedenne, the Crobat, like there's opportunities here, I think, for this player, for Hushman to win. 10-4 for top 16. That's something. Let's let's look up here tournaments. Let's go dashboard. You want to update the standings here, Maddie? Maddie, are you there? So it looks like Maddie might just stepped away for a second. Hopefully everyone can still hear me going on here. I'm not entirely sure what you're going to need. I think 10-4, it does not exist. So you have to be 11-4 at the very least. So we'll have to see exactly what's going on here. Think the Houndour going after these Pokemon seems okay. As long as there's no 2 prize card Pokemon down, it seems fine if you ask me. So we're gonna see a knockout on the Poltegeist here. I would not recommend putting down the Crobat here unless we can get a boss's orders of some sort. It's gonna be really difficult here. So, I mean, if Hushman's able to go after the Crobat and one more single prize card attacker, maybe we won't see a response here. There's no energy on the Mad Party side. That could certainly be huge. So there's that energy. We're going to see that Houndour or Houndoom getting knocked out. Looking a little bit grim, but again, the HP factor for the Mad Party is going to really take over here. You have to see exactly what this Mad Party is doing. Anyone have any ideas on how to build an Obstagoon deck single prize with Piers and Scrafty? I'd say, Mike, that seems like more of a homebrewed idea than anything else. I'd say that, like, it's okay. Jump into the Discord server, which you could see in the events or in the description below. I'd totally check that out. And maybe some peeps there would be able to help you out. Huh. So we really need to see exactly what Hushman can do to jump into this game. I think it's really like the Mad Party's game to lose at this point. Like, in terms of things just going down, like, we're going to see this Houndour knocked out. We're going to need Hushman to get a lot of stuff on their turn to really, like, jump back to this game. That's really where it becomes super interesting. Okay. So there's the knockout on the Houndour. There's that Houndoom. Are we going to see a boss orders? Are we going to see another Houndour go down? Based on the list, I'm honestly not sure if there's going to be more Houndour here. Looking through here, looking at Hushman's list. So there is the 4 Houndour. So we're going to see a quick ball there. That is going to grab what should be the last Houndour, if you ask me. Not sure why it's a single strike Urshifu V. I don't see why that's really getting put down. And I think even the Mad Party Pokemon's like, what's up? Because they have Boss. Maybe there will be a Marnie of some sorts. Maybe we're going to see a Tower of Darkness play here. It's not over yet. But I think really putting down a 2 prize card Pokemon is what makes it really difficult. There's no way to draw multi-prize cards here.
What?
Is that a wild Matty Tate that I hear?
That is, yes. Unfortunately, My computer decided to restart, but
Okay, no worries. That's fine.
we're back. I assume you carried the load while I was gone.
No, I just decided to silent my mic and sit here and look up tips on how to stream snipe.
Yeah, I mean sounds completely
Facts.
fair to me. Yeah. So
In all seriousness, no, we're. I think we're really more watching like what's going to go on here. Yeah, there's that, and I fully assume that there's just going to be a boss. It's like magic. When a Mad
I was
Party
willing to bet.
player has a large hand and only a few cards left in deck, that's when you're going to see the GG text. Close, but I think really Hushman could have played it a little bit better by putting less 2 prize card Pokemon down. But still well played with the Houndour technique. I thought that was really cool against the Mad Party. Maybe it's something that will bring Single Strike a little bit more active. So why don't we jump over here into the event page and see exactly what we have going on. Do you mind updating the standings, Maddie?
You know what, Zach? I really don't mind.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that right now. We still have 9 matches to finish, but we'll update the standings and we'll kind of get an idea of who is guaranteed for cut at this point. All right. So it looks like yeah. All right.
So right now it looks like we have 4 players. Now, is it something, Maddie, that I'm going to start reaching out to these players here? Making sure that we can start getting them involved.
I can
don't know if
do
it's something that you probably know people's Discords way more. I'm not a Discord kind of guy. I'm not one who really knows much about Discord. But so far it looks like our 5 top decks are all different. We have a Luke Metal, we have a Green Zard, we have a Mad Party, we have a Peak, we have a Dragapult, and that's what we have going on for our 5 top decks. I mean, there's certainly a few decks up there that could be in top cuts, but we really have to see exactly. Like, Mad Party looked like it did quite well today. We're going to see if ADP can make it into top cut. That'd be another interesting one. But I think it could be anyone's tournament. Rapid Strike Urshifu really struggling in this current metagame right now. It was really top deck, but I think once you get up to the top, decks are just going to try to counter you. Now, if anyone here in the chat has any decks that they want to see in Top Cut, or any decks, if they're wondering why, feel free. I would love to tell you why I think they did not do well. It's weird to see. It's also nice to see a Decidueye up there. Decidueye finishing 11-4, just outside of the top 16. But we'll have to see where that's going. Let's look into the actual matches to see which games we're waiting on. So it looks like Stefan is going to make top cuts with Rapid Strike. So going in here, this is what we got going on for the one Rapid Strike that is going to be making top cut. Very much a standard list. I think the Cheryl and the Team Yellgrunt is really cool. I think that those are really cool things that can go into this list. And I like how clean Stefan's list looks. There's things that I question about it in general, where I don't know if Mewtwo is necessary. I know that Rahul, who's been seeing a lot of success with Rapid Strike Urshifu, pro player, as well as same as Stefan, cut the Mewtwo from their deck. So I think that's going to be one of those interesting cases, but it makes sense with the one of Cheryl, the one of Team Yellgrunt. I think those are very much bringing it back to kind of like 2016 Evil Tolly X kind of days, where there was just like these one of supporters that people would bounce back with VS Seeker to put in there. Hey, Yanlin, thanks for coming back. ADP was like 2 more than any other deck that I saw earlier. Yeah, a lot of players who are, the nicest way to put it, are not as experienced, kind of gravitate towards ADP. The fact that it also comes in a league battle deck makes it very accessible for a lot of players. Same thing with the Denes being on the ladder. A lot of players are able to just acquire those cards. So, really solid list. Yeah, thank you so much, Yanlin. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I appreciate the nice, kind words. I regularly do not host tournaments, but I do know that Maddie does, and Maddie deserves everything. One of the best members of our entire community here. I'm a Maddie simp. If anyone tries to harm them, whether you're another tournament organizer or not, I will fight you.
What's going on? Yellen, yeah, no, I appreciate it. The tournaments, they're It's just like a passion project, I suppose. You know, I mean, we just do it because it's fun, and the turnouts are fantastic. I mean, when you have 500 plus people playing, you tend to kind of want to go back and do it again. You know what I mean? So it's really a big thanks to you guys for sure.
1, 2, 3. Wait, what is going on? Did I do my... Okay, never mind. I did not do my math wrong. So, we're basically waiting between Snarfinator and Zekro to add our last spot into top cuts. So that is Luke Metal versus Luke Metal. So if we go here into what we have going on, we currently have Josh Sutherland playing Luke Metal. We have Rogerio playing Green's Dragapults. We have Mad Party. We have Green Zard. We'll have another Luke Metal. So 2 Luke Metals already. We have a Peak. We have a Rapid Strike Urshifu. And we have a Mad Party. So 2 Mad Parties, 2 Luke Metals, Green's Dragapult, Green Zard, Rapid Strike Urshifu, and Pikarom. What do you think about that, Maddie?
Bro, I think the 2 Mad Parties is interesting for me. Some things that I'm not too surprised about. I think that Luke Metal, it's never that much of a surprise for it to make cut. It's done it pretty consistently recently, but I do like that it's Josh has just taken it to the #1 seed. Green Zard, you know, again, it's newer. It's a little bit fresher right now in the format, but of course, no huge surprise to me based off of the GG Tour results to see it do really well again in this tournament. Pikarom, again, you know, it just finds a way. Urshifu, again, you know, probably pretty assumed that we'd have at least one, and I think Stefan is a fantastic player, so, you know, excited to see him play. And is that the Dragapult made cut? Is that 11 and 2 too?
The Dragapult made it, yeah, so...
Yeah. Green's Pult, I mean, it's
really interesting decks. If you could say any deck that you think would make it, which deck do you think is going to, like, is if you could just pick a flyer here
to win it, or
yeah, I think just picking a deck to like win it all.
I think Pult or Green Zard have, you know, I think it all depends on the matchups, but this Pult here with 2 Mad Parties making it, I think as long as it dodges the Luke Metal, you know, like if that Luke Metal were to lose,
sure,
and Pult could kind of steam through, because there is the Urshifu, 2 Mad Parties and Peak, which are winnable matchups for Pult. But you know, Pult's my choice right now. I'm going in with all in with Pult, but I think that Stefan might be.
I think Stefan might be going to bed really soon.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a valiant effort to be making top 8s. I think it's a valiant effort to be making phase 2 in one of these events.
Yeah.
I don't think Luke Metal's a good matchup for Rapid Strike. I don't think Mad Party is an acceptable matchup. It's probably unfavored. I think that Pikarom is a close matchup. I think that Dragapult is unfavored. I just think there's so many difficult matchups here. And I'm honestly not sure how the Rapid Strike versus Green Zard matchup goes.
Yeah.
I don't know how many reps that Stefan has in that one. I don't know if too many people have been testing that one.
And it's tough, well, because these Green Zards are running Big Charms and Heat Energies, right? With a Malilana thrown in there, right? So you got to think that, you know, the deck list is kind of primed and ready to kind of have a more survivability against Rapid Strike. Sure. Overall, dude, I honestly, dude, I think that the format right now is very hostile towards Rapid Strike Urshifu, since it did have a very dominant entrance into the format in the first few weeks of Battle Styles. And as I still think it is a really phenomenal deck, I just think that with all the Mewtwo's, the Mad Parties, people playing other lists, in like Luke Metal or even Green Zard, the way Green Zard's seeing play, people are just realistically primed and ready to face Rapid Strike Urshifu. And I think that it's just a tough time to be one of those players right now. But anything can happen, bro. I mean, it's all matchup based, you know, realistically, but 2 Mad Parties and cut is very phenomenal, and I do think that they have a pretty decent chance of winning. As long as they dodge that Pult, you know what I mean? I think that the rest of the matchups are pretty good for Mad Party.
Yeah, and I mean, one other thing, do you mind just updating the standings one more time?
Yeah, let me hold up. All right, there we go. Should be final.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think Josh is going to be pretty happy playing against the Rogerio Bombardelli
Dragapult. A second Luke Metal, Zach.
Yep, second Luke Metal. Yeah, so I mean, I think Stefan hit the Mad Party. Is playing Samo. Like, honestly, if I had any kind of hunch, I think that Josh is probably going to go pretty far. I wouldn't be surprised, though. Like, if you look at these players, there are quite a few strong players in this top cut. So, just to shout out players, Joshua Sutherland is one of those online tournament grinders, taking multiple online tournament wins, arguably one of the strongest, if not the strongest, online player right now. Simon Trottier is a world class player, top eights at regionals here and there, amazing player from Canada, also grinding out these online events, another one of these top eight appearances. Daniel Tavilla is one of the global elite players, one of the world's best players in the entire game. And here you are, you see him third with a unique deck in this event. Zekro, I'm not entirely sure of their accomplishments, but just by making in these chill events, that's one of those accomplishments itself. These online events during the pandemic, you can certainly make a name for yourself. In fifth place, we have Bart Musser. Bart Musser is a very good player, having a lot of accomplishments as well, especially in the online era of the game. With Peak Rom, they definitely know what they're doing there. Angel 22 Aranabar, I mean, Maddie probably sees that name all the time in the chill events.
Every week.
It's one of those ones where they are definitely a chill top performer. Stefan Ivanov, again, similar to Danny, one of the absolute best players in the whole world, coming from France. So it's one of those things where I think Stefan is just so good at the game. The fact that he's got so far with Rapid Strike Urshifu really says a lot about him. And Rogerio Bombardelli, again, one of those top chill finishers. Like, I don't think there's a certain, like, any player here that we could really count out. Like, it's not like there's someone who's like, oh, it's my first time making top cut, what's up? All these players are very, like, they're going to put on
A lot of great players, yeah. And it's interesting too, Zach. So we have 3 previous Chill Series champions in this top cut. We have Josh Sutherland, we've got Angel Aranabar, and of course we've got Rogerio Bombardelli. All 3 players that have won Chill Series events before. So 3 of them looking to become 2-time champions, and then 5 of them, of course, vying to get that first ever Chill Series win. Interesting. It'll be interesting to see for sure. For sure.
So I think we is it possible for us to get Joshua Sutherland to stream the #1 seed game?
Yeah, we definitely can get Josh here game 1. That is all but confirmed. I'm going to go ahead and say that we're going to take a break. So we're going to kick off Top Cut at 1:30, Zach, if that's cool with you.
Yeah, that sounds fine. We're just going to put it on the popular deck, so everyone stay tuned.
No.
Okay, we are live here. Just about to jump into Josh Sutherland, number one seeds deck. Luke Metal versus Dragapults. Personally, I think Luke Metal's probably going to be doing pretty good against Dragapults. We're going to have to see. I'm just going to also be tweeting out that we are making a Top Cut here. That we are about to stream in Top Cut.
I am also. All right. Super, super cool. I'm excited. We're going to get right into it. I do just need to check.
What do you need to check here?
I'm just going to see if Simone.
Yeah, find that. We're all good.
All right. Okay. Anyway, getting right into it. Joshua Sutherland here. He is playing against, of course, Rogerio Bombardelli, who is playing the Greens Dragapult. Going to be a very unfortunate matchup for Dragapult here. Not a whole lot that Dragapult can really do to be super effective against, or to be very effective against the Luke Metal deck. Of course, with the damage reduction, with the Malalanas, the metal goggles, it's just tough for Dragapult to kind of get any leeway in the matchup. Just doesn't hit very hard, and kind of one of those decks that likes to kind of chip away, and those decks don't typically do very well against Luke Metal. But what we do see in the deck is, of course, the item lock potential, which could be extremely powerful if gotten off early, Zach. And then that Gengar and Mimikyu could be phenomenal in the matchup. So we'll see. It could be interesting, and this is a best of 3 set as well, right? So anything can happen.
So I'm just gonna set up the time. I'm gonna set up the match records for this game because obviously the total record does not matter too much here. So we're gonna go that both players are gonna be 0-0.
Yes, sir. As far as I know, you know what I mean.
unless we missed a game.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm super, super excited.
I'm more than excited to see exactly what's going on in this top 8 cut. Lots of great players, and I mean, that means we're probably going to see some great gameplay. We certainly saw some non-stellar gameplay tonight. Not going to name any names, but I mean, I'm really happy to see some awesome gameplay.
For sure. We see the greens come out for Rogerio, but we do see the double Marnie in Josh's hand. So that's going to be tough. It's going to be, we can kind of guarantee the turn 2 setup is not going to be very definitive with those Marnies in hand. But getting this Gengar Mimikyu down on the board could be extremely important. What we could see is a Horror House, Zach, which might guarantee the fact, like if he's able to switch in Horror House, well, actually it's his first turn, but he's going first. But
you could get it for next turn. You could go for that 2 energy Horror House. And since Josh is not playing Crushing Hammers, I mean, it's certainly an option.
Yeah. It's just tough because the Marnie's in hand right off the gate for Josh is a bit unfortunate. Oh, actually, no, he's going second. So this is huge. He's going to be able to Horror House. He's stamping anyway. What is happening? Could we see this stream snipe? No, I'm just kidding.
We'll have to see.
That Horror House was pretty huge. I think it was smart anyway, just to kind of increase the hand size of Josh going into the next turn. And we see 5 trainer cards in Josh's hand. And the top deck here, next turn, so it was coding, but all right. So we see the Scrapper come out as well, Zach. So this could be huge. If we start to see the item lock get set up here, as well as, a nice big KO on the Zamazenta, this could be a huge turn, a massive turn. We see the research this turn. So maybe this matchup is a bit more in depth than I thought it was.
Maybe it is. I'm honestly not sure.
Because like the item lock could be huge. He has a Phoebe in his deck, which he discarded just now. And the power plant as well, which actually doesn't matter at all. But yeah, there it is. Solid 250 on that Zamazenta, which is going to be huge for sure. And the deck's got hammers as well. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. It might be one of the more intriguing matchups that we've seen all night. So I'm extremely excited to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it seems really interesting. Will Josh be able to utilize all those trainer cards in his hand? It looks like we're not going to be seeing a Full Metal Wall GX off, so that maybe the Gengar Mimikyu that I was like a little bit sussed out about in this deck is something that it might be a little bit better than I originally thought.
For sure. I mean, if that item lock comes out, like it's gonna be really tough for for Josh to really avoid big damage, on his Pokemon. But no, the thing is here is if we don't see a hammer hit or a fan of waves, which might be in this Dragon Ball deck, which I think might be. So here's the hammer, then that's head Zach. That's massive. That's absolutely massive. That means that energy is safe for next turn, for the most part.
Yeah,
right?
honestly, I don't hate this, and it just feels like Genku is just hammering away, just like doing damage, chipping away at that Luke metal. And I think Josh is probably like, honestly, Josh is probably a little pissed off, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, it's a best of 3 set, so you got to be a little bit happier about that. That capture energy was pretty huge. Gonna get that Zamazenta down the board, and right off the bat, we see another Luke Metal and potentially a Malolana to keep that boy in hand. And he's actually just gonna go ahead and pop it immediately. Probably the smarter play. Discarding the the Marnie, which is very interesting when we're going against a green stick, but maybe the more preferable play to keeping this into Caitlyn.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's going to be interesting for sure. I mean, Josh is playing it low and slow with his hand now. Will he be able to get set up with like a Luke? Oh, wow. This is absolutely real. I don't know how much damage. It's not going to be doing a lot of damage, to be honest.
No, but
it adds up. Like just getting it done.
Yeah,
2-card hand means the maximum of 100 damage, but
ooh, okay. So this is pretty big, right? We're gonna be able to discard that metal saucer onto it. Now this is good because you can sit the Galen and get the energy attachment this turn. We have the Malolana, which we're not gonna be able to use to switch, but we are gonna see him attach, and then of course saucer to the Luke metal.
Exactly, and I think utilizing that card, I'd like to see the tag call getting used and maybe wasted this turn, just so that there's not 150 to the Zamazenta, but it's still not getting O-code. So that's one thing to really watch out for here.
Right, and his list isn't running surprise box, right? Rogerio, that's not in this list.
I don't think so.
Could be huge. Could be a very important card if it were, but yeah. So it looks like the Zamazenta is going to be just living a hit, like for the very likely, and then Josh is not in that great of a position. We actually see the Jesse James, so he's actually just going to be discarding the Malolana in the tag call. But fortunately for Josh, he's got double Malolana.
I mean, I guess that's one of the good reasons for not playing the tag call.
Right.
Last turn, that would have been both Malolanas just gone.
But now he needs, of course, 2 other cards in deck to use the full effect of Malolana, or in hand, right? So he's not going to be able to heal the Zamazenta, but he is going to be able to switch into Luke Metal to use the full effect.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit rough, and I mean, I don't know if it matters here for the Green's Pulse to be losing those 2 energies. But I honestly don't know what else is in hand here.
He could just keep keeping onto a research or whatnot. Yeah, we'll see. He also just pulled something off the top deck. So if he has something really progressive in his hand here, the hammers off the Zamazenta perhaps, or probably the Luke Metal maybe. I would probably take it off the Luke Metal. But both plays are justifiable. Depending on what that last card in his hand is, this could be detrimental to Josh here, if it's a draw supporter or something of the such, but we'll see. Right off the gate though, hitting some early game hammers, which is clutch, right? He takes it off the Zamazenta, interesting play, and he actually just passes, so nothing crazy in his hand, but he does top deck the Zacian, so he could have Intrepid Sworded there, elected to go ahead and just attack for 50.
I don't know if it matters there because you're not 2-shotting. I would have liked to see the Intrepid Sword there.
I agree. I think maybe Josh is prioritizing getting the 150 damage potential off on the Luke Metal, and now the gears into the research just immediately absolutely ridiculous. And this Dragon Ball does do damage to the Luke Metal, and there's no metal goggles on the Zamazenta, and we could potentially see this Dragon Ball come in and start hitting.
Oh yeah.
Just hitting away. So super interesting for sure. Josh does have the Zacian, but playing off the top deck, man. Just playing off the top deck, and the GX attack is popped. But if Rogerio doesn't have a way to switch out of this Gengar Mimikyu, could be yeah, okay, so he just passes, bro. And we actually just see the tackle, which is massive.
Josh top decking. That's certainly been a huge. Getting the Guzma Hala to discard with the Cynthia Caitlyn. Oh.
Yep.
Keeping. Not. I mean, I guess counting the prize cards left available in game.
It's interesting. It's an interesting play for sure. This Gengar Mimikyu still alive, so of course, Rogerio has another turn to potentially try to find the switching option. which is probably really doable considering his hand size and all of the card search that's in his deck. He didn't attach an energy last turn, and he didn't even play a single card after the research, which is interesting. It makes me feel like he probably has a lot of other supporters in his hand, right? Maybe that was a reason. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. He's taking his time. He's probably thinking it through, but I got to assume yes. He's got the greens. Okay, at least that's at least that's something. I had to assume with his hand that big, he would have had something to go and look for some cards here. So the Fan of Waves is pretty huge here. He's going to probably take that off the Zamazenta, and he's going to be able to. What was the other card he grabbed? I'm spacing. I literally just forgot. It was Spinner. So he's going to be able to. Hopefully, he has a switch card in hand. And maybe he has a switch card in hand, but he held it last turn, Zach.
Yeah, I'm not
Just
entirely
knowing
sure.
that
Just waiting to see exactly what Josh has. I mean, I think there's been some questionable plays from Josh here. And I think there's been some great plays
interesting matchup,
from
though.
Rogerio. So it's definitely an interesting matchup, and it
He
could
may
be
not have-
something where Josh does not have the certain reps
Right.
here.
Right, exactly. But if we see an attachment to the Dragon Ball, which we will, and a switch into it, a lot of pressure being put on Josh by Rogerio here. You're putting 5 damage counters on that Zamazenta every turn. Even if he wanted to, he could potentially just start KOing the dolls, which might be even a viable strategy. But I think okay, so here we see the second Pult V.
Yeah, I mean, I think just realizing the prize cards, maybe you can bounce back and forth between the Luke Metal or between the Dragapults, realizing that Josh's deck has a very low damage outputs.
Wow,
But,
so he actually doesn't have a way to switch out, Zach, which is unfortunate.
I mean, that
and
can
we're gonna see
definitely be huge for Josh. Maybe Josh will be able to jump back to this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the double, energy here on the Zamazenta, and he does have Malalon in hand, and he's going to be KOing this Gengar Mimikyu, right? So you got to feel like no matter what happens, you can heal up with Malalana next turn, and you are taking 3 prize cards here. So all of a sudden, a few kind of draw pass type turns for Rogerio kind of puts Josh right back into the game. And I like that switch card in hand as well, so the double switch we could be seeing. Just a really good turn for Josh.
100%.
We'll see, man. It's still anyone's game, for sure. But both players are gonna have to get. Well, actually, Rogerio has to KO 2 Pokemon, right? Whereas Josh just has to KO this Dragapult, and that's a fact, right?
I think it's going to be 150 damage into. Well, I mean, that's not a Zacian V on the bench.
Right, you have to. You can't boss it. That's the thing, is right. So you have to. You can hit it for 60, right? But I think what your play is here is to ping it for 5, leave it with 7 damage counters.
Yeah, I think both players have some really awkward attacking metrics, and we're seeing that reset stamp. Looks like Josh just might get reset stamped out of this pretty good hand.
Yeah.
There goes that Malolana, but Josh drawing right back into it.
What is happening? He drew 3 of the cards he had in his hand.
Yeah, that's definitely some great shuffling there, PTCG.
Big hammer, though. Huge hammer on the Zamazenta.
Yeah. I mean, so far. Oh,
off the loop metal is actually crazy smart, though. Like,
is it?
I mean, well, yeah, because now neither of them really have any way to do damage. So Josh has to top deck energy here, or else he's just either hitting for 50 or nothing, which is really important in the long run.
Okay. I guess Josh is just going to top deck an energy.
Oh, Josh. Now we seem to see why Josh was the number 1 seed. I'm just kidding. It's tough, though, for sure, huh? And now we're going to see the switch Malalana. I don't know, he actually just attaches because he's safe, right? Unless we see a boss from this Dragapult, he's actually safe from getting KO'd. His Dragapult's shred attack to 60. So it's one of those things where not much that Rogerio can really do here other than boss.
Yeah.
And just but I don't know. Okay. So this is pretty important, right? Although Josh does still have Malalon in hand, so he can heal the Luke Metal, but the Zamazenta will be probably getting KO'd to the next turn or two. And I don't know if Rogerio runs any healing options. So yeah, we'll see what Josh top decks. Another crazy top deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's seeming pretty good.
It's like, get out of here, bro. Get out of my...
There's a reason why Josh is always in here.
I
Whether
know.
Josh brings it by skill, brings it by luck, Josh Luke Metal is going to pave its way to the front.
It's it's yeah, man. I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it's. I honestly don't even know what to say at this point. I think
I think we're just gonna see
I think we're
Josh
gonna
slowly.
see Josh win this game. I didn't. It didn't look like Josh was going to win this game, but I think
Oh
Josh is
yeah.
going to take this game.
After the stamp and the two top decks, Josh just still has exactly what he needs to win the game. He's got the boss or the Malolana. It's just okay. So here we see the. So this is something that Rogerio didn't do this turn. Next game, he might really look to try to get that item lock off early, and I think that's going to be very, very important.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, what a game! I don't necessarily know what to say about that, but
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what I thought going into it. So we're gonna put just gonna update this. So this is game 2. We have Josh at 1-0. And we have Rogerio at 0-1.
dang, brother.
So if Josh wins this one, Josh will be advancing on to top 4. So why don't we just kind of go in for prizing if anyone's interested in prizing. So how does the prizing break down, Maddie?
We'll look right into it. So, of course, with the 250 Battle Styles packs as well as the Gold Quick Ball, the distribution is as follows. First place, 1 Gold Quick Ball. Second place, 50 Battle Styles packs. Top 4 players get 30 Battle Styles packs. Top 8, 15. Top 16 gets 6. And then top 32 get 2 packs.
That's awesome. That is amazing. So Josh here starting off with Zamazenta. If I'm playing against a Dragon Ball deck, that's probably the Pokemon I want to start off with. Not going to lie.
I'm getting news here, breaking news, that Bart Musser, unfortunately seems to have disconnected from his second game. Very unfortunate for him. Anyway, okay. Just
I
dealing
think
with that real quick.
I think Cakewim's dealing with a screenshot.
Yes, I am.
It's always unfortunate, but I mean, that's what you get with online events sometimes. So I'll let you deal with that. I mean, we are seeing with that Gengar Mimikyu start, which I mean, in this particular matchup,
Very good.
it's good. But
We'll see.
In any other matchup, I think it's probably bad.
You're right. I think what happened last game. Sorry, one moment. I think last game, Ruggiero had that really hot start with a nice big KO early game, which was really good, but he kind of fizzled out earlier. Wasn't able to get the item lock out, and unfortunately, even hitting the hammers, Josh was able to kind of push through with his top decks and his draws. But I think that if we could see a similar start to this game for Ruggiero than last game, if he gets a little bit more fortunate middle to late game, we could see a different outcome. But I think that the game plan should be very similar for Ruggiero going into game 2, but I think we should try to see that item lock come out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're gonna have to see exactly how it goes. Maybe Josh could get off a quick Full Metal Wall here, just stopping the Horror House GX. That might be interesting. Now, I don't know, Maddie, if it looks like they might be still debating on that judge call. I don't know.
I have given my executive decision on the matter, and they will be replaying their second game.
Yeah, I think that's fair because like TCGO, like if the game has not started, that's fair. Like if you play a single turn or a single card, that's fine. But from what I understand, like Bart didn't have any opportunity. So
no, it was difficulties getting into the match, which is technically a different scenario than disconnecting from a match that's active. So
I think
we're all
fair.
good. Yeah, we're all good. And here comes that Horror House deck, that turn 1 Horror House. We see the Horror energy as well, which we didn't actually see at all last game. And I think the math might actually work out pretty well. And it might be pretty advantageous to have those horror energies in play. Um, Only 4 trainer cards in actually, yeah, so 4 trainer cards in uh, Josh's hand,
Three
but
of
he's
them.
got the
Oh,
doll
yeah,
in
there
the
is four.
active.
There is four. Sorry. The full art cards look different.
Yeah, I know. But he's got the doll in hand, so that's only 200 damage, even after the boss. But a little bit unfortunate. We do have the Malolana, which is the
Josh is
switching
there
option.
right with the Malolana. And if he
He's
discards
going
the
to
metal
discard, yeah,
energy,
and he
he
can
can
go
go
to the
right into
doll
Lily's
and yeah,
Pokedoll and get the Full Metal Ball GX off. So Josh continuing to run a little bit hot here.
yeah, for sure. Very fortunate, I guess. Little string of events for Josh here, but definitely going to be a pretty great play here. Kind of putting Rogerio in an awkward position, I would say, especially with that boss in hand, and even the Cynthia and Caitlyn. So we'll see. At hammers, man. I mean, Rogerio keeps hitting heads though on the hammers. Like,
Yeah, those
you
hammer
know,
heads when you're getting the heads, that's crazy.
I mean, I don't think he's missed, has he? He missed one, maybe.
I don't think so. I do not think so. But there's Josh with his 0-card hands. But there's Rogerio not really doing too much. Oh, and there's Josh top decking. Rogerio, if Rogerio goes pass again.
There's Josh top
Oh,
deck.
there's research. Okay, so Rogerio has the research at the very least.
Right.
It's not too bad.
And what an interesting game, I mean, I think I've seen 6 hammerheads, maybe 7, to be honest with you.
Maybe. Lots of
Going
them.
going back to the setup on the Gengar Mimikyu as well, like just attaching to it, which is interesting.
I think
But
I think I give up on the Gengar Mimikyu and just go
I,
right
I
for Dragapult.
yeah, I do feel that for sure. But at the same time, it's definitely your best way to do, larger amounts of damage. But we're going to see the Malolana come back in hand with the Cynthia Caitlyn. He's going to draw 3 into a second Malolana, as well as the energy. It just seems like Josh can't miss right now.
No, not at all. I think it's certainly one of those things where Josh is in a pretty advantageous position. I don't know entirely what he wants to get rid of. Maybe like Boss. I don't think Boss is really that necessary, to be honest, in his hands.
I don't think boss is ever going to be that important. Just considering that you're pretty content with Josh just kind of attacking and healing,
I don't know if
right?
he wants to give up those prize cards and go for an Intrepid Sword. Ah, the Malolana. I think Malolana is really good because it also allows you to discard other cards.
True. That's a good point. He's debating whether he should.
Well,
even
if Josh draws
Intrepid.
into triple things, wow. It is that's doing 290, or sorry, 290 minus 20. There's resistance. Sorry,
It's doing 300 minus,
272. It's doing 250 damage because there's
Yeah.
minus 50.
Which is again just unfortunate for Rogerio in terms of
Because there is the resistance there.
right. But it could be really nice to at least.
Oh,
What is going on?
that's like the equivalent of getting ratioed on Twitter in a game of
Yeah.
Pokemon.
That might have been
That
the
might
most
might have been the biggest deck energy I've ever seen.
huge. I mean, he's literally about to deck Josh down, like hard. So, this matchup is very entertaining, Zach. It might be like the most entertaining matchup ever.
Yeah, I
fought.
honestly don't even like that is a ridiculous. Yeah,
He just Josh just intrepided. He debated it and was like, I mean, what's the likelihood I draw into 3 trainers? Drew into 3 trainers, but not only that, Rogerio had the Vitality Band for that 1 extra damage counter that he needed. On top of the energy placement there, it takes a nice 3 prize cards.
yeah. I mean, I guess that's why for these green stacks you play cards like those one ofs, right? Because Rogerio seems to be packing a bunch of one ofs in his deck. Really interesting. Now, just for anyone who's wondering how the other games are going on, everyone's at least in their game 2. So we have Bart Musser up a game. We have Stefan Ivanov up a game. And we have Danny and Angel both tied with a win. So, very interesting series. We're going to I'd say fairly soon we're going to see some people advance onto the top 4.
For sure. For sure. I think that it's pretty likely, at least, that you know, we see Danny's and Angel's game end pretty soon here. Of course, this game, it can go either way, of course, but it's been pretty interesting so far. We actually see the stamp, Zach. Wow.
There are 5, so 5 minus 3. This is
He's got the vitality bent, so it's -2.
minus 6.
Oh, he actually just hits into
7.
the Zam, which is smart because you kind of want to get the damage off on the Zam, right? So we're gonna see an attack off on the Zacian. Again, not doing enough to KO the Gengar Mimikyu, but he is gonna go ahead and burn some of those trainer cards, which is really nice to burn here. He's gonna hold the Marnie, and he's gonna do a nice 230 to the Gengar Mimikyu, taking 2 damage counters in the process and going down to 200 HP. But we'll see what Rogerio does. A KO this turn can be massive for sure, but I mean, it's actually it's a lot closer right now than you would think, right?
It's a lot closer. I mean, I think that Gengar Mimikyu has been hidden in this game a little bit different. But when there's another reset stamp, Josh really needs to draw some prize cards.
There's no way he's doing.
So this is going to be -6. It's going to be -50. So this is going to be just enough.
That's what I mean.
This is a great opportunity if you're Rogerio to stream snipe. Be like, hey, what you got in your hand there? I want to use Poltergeist. All joking aside, we're going to see a disgusting knockout there. I think that might spell game. Josh, I'm sure Josh is realizing that discarding that other Malolana just from the deck really is going to be painful here, as he has to deal with just Zamazenta. And I honestly don't know how hard it is going to be get all those energies. There are 3 Metal Saucers down. We got to wait some time here. And a boss's orders alone on that Zamazenta, if you have no trainer cards, you really can't do too much. So it's going to be... I honestly don't know how this game's going to play out for Josh.
You're right. And I think another option as well is, I know Tool Scrapper's in Rogerio's deck, so if he can just start attaching to the Dragapult, or even if this Gengar maybe gets KO'd, he can always just go into Dragapult, find the Tool Scrapper, and KO that Zamazenta with, of course, the the damage counters being placed. But we'll see. I mean, he gets the Toughness Cape on Zamazenta, which is going to be pretty important. Another Goggles, which actually could be really important if we do... Well, actually, it doesn't matter, because if the Scrapper comes out, then that's going to be on the turn.
There's 3, so a boss's orders would win this game, right?
Oh, yeah. The Hammers, that's a Tails, actually, for the first time.
Rogerio doesn't know how to get Tails, so someone must have swapped in.
Gengar stamp, exactly, yeah, man. Jordan, I hear you, brother. I know exactly what you're talking about. So there's the greens. So I think here you're going to be... Do you go for the Scrapper this turn? Or do you grab it and just sort of wait?
I think you just try to get a boss.
You just grab a boss and then,
I think you just kind of vibe.
I think that's probably smart here. Grabs a hammer and another greens, which is a very interesting decision, depending on what's already in his hand here. So the hammer comes out.
If Josh does not have energies, Josh cannot really accelerate energies. Josh cannot use Zacian. I say, I think, this is really Rogerio's game to lose.
I think so for sure. I think those 2 grabs off the greens were interesting, but I think his idea is he's got 5 cards in his hand. I'm just going to be kind of chipping away. And we do see the Goggles in the hand. We see him top deck another energy. So I think Rogerio just wins this game. Of course, discarding a few of those trainer cards. But we could see the boss as well. That could be actually an interesting play from Josh. But
yeah, I honestly I don't know what was in Rogerio's deck lasting. I think Josh might just be conceding.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, even if you KO the Gengar Mimikyu, then that Dragapult just comes in, right?
So we are jumping into game 3.
Yeah, for sure. Going into game
I don't know if
3.
Josh really wants to go second in this matchup.
Yeah, second doesn't seem very good, personally. I think if you want to get that going first and get that turn 1 Intrepid Sword off, could be very beneficial for Josh. So We'll see if he
Especially
decides to
because you're
go
not
for something.
necessarily worrying so much about your opponent getting an energy turn one. Maybe he's
Right.
going to try to go for like that huge like full metal wall turn one.
And that's, I think, the best case scenario, right? Um, we see that he will be mulliganing, mulliganing, um, which is always interesting. But game three, man, you gotta love game three. Let me tune in and see what the other matches are looking like here. So if I go ahead and just give a refresh, so Simone and Stefan both in game number two or game three, sorry. Danny, Angel in game three as well as the game that we're in right now. So
Really close sets, probably because a lot of these players are very good.
I
Yeah,
would agree.
Gang Q is definitely one of the top 3 most annoying cards. That's facts. The reset stamps into not controlling your hand is really where it becomes difficult.
I agree. The top deck Marnie is actually pretty cool, huh? Um,
I mean, it's
and
okay.
the tackles in hand is pretty sweet as well. The Gengar Mimikyu does have the energy attached, but I think you kind of want to drop your hand size down. You know what I mean? Like I think you kind of want to like start playing some of these trainer cards. He's got 4 in his hand right now, but he's gonna burn one. Yeah, so he's gonna go into the doll here. I like this. Put the goggles on, all good stuff. And I think you definitely, I think it's safe to Intrepid Sword here. Just actually, it's probably not. But if he attaches and just horror houses here, it doesn't matter, I guess, right? So
Exactly. I think you rather draw those cards than not.
right,
But although
because you have,
it might stop your opponent from using Horror House. It all depends. Like,
he's got the energy in hand, so maybe he's just like, I don't know if I really benefit from it. I'm just gonna GX attack next turn. Luckily, Tails on the Hammers, that would have been very unfortunate for Josh, but we'll see. So he's gonna Gears here. Does find the green, so most definitely going to be getting the Horror House full effect GX attack off this turn, right? So could be pretty difficult for Josh here. But I think as long as Ruggiero doesn't have... Never mind. As I say that. So absolutely massive. And there's the spinner. Puts that Zacian in the active spot, which I find to be interesting, but I guess it's a bit easier to KO next turn.
actually, like the thing that it depends if Rogerio is able to find a boss's orders.
Right. Okay. And we see 5 trainer cards.
So that's not enough to knock out the
You know,
Leaf
that's
Metal.
enough. Or Zacian. Sorry.
It is enough to knock out the Zacian.
Yeah.
I do like
that
the
XP share.
experience share.
Yeah, I like that as well. I think it's really good in the matchup. Goes ahead and just grabs the VMAX as well to evolve into it. So KO on the Zacian, if we could see a hammer hit on Luke Metal this turn, could be extraordinarily good. We actually go for boss, so he could be thinking I'm just going to attack the Luke Metal this turn. But I don't know if it's a better decision to boss up the Luke Metal and attack it this turn than it would be to just KO the Zacian. I'm not sure.
Because there is that resistance too, so it's minus 50.
Right.
Like, that's a lot of minus.
Yeah, okay. So he just kind of keeps the boss in hand, just in case. But, I mean, Gengar Mimikyu is probably going to be your best bet for KOing the Luke Metal, though, right? Like, ultimately, like, you know what I mean? We're going to see the GX attack come off, the Zamazenta gets benched, and we're going to see the nice Marnie. Marnie's very good.
I might have wanted to see, like, a capture energy there.
I agree, actually, with that.
Like, I think it's better just to have, like, things like Zamazenta in play. But, like, seeing that Metal Goggles is not bad. I might actually say, like, I don't know. It's really interesting. Like, this matchup doesn't feel great on either side, but something tells me that this Gengar Mimikyu is doing a lot more damage to Josh than Josh is doing with it. I just don't know if Josh knows how to particularly deal with it. I think if there's anything that, like, this matchup looks very good for Josh on paper, and I just don't think Josh knows how to properly deal with the Gengar Mimikyu.
Did that Psychic Energy on the Dragon Ball just get attached, or did
That was
move
last
over?
turn, I believe.
Okay. I didn't know if it moved over because of the XP share, but I don't think it works.
I don't think so either. That'd be cool, though.
That would be pretty cool. Tool Scrapper is going to be clutch, though. Get rid of both of these goggles. Unfortunately, or fortunately, though, Josh does have one extra in hand, which is going to be very, very good. But now we see the Dragon Ball just pop off here. He's going to go ahead and get at least some damage off on the Luke Metal.
Still minus 50 damage.
Yeah, no, it's something, though. And the 50 damage as well off on the Zamazenta, which could be huge. I don't think you ever target the doll here. Maybe you do. I don't think it's worth it, though.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things where,
Oh, he's got the cape and the. Oh,
yeah,
he
definitely
misclicked. Yeah, and he
misclick because
forgot to.
he.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate for Ruggiero. That's gonna be.
But that's what you like. That's what you're gonna see at 2 o'clock in the morning playing Pokemon. It's not. It's not a
Right.
case of playing correct all the time. Like sleep deprivation is something that you have to get used to for these events when you get to this kind of level. Like if you look at some of the other players who are playing, Stefan is from Europe. Zekro is from Europe. They're plus 5-6 hours. It's now 8 o'clock in the morning. They pulled an all nighter.
Yeah, they've been ripping, dude, and that's that's sort of the commitment that I really enjoy personally out of these players, and it's tough for sure, but it just kind of says to how dedicated some of these players are. Zach, I do want to mention right off the bat that we haven't seen the item log come out at all from Ruggiero. We haven't seen.
I don't think it matters.
You don't think so? I think does it? I mean, does it? Because it doesn't stop the tool cards from being placed.
No. Well,
Yeah,
it would stop the tool cards from being placed. It's just Josh doesn't have a lot of bench Pokemon in this matchup. Like there's like literally Luke Metal plays some of the least amount of Pokemon available in game. So I just don't really see how the Omastar would do too much.
what does the Omastar do? Does it prevent
So
item cards from being played?
Omastar prevents item cards from being played from your opponents if they have the less bench Pokemon than yourself.
Oh, I didn't know that second. That second. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So that's probably why. Maybe. Yeah. So Fossil Bind reads: as long as you have fewer Pokemon in play than your opponent, they can't play any item cards from their hands. So you can still play supporters. Josh can still play Malalanas, but you can't play dual cards.
Yeah, that
Dual
makes
cards
sense.
could matter, but I mean, if you look here, like Josh just has less Pokemon all the time. Maybe Josh is purposely trying to play through the Omastar. Honestly, not too sure. I don't think it really matters here.
Yeah, I didn't know about that second effect on the Omastar, which is unfortunate because stopping the tool cards, I think, probably would be pretty clutch overall. But perhaps, definitely not worth getting it down. We do say that the Gengar Mimikyu is set up here with the two horrors. So if Ruggiero could potentially stamp this turn. Okay, so we see the Fan of Waves. Um, but I mean, yeah, so he's
I
just
think
gonna
it's
go
gonna
ahead
be
and
a
attack
slow.
and
I
move.
think it's gonna be a slow pug. It's 50 damage at a time. Like Josh has really limited cards in hand, but top decking a Metal Saucer could certainly be nice.
Yeah, I mean, I
Um,
think you can even just manually retreat if you needed to, but I think getting the KO on the well,
I
I
think
think you hold
drawing
up
prize cards here sounds quite good.
or not. Um,
With a hand with 0 cards, but I mean maybe
but the thing is here, Zach, is if Stamp is in Rogerio's hand, and we see a KO on this
this
Luke
could be
Metal,
gross for Josh. Yeah, if there's a stamp, Josh has 6 prize cards. So I mean, I think not drawing those prize cards last turn could have been a mistake. We'll have to see. Like Josh, obviously, like a Poltergeist is going to do nothing here. But there's a Greens Exploration, and that's going to be a stamp, I think.
so he needs 6, right? He needs 6 of these to be trainer cards. Oh, he's got the Phoebe. Well, I guess that doesn't could matter
The
though.
Phoebe could matter against the Zamazenta.
So unfortunately, only
So that's
3
going to be
here. So he's
150 minus 60, 90 damage.
yeah. Yep. So 90 damage, not too important.
That's a cute amount of
The
damage,
boss
though.
here.
I
I
Josh
think you
doesn't want to use Malalana.
do you ever
I
bench
think I
Sage in
would
here?
definitely play some cards out of my hand, to be honest. Drawing an extra one
Ye-
means that you're do. Well, I guess if you're getting
Um,
the knockout, that's fine, but there's also the Phoebe. The Phoebe's going to be going through. How
it's
does
going to be going
Phoebe?
through.
How does?
It
No, this
goes.
is one of the things where I don't understand how Phoebe works.
It's effects. So I think it does.
Does it go through
Not.
metal goggles?
No, I don't believe so.
Does it go through full
Yes.
metal wall?
Yes. So it's not doing enough to KO Zamazenta because it's doing
So it'd be
100
doing 130 minus 30, 100 damage, 20 damage short.
exactly. So I think. Well, I guess you could shred here, or not. Um, so I don't know. I think he might think it does, and I guess it does. So that's my bad,
Okay,
guys.
so 130.
It does it actually? Wow,
I'm pretty
it's
sure it
clutch.
goes through all effects, so that's a huge turn. Now
Okay, so it's
they're
anyone's
now a
game.
single boss away.
Single boss. we're also perhaps
I don't know how Josh really wants to deal with this. I don't know if he wants to play defensively with Malalana, go into a Trepid Sword. That might
I
be
think you
better.
do.
Yeah, I think
I
that
think you
sounds like a
definitely
pretty
do.
good idea. Not really worrying about the cards in hand anymore. Also, while we're updating everyone, Daniel Tavilla did move on over Angel 22 or Ranabar. So we are
Awesome.
going to see Greenzard making top four. Now he is going to be playing against the winner between Stefan and Simone. I don't know if he which one he actually rather hits. Not really too sure about the matchups on that one.
Yeah, definitely some pretty interesting matchups, nonetheless. So unless we see a, no, yeah. So it's gonna
We
be
need to
game.
see a
Is it
reset
game?
stamp or something coming from Angel this or from Rogerio this turn in order for
Yeah.
Josh not to win the game the next turn because Josh has the boss in hand to bring up that Dragapult if it goes to the bench.
I kind of, I mean, so I think you have to retreat out if you're Rogerio, right? But if we do not see any hand disruption here, so that's going to be
That
the
is going to be
game.
game, and Josh is going to advance on the top four. Now,
All right.
Josh is going to be playing against Quacking in Space.
Yes, sir. He will. He will be playing. Yeah. So he's going to be
So
playing against Bart.
let's take a quick moment since we don't have any other games streaming right now. Let's uh, let's just jump into. I'm just gonna fix this right here before we jump into it, so we're ready for the next round.
For sure. Do you want to go into caster,
We can
BC?
definitely go into casters, yeah. Yo, and we are back here in the casting booth. So we have Josh Sutherland moving on. That was a close game. Now, Maddie, I know it's your event. What do you feel? Because we have both players ready for their top four match. Is that something that you want to help expedite?
Are we? Oh, so both met. What do
So
you mean
we
both?
have both Quacking in
Oh, we
Space.
could play. Yeah, they could play. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, we
Um,
could start doing our top four while the top eight plays out. Then we
I
could
think.
jump into seeing exactly what's going on with Daniel Tavilla's game, um, as he waits for his opponent because he is able to stream his top four game. So this would give us the most opportunities for us to see the gameplay for the whole events.
Yeah. Well, I think we definitely want to watch Danny's game for top four.
Sure,
And I think that now would give us a good time to just kind of go over the bracket,
sure.
perhaps,
That sounds like a great idea, actually.
and just kind of talk about some matchups. But
So let's I'll switch that over right over here so we can see what's going on in the event page. So this is what our event page looks like. I probably want to exit full screen. So this is what we have. So Stefan is actually going against Danny. Simone is knocked out.
oh, oh, he just moved through. Okay,
We
so
just moved through. So this is what we have going on. So we have Luke Metal versus Pika Rom, Rapid Strike Urshifu versus Greenzard. I think Danny probably would rather see the Rapid Strike Urshifu if I ever
mm,
had a hunch.
mm.
Maybe, maybe not, but I think that let's just look and see. I know Danny's a player who's been streaming the whole event live, so let's see exactly the matchups that he's ran into today. He has beat a Rapid Strike Urshifu there, and he did beat another Rapid Strike Urshifu there, so going undefeated against it. I think Danny might be one of the only Greenzard players, so we can't necessarily look at the entire matchup spread for the archetype, but I do think that maybe Danny will have a good matchup, although Stefan and Danny are arguably the two strongest player in the tournaments
At
based
this
off the
point,
results.
yeah, I would say that definitely when it comes to just sort of overall resumes in the game, I would say so. Not that the other side of the bracket isn't great. Two really great online participants. That being Bart and Josh. So it's actually interesting because Danny and Stefan both pretty historically great players, whereas Josh and Bart kind of making a name for themselves more recently in this online scene. Bart is playing Pikarom, correct? So
Yep.
the other side of the bracket, we have Peak versus Luke Metal, which is always a very interesting matchup.
It's always
In
very
my
close.
opinion, it's actually pretty 50-50. It really comes down to if Josh finds his Malalanas in time. If he was drawing like he was last set, Bart might have a difficult time. But I think that Danny playing Greensard and Stefan is playing Party? No, he's playing. You know what
Well, it's Urshifu, Rapid Strike Urshifu.
Oh, so we have Greensard versus Rapid Sugar.
I honestly feel like this. I feel like Danny probably knows what he's doing in this matchup, and I don't know if Stefan's played this matchup before.
Yeah, and that's kind of the advantage when you're the one playing against a deck that is a little bit less played, and you're playing against decks that are more played. You typically have the advantage in that scenario where Danny definitely has a lot of experience playing against Urshifus, whereas Stefan might not have as much experience playing against Greenzard. But I think that both skilled players definitely, they're going to be able to adapt, right, and kind of infer the best strategies going in, Zach. So I think that it's going to be a really close match, and I think that we can get right into it. If you're down for it, we can get right into our top 4 match.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited to jump into that. So let's see exactly what's up. So jumping in here, looks like Danny's actually started his game with Stefan.
Yep.
Just
Yeah,
while
they're
we were
getting
getting
right
set up here, so we might have missed the first turn or so.
Yeah, it looks like Stefan chose to
Stefan
go
probably
first.
went first, yeah.
Yeah, attached the energy to Urshifu, and now we're on Danny's first turn here. We see the Volcanion start, so he's going to grab the tackle, the spinner, all good things that I like to see here. So no Welder on this first turn, but he's going to be able to get a nice Flare starter as well this turn, which is going to be pretty beneficial. And I think that, honestly, Zach, I think with the Malalana, the Heat Energies, the Big Charm, I really do think that Reshizard has a nice sort of, I guess, outlook onto this matchup, right? I think that it's reasonably considered maybe a good matchup, with those, with those sort of facts, I suppose. Although, was Malalana prize? I actually need to check because I don't know if Danny's running Malalana in his list, because I know that some lists were, yeah. So we do have the one Malalana. I think it might be prized right now, but I think that the Heat Energy and the Big Charm eventually might be clutch. He attaches the Heat Energy, Zach, to the Volcanion, which actually might even be smarter because it does protect it from getting rapid Gmax Rapid Flow KO'd.
Yeah, it's not getting cannibalized there by the Gmax Rapid Flow. So I mean, I think
Right.
these are the small tiny plays that the top players are making in
Mm,
the game, and the
for
small tiny
sure.
tech cards. People are like, how do they win? And I mean, this is really the case of where it's showing Danny's genius in the game. Um, I
I
mean,
agree.
I think Danny would definitely be like, I'm a genius, or something like that. And he's memeing and probably blast out of his mind. But uh, to be
Yeah,
fair,
he's
Danny
feeling.
is quite a strong player. And I'm sure Stefan is not
Ooh,
happy to see the heat fire energy. But
the
let's
boss though.
see. I think if we see a scoop up net here
Yep.
or a switch, Stefan
Yep.
is going to be hitting into that Reshazard, setting it up for the 150 plus the Gmax 120.
So Zach, I think what I saw on the last tag call off Danny was that Malalana was prized. So I
Malalana
think
was prized. Okay.
I think what we're really relying on here is a big charm off of this welder, right? I mean,
How many big charms does Danny play?
I can tell you.
That's probably a good thing to know, right? Like while we're looking at the list, like
Yeah. So
some cast.
Danny's running 2 charms in his deck.
Okay. So no charm off the welder.
Yeah, stuff.
No great
Um,
potion there. The great potion could be absolutely filthy disgusting.
that would have been also super clutch. Another card I forgot about, which is so good. Unfortunate though, for that turn 2 boss and kind of 150 on the Reshizard. That's where you're kind of, when you're Danny, like in retrospect, maybe you should have put the heat energy onto Reshi, but the thing there is like you gotta think about all the other outs that you have, right? So perhaps at the time might have been the best decision. Now, kind of coming back to kind of bite him in the butt, we could see a miss on an energy attachment this turn from Stefan. Doubtable for sure, but you never know. But it looks like this Reshi definitely in jeopardy of getting KO'd, and Stefan potentially taking 4 prize cards this turn.
Yep. And I mean, I think that Volcanion on the bench. Yeah, I think like if Stefan has an energy, that's 4 prize cards, right? We're seeing 3 energies knocked out, or 3 prize cards from the Reshi in the active, 2 prize cards from the Volk with the energies.
There's one switch, yeah. It is a best of 3 set, of course. And we see the doll. Okay, so that's actually huge that he even just has the goon there to ping the Volcanion. Needs one more ping, though, to still KO with the rapid flow. But again, scoop up nuts, and we see the Crobat for 3 off Stefan. So definitely an advantageous board state for Stefan here. He did just draw 3 cards off the Crobat, and we're going to go see the Calm come out. He's going to calm away the... I didn't see because Danny's clicking rapidly there. But we still have the Stellar Wish yet to be popped as well. So very likely that we see this Urshifu come back in. We haven't seen the second energy, but at the very least, we're going to see probably most likely a KO in the Rechizard, which is going to be very advantageous for Stefan. Kind of showing you the consistency, right, and just how consistent Urshifu really is in the starting position, right? I mean, when you get the Urshifu down on the board, you attach to it, and you have the Jirachi in the active spot. There's a lot of possibilities, from that scenario. And a little bit unfortunate for Danny to have the 3 bosses orders in hand, and not draw into more sort of, any of those cards that he could have used. Even if he had access to a greens or drew into the big charm or another heat energy perhaps or something like that, or the potion, could have been huge. But yeah, I mean, I think Stefan's in a good position right now.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a huge turn, but maybe Danny has not used Double Blaze GX. That would take all away Stefan's energies. Maybe he can get the attack off with the Volcanion. Danny's not too far off himself from winning this game or just jumping back into this game. And
Yeah, he
between the
can KO
reset stamps and all the juicy
Yeah.
cards that Danny plays, I mean, the Tapu Fini's not going to be pulling its weight in this matchup, or at least I don't. I mean, I've seen Danny use some unique positioning with the Tapu Fini in some of his decks, but in this particular case, I don't see it. But I think a lot of his decks are really geared more like late game and really powering those things up. So I wouldn't count him out here.
For sure. For sure. But I mean, at the same time, Zach, like you can't like one of these Volcanions is going to be able to finish off the KO on Urshifu, right? So I think if you're Stefan, you want to attach to the other Urshifu V, and
Well, you have to attach to the Urshifu. Well,
you know what I mean.
I think
'Cause
you want to
don't-
take the 4 prize cards this turn,
Okay.
maybe.
All right. Sure.
Maybe you don't.
I mean, that's
Maybe you don't. Maybe you just want to do the 150 and get powered up. Um,
so no
no
attachment
energy at all.
this
So I
turn.
mean, I guess sometimes you're just put into an absolute box.
Yeah, but I mean, still not a terrible position for Stefan at all. He takes 3 prize cards, but this Volcanion will be able to take 3 prize cards. And we'll see what he top decks here. It's a Welder, which actually could be huge, but it's a little bit unfortunate because no way to find another Reshizard, which is definitely what Danny wants to do right now. He's going to discard the boss with his Sinlin, grab the greens, draw 3 more cards. Okay. I mean, it's not perfect, right? Next turn, you preferably want a Welder onto a Reshizard, but...
What's
yeah.
going on here?
What do you mean?
4 Fire and Malalana prized.
Yeah.
How do I lose this? I'll go 23rd.
I'll go 23rd.
Okay, so Stefan's going to be up a game. I mean, he started this event at midnight, so I'm sure he's happy to make it this far, and it really shows his love of the game. So we are just going to change up our graphic here, make sure that we have it for game 2. So what are your thoughts? Do you think Danny's gonna prize anything a little bit differently this game, or I'm honestly not entirely sure exactly if it's a Fate Real matchup or not. Like, again, I'm not well versed in this matchup, so we'll have to see exactly how Danny sets up. That's a lot of energies, 5 of them to be exact. Very interesting. I'm gonna double check the other pairings to see. So far, Josh is up a game against Bart Musser. Stefan's up a game here. This could be over really simply, though. Like, as much as Danny's hand's not powerful, if Stefan doesn't get more than 1 basic Pokemon in play, it could be really bad for Stefan. Same thing as it could be really bad for Danny if Danny just doesn't really get much else. Okay, so there's a Volcanion. There's a Zigzagoon. Starting with a Zigzagoon, there might not be another Pokemon. Is there a Quick Ball? So he must have top decked that Jirachi. Either that or Stefan is falling asleep. Well, okay, so there's the air balloon going into there. And I think that's a fine play. Hopefully everyone's enjoying these great games. I mean, I think that it's always fun to watch some top players getting to play it out. Like, Stefan and Danny is something that you'd see at in international championships. And it should be noted here that Josh Sutherland actually moved on, so we will be able to stream the finals match.
Wow. Yeah.
So,
Sorry about that, Zach. I was just saving some children from a burning building, but made quick work of that, so I'm back real quick.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, sorry about that.
Yeah, you're all good. I mean, we're looking at Danny's opening hands. Stefan, I don't know if he mistakenly started with his Galarian Zigzagoon or top deck the Saving Grace Jirachi, but it looks like he's getting an okay start as long as he could find one of his 9 energies here, and he did find one.
Okay, there we go.
Danny's start, like, I don't think he wants to go for a double blaze here. Depends on what he top decks. The greens is
I think greensing here is actually preferable because you can greens for a switch card. You can attach a basic flare starter, and you have the heat in hand, and I definitely think you save the heat for the Reshizard.
Well, you can also just go for a great potion.
That's
or something
true.
else. Like, it's one of those things where I think Danny's like, okay, cool, chill. Maybe I'll just draw into the switch. If
you don't check your prize cards, right? He hasn't done that.
He has not checked his prize cards. There's no way.
Okay.
I think he's debating, like, does he
want
to go for the double blaze?
Could be really important with 3 cards in Stefan's hand. Like, if there's no draw supporter
or if that power plant just stops him. I think Danny's like, do I put down the Volk? I don't think you put down the Volk. I think you go double blaze. He committed to double blaze at this point.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. I think you're right. I think
you don't play down the Volk at all.
I think it's unlikely, honestly, Zach, with the 3-card hand that we even see a double switch. Well, actually, I forgot the air balloon's attached to Zig, which is pretty huge.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, it was a questionable turn. Let's see if it kind of works out for him, right? We need twin energy here, double rapid strike energy. So he has the quick ball for the Crobat or the Dedenne. So we need the VMAX. Oh, so he has the draw supporter in hand. So we need evolve and rapid strike energy, right? So there's the VMAX.
I mean, that's a good turn from Stefan. I mean, it's not probably what Danny wants, but I mean, Danny can heal and do Outrage or use Flare Strike. We're seeing our pal Cashman from the chat. How's it going, Cash?
Hi, Cash. Thank you for tuning in, my dude. I really,
Yeah, I really
appreciate
appreciate the support from you, homie. So there's 190. The martial arts dojo certainly making the numbers a little bit more difficult.
that. Ruggerio's in the chat as well. He said, "Hey, Mad, Ruggerio's here. Tell me, you tooths about the match that I lost. I'm not sure. Just retype that, Ruggerio. Word it a little bit differently, and I will.
I
Answer
can't see anything from Rogerio.
it was up a little bit.
Did
You can't see
I?
it?
I don't see it.
Oh, maybe that was a while ago.
Maybe.
I don't know, dude.
I think Rogerio's long gone to bed. I see Cash.
I do see Cash.
I don't see
eight?
Rogerio.
We're in top 4 right now, Cash, actually. Game 2 of this side of the bracket, where we have Daniel Altavilla against Stefan Ivanhoff. Very high-profile match. A little bit unfortunate of a game
3,
1 for Daniel.
2, 1. Really close on the time there.
Yeah, it's a little bit sus. But you know what? He's thinking the doll, which is interesting. And potentially tackle for Malalana here. Perhaps into... What do you think? So do you think we kind of force the hand, kind of stall with the doll,
it's
and
interesting.
Malalana
Like, I honestly, like... It's interesting. There's no, like... I
think if you're Danny right now, you really have to kind of calculate and determine what the best odds are for the decision that you're going to make, right? So if you Malalana heal up this thing, you kind of just hope he doesn't have like a boss like in hand, or like just sort of a way to like KO the Volcanion and do more damage to the Reshi start. But the fact that it has 190 on it kind of makes me think you need to Malalana it this turn. We're going to see the second Reshi bench, which is interesting.
I think Danny's struggling with a Stefan strong start, and that's all it is.
Right. I think 2 really good starting turns for Ruggiero said that at 119, yeah. So that was a while ago. I just saw it in chat, so I must have missed it. So I apologize to Ruggiero, but 219. Okay, so it was like 15 minutes ago, yeah. Okay. So we don't see him pop Malalana. He just kind of chooses to start setting up a second Reshi because he has Welder in hand and he gets damage off on this Urshifu. What do you think of that play, Zach?
I mean, I think it's interesting.
He really is.
There's nothing else that's to say that it's interesting or not.
For sure.
There's nothing else to say. Like, it's a matchup that I'm honestly not that well versed in. If I could ever, like, I'm just not well versed in this matchup, and I think that a lot of it's just Stefan is playing the best he possibly can for staying up for the past 14 hours.
Right, for sure.
Or maybe I'm doing that wrong. Maybe I'm doing it. He started at midnight. It's 8. He's basically pulling an all nighter. It's like 8:30 in the morning for him.
It's been about 8 hours. Yeah. Very long event. Very long event for sure. But almost coming to a close right now.
I mean, Josh already moved on, so we're basically watching like to see who's going to be fighting Josh in the finals. I mean, I know Danny wants to fight Josh in the finals, and I think we might just see. This is where Josh does best with Luke Metal. So he's either going to fight against an auto loss, in my opinion, or an auto win.
Auto win, yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be
It's going to be a sus game either way. That's going to be a fact.
Yeah, exactly.
Like someone like I mean I'm like as a caster, I'll be bloody honest here. I'd rather see it happen either way because that means I get to go to bed a little bit quicker. Like we could be going to bed in the next 30 minutes here, peeps. So I definitely grab your drinks now, grab your popcorn, grab your midnight snack. Go outside, have catch some fresh air or some not so fresh air, whatever you're looking for.
Wherever you're living right now in the world.
Yeah, 6 seconds. I think Danny's really trying to figure out exactly the best play that he could be making. Got to be careful though, because like just missing one beat is gonna like really get you there.
Yeah, you definitely cannot risk missing one turn to the timer. That's gonna be very, very important.
And I mean, it's not looking bad for Danny here. Like, I think Danny might be looking at it and like, I don't want to say that there's like a certain power by just like realizing that you have an auto in the finals sitting there, but I mean, it's certainly something that you got to consider, right?
Yeah, you definitely have to be like
Like
a little bit
power
extra
through.
motivation. Yeah, you got to be like, oh man, like if I win this, I have a really good chance of winning it all. So like this one's really important. And in that crushing sort of game one like unfortunality for Danny is pretty crushing, right? Because you know that you're so close. You have a really good matchup set for you in finals, but like just kind of unfortunately not getting what you need. Did we see a Cheryl last turn? I missed that.
I don't think we saw the Cheryl because there's the Pokemon
Didn't
with
he?
damage.
But didn't he attack twice?
No, I think he chilled. I think he decided to pass with that.
Okay.
Almost missed it. Hey, we're here, Jasmine. What's up?
What's going on, Jasmine? We're in top four, man. This is where it's getting good. We see the greens come out, so that great potion could be pretty clutch to have. But the escape rope also could be pretty massive as well. A lot of different outs. Like the thing is with these green stacks and all these different one-up options, and you really have to kind of quickly calculate what the best cards are, right?
They're definitely more difficult decks to play because you're making
Yeah,
game-altering decisions every single turn. With
exactly.
research, you don't choose the cards that you're drawing; you just draw them. You know what I'm saying? Like you deal with the aftermath.
Right.
There, he's playing the Danny Altavilla deck building game.
Right. Exactly.
This is interesting. Maybe we will see a Cheryl come down.
I think. Well, I think Cheryl was in the discard pile for Stefan.
There is Mewtwo.
Huh? Oh,
Stefan does play Mewtwo.
yeah. He's got Mewtwo.
I mean, I have a Mewtwo and then top
And
deck
a
into like
yeah.
a Dene or something. Oh,
Wow.
Danny's probably like Smash
It's probably popping off right now.
Next hitting.
I think there's no way you lose now. No?
I don't think so.
I think that turn was the
I think
definitive
you find
turn,
a way.
right?
I think you find a way to hit in, which Danny
Where?
has found a way to hit in.
Oh,
And
he's
if
gonna- yeah, he's
Stefan
gonna
now
double swing,
attacks,
yeah.
then outrage is Litz, outrage is fire, outrage is very good. And especially with Danny drawing +3 prize cards, I think that's really where it's at. I think Danny's trying to reset stamp, prove himself.
Yep. I think that's a smart
And
play.
now Stefan can also play, like, with the power plant in play, he can't play down a Dedenne. But if he plays down a Dedenne, I mean, he literally did not sleep tonight as far as I'm concerned. That
I think
Dedenne is
that's
going to get
also-
gray catchered.
Yeah, I think that's also a really good benefit of Green's art because Urshifu loves those Crobats, loves those Dedennes on the bench, right? And that's just something that isn't available for Stefan. And now we're kind of seeing where the benefit of running Green's art in this matchup is, right? From the start, I did say that Green's art had a better matchup, and I still do believe that. I really do. And if we see a boss here off this comm, he's gonna thin out. Oh, he's just gonna attack. I mean, that's probably just your best option, right? You might as well just attack. But why not
Yeah.
go for the boss? And we do see it. So there it is. We're gonna be seeing a game 3.
No, we're not seeing.
Oh, he has
game
to
3
double
because
switch.
He can't
Yeah, my
use
bad, my
Flare
bad.
Strike.
Forgot, bro. I forgot.
It's all Gucci.
That's fine. I mean, you just attack, and then what's the worst that can happen? I think you grab boss anyway, though. No, just for on the Crobat next turn.
Yeah,
Well, you can't attack. Well, you can outrage.
I think you just vibe out here.
Well, he can attack with Volcano, but he doesn't have switch. Could have been an interesting option, no?
Oh, he could just also retreat.
Yeah,
But the retreat doesn't do enough. Like, he's 1 energy short. So, I mean, there's a lot of
Right.
plays.
but I think we're just gonna chill because we're in a good position.
Yeah, exactly. I think Danny's just like, cool. 30 damage to the Zigzagoon. Stefan, let's see what you got.
You know, Zach, with the heat energy and the big charm on this Reshi, it's pretty much just like almost like an Eternatus with a massive HP count and just consistently hitting for big damage. I think that this is a very powerful sort of combination. When you put extra HP on a Reshizard, it's kind of a menace. We see a Marnie out of the boss, and that Jirachi's now in the active spot. So, and I still think Stefan's kind of locked up here in a difficult position. We see the double calm as well for Danny, the 21 card deck. So potentially we could see it right here off the double calm. Let's see it. Boom, there it is. And going into a game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, and let me just update that really quickly for everybody.
100%. Jasmine, very interesting to see Reshizar doing well. I mean, pretty good meta call right now. I think Green's decks like have been really
Underrated.
good. Yeah, they've been super good since Battle Styles came out, and I think that Green Zard is a classic, but a very, very good version of a Green deck. So, I think that I don't know. I don't know what else to say other than I've been pleasantly surprised by how dominant Green Zard has been. I mean, we could potentially see it take this tournament. If Danny wins this game, very high chance that he takes home the dub. And that gold quick ball might just add to Danny's collection. I think he already has a play set, but hey, a gold quick ball is a gold quick ball. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Maybe he'll donate it to Chill Series number 29. I'm just kidding. We all know Danny's not going to
Maybe
do
he'll
that.
trade it for some other bling cards. Like I'm sure there's got to be some cards that he's missing, and it's certainly good to
Doesn't
have
have
cards like that.
doesn't have gold fire energies.
That's
So
I mean, it's an interesting hand for Danny. I mean, he can't lose on the first turn because Stefan can't do anything beyond strafe, as far as I'm concerned. But
I think a top deck tag call here might be absolutely insane. But going second for Stefan here, interesting decision.
probably to shut
Because
off the Volcanion and shut off
yeah,
the greens and the
yeah,
welder and all that good stuff. I think Stefan is he's playing quite well for a person who got very little sleep.
for sure. No, I agree with that for sure. I mean, I think that Ursula likes to go first, but I think that Reshizard, Queensard would definitely rather go second, more so. So I think Stefan made the correct decision.
Exactly.
Jasmine says he's missing Unbroken Bonds promo Volcanions too for more, so that's
Yeah, I mean
something.
those cards are clout. I got my place out of those ones. I really like all the promo arts whenever possible.
Yeah, we know Zach. We know.
Ooh,
Oh man, almost at 3.3 subs for you, by the way. The
that's
stream's been
really
pretty.
exciting.
Yeah,
Going, that's a pretty good day. We are haven't gained any more subs in a little bit though. Sitting at 32 at 90. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel, we've got 102 people watching at like almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and totally be appreciated. Maybe we got to run some chill bling energy tournaments.
if somebody gave me there's a full playset of gold energies, can you imagine? I mean, that might be the most expensive thing to like for a full playset, like to collect, right? Like imagine if you have it a full, playset of all of the gold energies. Like, is that not absurdly expensive?
I think so.
Where did those come out of, by the way?
They
Those
came
were
out of
secret.
various sets just as like random secret rares. The same way that like you could pull like an octillery, but it looks like they're bringing them back at some points.
Yeah, I think they're coming in Chilling Reigns with a set after, I believe, which is pretty hype.
9 a.m. in Europe over here. Yeah, I mean that's what I was saying.
Danny,
We're gonna start seeing the.
unfortunate hand for Danny. Very, very tough. Nothing off that welder. We're just gonna see him flare starter to himself. Looks like a very unfortunate game three for Danny.
Yeah, he would, as Danny would say, his life is unfortunate.
Yeah, and oh well, he's gonna just do it. Yeah, there's a switch.
Yeah, there's a
Um,
switch. Okay,
all right.
and we are gonna be moving on to the finals. So let's I'm just gonna get this set up while we're on this screen. Unfortunate for Danny.
I'm going to set up the grand finals match recording as well.
Sure.
Damn. We live?
We are still live. Just 1 second.
You're good. I haven't checked Twitter at all. I'm sure I have. Yeah, okay. 50 notifications on Twitter. Okay. All right.
And we're just gonna switch over to some popular decks while we get our final setup. So stay tuned, everyone. You probably have a couple minutes to grab yourself a snack. I'm probably gonna grab myself some Tums, a Tylenol, and maybe a Diet Coke. BRB. And here it looks like we're going live.
All right, everybody. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the grand finals match. Chill Series number 28. 520 players. All comes down to this one grand finals match. It was a long event tonight. As we record this, it's about 3 in the morning. Both players stayed up very, very long. But big congrats to Joshua Sutherland for making it to finals here with his coveted Luke medalist, as well as Stefan Ivanhoff for making it here with Rapid Strike Urshifu. Both phenomenal players. And I'm really excited to get into this. We are streaming this live for over 100 people right now on Zach Lesage's YouTube channel. But I am recording this right now for the Grand Finals VOD, which I'm very excited for. Oh, no, I forgot to click record, Zach. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm doing it again. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. It's Matty here from Chill TCG. We're in the Grand Finals match, Chill Series number 28. 520 players. All comes down to this one Grand Finals match. We have Joshua Sutherland playing Luke Metal versus Stefan Ivanhoff playing Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. We're streaming live for over 100 people right now on Zach Lesage's YouTube channel. And he is here, of course, to cast with me. What's going on, Zach?
Yo, what's poppin'? How's it going, everyone? So, as Maddie's doing it for everyone to watch as it was recorded, or I guess pre-recorded, or however I should put it, and we're watching it here live, so if there's any discrepancies on us giving a shout out to someone or anything like that, or anything going on with that, it's just because we are live. So feel free to check out the channel at Zach Lesage PTCG. I frequently collaborate with Maddie, really good friends, especially like on our podcast, The Yell Horn. So I mean, I think this matchup's going to be, I'd say interesting, but I'm not sure. I think anyone going into it would say that it's instantly in Josh's favor.
Yeah, I mean, personally, right off the bat, that's kind of what I'm feeling as well. I do think that with the Malalanas and the fact that Urshifu does kind of like to chip away for 150, 120, just kind of that play style is something that Luke Metal kind of is okay with, right? With the Malalanas, Cynthia Caitlins, as well as the damage reduction. I do think that Lucario Metal has an advantageous matchup, right?
Well, even the fact that it can't even attack the Zamazenta is probably a good
that's
thing.
true. The Zamazenta
I think if Josh just goes with a thick Zamazenta here, it really forces Stefan to deal with Rapid Strike Urshifu as a V before it turns into a V Max.
Yep. And it's another thing, too. I mean, Luke Metal doesn't even play Crobats or Dedenes, right? Or at least he shouldn't. Josh doesn't. So that's going to be another thing where Urshifu does struggle to kind of boss things up and take some prize cards. Right off the gate, we see Zamazenta here with Toughness Cape. He's going to capture energy, put the Zacian down, and grab that Luke Metal, put it down as well. He's going to put the goggles on Luke Metal, and he's going to Intrepid Sword for 3. Doesn't grab any energies, but you know what? Josh is probably pretty fine with that. He's all settled for the long game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's a couple factors here too, and I mean Josh is in Eastern time zone, so I mean he's been playing this event since 6 o'clock, so going on for 9 hours round at this point. Stefan's from France, so European time zone. So Stefan's like, yep, let's start the tournaments at midnight. So I don't know if anyone's ever played in those like coffee cup tournaments. I know Maddie and I have had a couple like late night Fortnite sessions back when they were running them. So
times.
I've never joined I've never played 18 rounds starting at 3 o'clock in the morning or like 12 o'clock at night. So it's kind of crazy. But I think
definitely some dedicated players, which obviously means a lot to us. And like I said, 520 people came out this week for this special Chill Series event that Zach and I, had the privilege of running and supplying the prize pool for, and of course live streaming. So, it's awesome. It's crazy to me though, Zach, that people do come out even with the crazy time zones and the long tournaments, that they're still dedicated in playing in Chill Series events. It means a lot.
Yeah, no, I'm super happy with everyone showing up here, and even like the amount of viewers that we have at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I know there's different time zones, and like we got all the people from Asia and Europe watching right now, and I mean the dedicated people from the Eastern time zone who are like gonna have a really terrible Thursday, gonna need an extra shot of espresso in that coffee, but we'll see exactly how this matchup goes. Like right now I'm just messaging some of my friends, seeing exactly what their thoughts on the whole matchup is. Maybe they play the matchup a little bit more, because to my understanding I think Zamazenta is just gonna really I think Zamazenta is really gonna be the bane of existence here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zamazenta is such a good card And it's a card that gets much better even after rotation as well. I think that Zamazenta is extremely useful in Luke Metal, but you gotta feel like this card only gets better with time, especially when rotation happens in September and Tag Team and GX Pokemon rotate as well. Kind of going to be very meta defining. But for right now, in this matchup, almost the most important card that one could be playing. Um, but we see the boss come out, so we could just see maybe a nice little attack here, a little Gale Thrust into the Luke Metal. But whiffs the switch or decides not to, and we're going to go ahead and see a pass here. And Josh, he's going to just feel free to go back into this Luke Metal with a switch, attaching it to the Zacian, put that doll down, KO the Dedenne for 2 prize cards, and he's sitting pretty in the active spot with his 280 HP Zamazenta V. So definitely tricky if you're Stefan right now.
Yeah, and we're just cutting from the chat here. Santiago Garcia, shout out to Peru Pokemon Circuit. Shout out to Peru. Peruvian food is some of my favorite food in the world.
Yeah,
never had a chance to go to Peru, but I've gone to South America plenty of times, Sao Paulo, Brazil, and stuff like that. So cool place. Love South America.
For sure. I mean, Peru.
Oh, no Phoebe.
Marnie.
Sorry, I just want to double check to make sure there's no Phoebe.
Peru, phenomenal Pokemon players as well. Angel Aranbar was somebody who did make top cut. I believe they are from Peru as well. Just a lot of great Peruvian players that seem to just, always seem to do pretty well at Chill Series events. So big shout out to Peru. But
South
for
America
right now,
became like, if there's any like continent that I think is very good at online events, definitely say South America.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's just a lot of great players from South America that probably didn't get too much of a shine. Up until sort of this online circuit. We see Stefan here. He goes for the Gmax Rapid Flow, just hitting the 2 guys on the bench. Going to be your best decision, right? Because you can't actually just attack the Zamazenta, but discarding the energies in the process. And we see him attached to the Luke Metal, so a GX attack could be coming next turn. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and just Assault Tackle right into this big 3 prize.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where Josh has it set up for the Luke Metal to discard the energies off from the Urshifu if it does not evolve. And I mean, I think it's one of those things where Stefan's pretty trapped. I mean, I don't know if they're going to put on a show because they are streamed in the finals and they know that Maddie's recording the video. maybe they will. I mean, for me, I'd probably value sleep. I'd flip over my GX and go big sleep GX.
Yeah. I hear that.
I don't care about the slow. So it should be noted here, Stefan does not play Phoebe. The 2 techs that I was thinking of, Stefan plays Cheryl and Team Yelgrens. I mean, Cheryl could see some value in here. Because Josh is not really going for those big knockouts. Team Yelgrunt might be able to slow down Josh a little bit. But reasonably, I just think that
it's an interesting tech.
Josh is just going to take away as many energies, take away opportunities, try to go for advantageous knockouts with Zacian. And I think Josh chose the 3 perfect Pokemon and is probably not going to bench anything else unless, of course, we see another Zamazenta V.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think that Stefan making the right play, right? You kind of have to go into the Urshifu V, hit for the 150 on the Zamazenta. Probably the correct play, but again, not at the best option, even considering that now you just get GX attacked. I think you have 4 or 5 energies in your discard pile, and Mallow Liners are still primed and ready in Josh's deck to just find them and draw into him. The Escape Rope comes out, but that doll is there luckily, and Josh is just going to be able to go into the doll here. And Stefan, again, in a pretty bad position. I think that the Zamazenta is huge, but at the same time, right?
I think this game is really just dictated by Zamazenta and then stopping anything else. And I mean, we can make banter about anything else that's going on in this game. I don't think Stefan is going to, I don't think Josh is going to let anything else get knocked, bring anything else down. Stefan can draw those 5 prize cards between the Lucario, Melmetal, GX, and the Zacian on the bench. I don't think Josh really cares. I think he's like, I got a Zam, homie.
100%. I think that Zam is like your anchor, right, in this matchup. And we see Josh just attacking with the Luke Metal because, of course, in 2 cards' hands, in Stefan here, he would have to double switch out and even KO this. And he's not even KOing this Luke Metal, right, because he's only doing 90 damage, which is really important, as well as kind of having that full energization primed up, putting on the pressure. We are going to see the Marnie come out from Stefan here, and he attaches to the Urshifu V, but it's just going to be an uphill battle the whole way. And this is sort of why I think a lot of people were running Phoebe and Urshifu, because it does struggle with Luke Metal, and I think that Phoebe can help.
It all depends if you play the Mewtwo or not. I know a lot of the modern lists, such as Rahul's, who was in the Chill Finals, I think, last week with Rapid Strike Urshifu. It's one of those things. I don't think he played the Mewtwo. I think a lot of lists are cutting out Mewtwo. Stefan is still playing the Mewtwo because of some of those one-of techs. So it's really one of those things, is it going to matter? But we're going to see Stefan take a prize card here with Gale Thrust, or 3 prize cards, that is.
Oh, it is doing enough. All right, I don't know how to do math, guys.
There's enough on there. I mean, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, man. Math's not necessarily have to be our strong points. But there's Josh going to be taking 3 prize cards there.
It's something. I mean, it's something, right? You got to think that Stefan, he's making the effort. This Zamazenta does have some damage counters onto it, and potentially, well, I mean, it's tricky for sure.
I think
you definitely
as long as Stefan does not play, like, basically right now, Josh has the game completely locked up from a checkmate board, regardless of Zamazenta, as long as Stefan does not play his Marnie. There's no reset stamp. He has to basically play one of his 3 Marnies.
Yeah.
Because Josh can just go Mallow Lana and knock out that Zamazenta.
Right. And I think it's another thing too.
Rapid Strikerish.
Right, and if you do KO the Zamazenta with with the Rapid Strikerish VB, you get the Zacian to come in and KO it. So kind of one of those soft lock situations. Down 2 Marnies, Stefan is. The Jirachi Stellar Wish just came out, but again, uphill battle. The odds are not in Stefan's favor, and I think that Josh has played this matchup pretty properly. Probably has a lot of experience, I would say, playing Luke Metal religiously since Battle Styles came out, and has probably fought in a few Rapid Strikers Shivus in the past month or so. So I think, making all the right decisions. We see the Calm come out, getting rid of that Mimikyu, not necessarily useful in this matchup at all. And I didn't see what he grabbed there, but puts the energy on. And we see the Dojo.
Yeah, I mean...
Could be huge, though. I mean, is the Dojo doing enough? So you're doing 190?
190 minus 60 is 130, so that is enough.
Okay. It's interesting, for sure.
I mean...
you can KO the Zacian and potentially have a chance, but we have the Malalon in hand without any hand disruption. Definitely not going to be very likely. But the Dedenne comes out, Zach, so if we see Marnie switch... Stefan's back in the game.
I honestly don't see it. I think Josh just sends up his Zamazenta and it's like, cool. I have a Pokemon with 30 on it. I'm going to remove your Rapid Strike energy, hit you for 130, word. Or I'm just going to attach a Metal Energy and boss up a Jirachi. Either or.
Well, if the Marnie came out,
right there. Like Josh just has game in hand right now as I'm looking at it.
Yeah, this is game. But I mean, if we did see the Marnie from Stefan and he kind of, disrupted... Josh's hand, got rid of the Malalanas, the bosses, and then he could have had a chance, but didn't happen. So there it goes. That's going to be game number 1. Swiftly going to Josh. Stefan did put up a good effort, took 5 prize cards, but, I think both players played it very appropriately, played it very well. But I think that the lack of Phoebe in Stefan's list is going to come back to haunt him here in the Grand Finals match and potentially could be a key reason. Did you see Josh's lists, Zach?
Josh's lists?
Look at, he's got 1 deck.
Okay. I mean, I guess it works for him.
Wow. Going into game 2 here, though. Going into game 2 here. I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited to see how it unfolds. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible for Stefan to win, right? It's just not a great scenario, and another Zamazenta is going to be phenomenal, as well as the tackle, switch, and energy in hand. All great things that you like to see if you're starting off this game. If you're Josh starting off this game, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. Starting with Zam is really just the best thing you ever could ask for in this matchup. And as long as you're able to get it set up and see something else. So we got a question. Mariano, is this live? Can't the opponent watch this and see his hands? Well, Stefan is one of the utmost respected players in the game. And there is a slight delay when it comes to the stream. So not really any advantage. So, I mean, technically in a world, Stefan could turn over to the stream. But we are watching our viewers.
Yep, we're able to see who's watching first and foremost.
And I think Stefan's he's trying to keep his eyes open in his own game because it is currently like 9 o'clock in the morning for him. I think he's maybe Uber eating some breakfast or something like that.
Yeah, he's ready to eat breakfast right now. That's what he's ready to do. After this game, he's gonna stretch his legs and get one of those crepes or whatever French people eat for breakfast, and he's gonna go about his day. Getting second out of 200 or 520 players. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. The 2 energies immediately on the Luke Metal here, Zach. And he's going to switch right into it. And Intrepid Sword.
I don't know if I like the switch there, to be honest. Maybe it just gets for the boss's orders, but I don't know.
It's interesting.
It's interesting. I mean, I think Josh is a combination of knowing what he's doing with Luke Metal, and anytime it seems like he makes a mistake, he is not punished by it. His deck seems to just work for him in ways that we might not even understand.
Yeah, it looks like Josh might have slid some money to TPCI to kind of affect the programming for his account specifically, which I guess works out for him. No, I'm just kidding. Josh, in previous games, which of course we aren't recording for the YouTube, but if you were watching the live stream, especially against that Green's Dragapult, Josh was drawing like an absolute mad lad. It was phenomenal. I've never seen anyone draw like that, especially in a top eight match in a matchup like that. It was just super crazy to watch. But Stefan here, I mean, we've got the VMAX out here in kicking. He's got the rapid energy onto it. And potentially we could see some damage come off, right? We could see a rapid flow. We could just see, a Gale Thrust into the Luke Metal for the 120 damage. But, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I think maybe just going ahead and rapid flowing the two bench Pokemon, although you can't hit Zamazenta, so that's, I guess, not too viable. But we'll see what he decides to do here. The Zigzagoon is pretty interesting.
I mean, the Zigzagoon, hopefully Stefan does not put it on the active, because the Metal Goggles would certainly prevent that.
Yeah, Stefan knows better.
Yeah, he definitely knows better, even being a little bit sleepy. So
yeah, I would I would definitely agree here. He's going to go ahead and attach to the Urshifu V here and just go ahead, opts for the Gale Thrust. Solid 120 on the Luke Metal. But, of course, the tag call in Josh's hand. He's like, hey, Malalana, what's up? Like, we're
yeah,
just
exactly.
going to go in.
Always healing, always doing some kind of shenanigans here, and
Yeah.
can just go back into it and GX attack if he really wants to. I mean, I don't think he even wants to GX attack.
I think,
I think
he is.
He might go for GX attack. He might also just
Oh,
go
he
for
might.
Steel Fist.
True.
Okay,
I
he's
think
going to go for
GX
that. I mean, that. So one thing that he did differently about this game compared to last game is he GX'd the Rapid Strike Urshifu V. So the fact that he's going against the V Max, something that I don't necessarily think is a threat, might mean that his Rapid Strike Urshifu V might be able to attack into that Zamazenta.
Right. Exactly. And it's these are decisions that you typically kind of make right in the swing of the game. As we just saw in game one, Stefan may be trying to take a different approach, which I think is probably a smart decision.
Because
but
first game did not win. Like, one thing that you should notice is, like,
Right.
of a top player, they will change up their approach if they did lose a game, or they're either going to go for something because they lost a game for a specific reason, right?
Right,
If you try to do
exactly.
the same thing every single game, and you're coming to the same result every single game, it's probably going to be the same result every single time. So Stefan's going for more of a unique win condition.
Right, and I think that that's fair. I mean, I think when a matchup like this, when you're unfavored, you kind of have to think outside the box, and you really kind of have to try some things that are perhaps not the standard.
Exactly. I don't disagree with that. Take it all, but we're probably going to see another Gale Thrust here plugging in for, what is it, 150 minus 60 now, which is 90 damage. Oh,
Well,
okay, so we're going to see this doing 120 to the Zacian.
Yeah.
So putting it in a two-shot range.
Could be pretty clutch. I mean, only Cynthia Caitlin in Josh's hand. He's going to be able to, of course, okay, he's going to be able to discard the Cynthia Caitlin, grab probably a Malalana from the discard, and draw 3 cards. Depending on what he draws in here. Okay, so it's just another quick ball. This Zacian, probably getting KO'd this turn, and chooses not to attach to the Zacian that Metal Energy. Probably a smart move. And Stefan here, he's going to take some early prize cards. I mean, I think it's not too bad. I know he's got multiple Urshifu Vs in his deck, so, never too late. I think that his best decision might be to just keep up these sort of single attachments in these Gale Thrusts early game with the Urshifu V Max, and then perhaps late game, if it comes down to it, start setting up his Urshifu Vs. Right? I don't think you want to put 2 energies on an Urshifu V and potentially, have that Urshifu V get knocked out, right? So I think that you target the Zacian with these Urshifu V Maxes right off the bat. I think that's smart. And then I think you go in with the Vs a little bit later. So I think Stefan definitely knows his best course of action.
Although he has to be very careful too, because at this point he only has 2 Pokemon that can really attack into the Zamazenta at this point, right? He plays a 4-3 line. 2 of them are already evolved. Can't unevolve a Pokemon in his deck. So I think
Right. No, I agree.
there's the one Rapid Strike Urshian play that can do some damage, And there's prize card number 1 and 2 for Stefan.
Yeah, and I think, if you play it smart, right, 2 Urshifu with set up with 3 energies for those second attacks can take out the Zamazenta, barring no Malamana comes out. And I think that's really your best win condition, right? I think you use the VMAXs, you take your first 5 prize cards, and then you kind of hope that those last 2 Urshifu and your remainder energies is going to be enough um, to close out the game here. But those Malalanas, man, they're tough. And I think if you're Josh, you're in a position where maybe you don't want to burn those Malalanas on your Luke Metal. And we actually see a Zacian get benched here, Zach,
Yeah,
by Josh.
I don't know if I like that play.
I I think it's really risky because now you're kind of allowing Stefan to bypass the Zamazenta entirely to take his 6 prize cards to win the game. And
That might be a 3 o'clock in the morning play. Either that
could,
or he's looking at it and be like, maybe he won't be able to dock at this Pokemon. Maybe he's gone through some resources. He certainly discards some other stuff.
yeah, I mean there goes the other VMAX. So again, probably committing to that idea of not evolving the third one, which is smart. We see the Mewtwo come out, so potentially grabbing the so we grab the Marnie. I think it's an interesting play. I think hand disruption is going to be very good, and I think that we're just going to Gale Thrust the doll here, it.
I
So
think
the map, I don't. It's interesting. Yeah,
there's a lot of plays that I'm just not entirely sure of. I mean,
the double metal off this Intrepid Sword's pretty big though.
it's not bad at all.
So now I know Marnie is in Stefan's hand now, right? So we could potentially go into the Urshifu
I think it's
V.
one of those things where I don't think Stefan can win this game at this point.
I think it's very unlikely.
Like,
I do agree.
If he ever has to attack that Zamazenta, it's going to be one of those things where, as much as there's a Luke Metal and the Zacian, maybe Josh's idea is for him to kind of go through the resources, try to isolate those Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think having a Zacian on the board is important for Josh because when he goes into that Urshifu V and attacks the Zamazenta, you want to be able to just go in and NKO it, right? You don't want it to survive 2 turns. But this Marnie could be huge. The tag call's in there, though, unfortunately, for Stefan. But I think Stefan's play was to, Marnie attack the Zamazenta for 150, hope that he doesn't have a way to heal, or switch into the Zacian, or, attack with the Zacian next turn and, really kind of rely on that. But unfortunately, Josh does have tackle in hand, so.
I think it's going to be going into whatever Rapid Strike's long name of an attack is. It's too many words for me to read at this late at night. And
yeah.
It's going to hit the Zamazenta for
I think it's
160.
1,000
Furious
100
blows.
Furious blows. Okay. Sure. I mean, that is pretty rapid if you're hitting 100 times, right?
Yeah, I mean, 100 times to do 160 damage.
It's 1.6 damage per hit. You know what I mean? Or yeah. So
Yeah,
there you go.
not great, but I mean, rapid strike. So we're gonna see the Malalana heal all that damage off.
Yeah,
I think we're just gonna
heal
see the Cape of Toughness go away.
In a KO with the
And
Zacian.
then,
I think
here's
that
a
this seals the
knockout.
deal.
And I mean, I
think
think
this-
Josh, like, it's not even about Josh trying to draw the prize cards. I think Josh can just play defensively at this point. And
Yeah,
I don't know
I mean,
if
there's-
Stefan has the resources necessary in order to take that back. Although, to be fair, Josh does not have much going on in his hands. Like, it's still, like, it still could technically be anyone's game. It just depends on what Stefan has to really offer here.
Yeah, and I think Stefan's down 2 boss. It's just gonna be tricky because as soon as Stefan only has 1 Urshifu V left to potentially even get damage off on the Zamazenta. So at this point, you are really relying on your ability to try to KO the Zacian V and the Luke Metal. That's your best out right now. And I think that the Malalon in hand for Josh is important because no matter what, he can either Malalon the Zacian or the Zamazenta, which is going to be really important in the long run, right? So I think that Stefan, given the chance or given the circumstances of that Urshifu V getting KO'd last turn, really puts him in a difficult position. If that Marnie stuck in the last turn and he was able to KO the Zamazenta, with Urshifu V, he would have been in a different position, and I do think that was a very good line for him. I think that was probably one of the more solid plays he could have gone for. I just think that, unfortunately, it didn't work out, and in a matchup like this, you kind of have to, you're gonna have to be a little bit hopeful.
Yeah,
You're
no,
gonna have to jump.
I totally agree with you there.
Gremnot, what's going on, my man? How you doing? Alexander, how you guys doing? Thank you for tuning in live. About 140 people watching this live, so I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no,
Um,
I mean, at 3 o'clock in the morning or wherever it is in the world for anyone else who's watching, it's fun times. I think we're just gonna see a couple metal energies discarded there. Yeah.
for sure. I think we're gonna just Malolana, go into the Zamazenta, and
Vibe out and just go
yeah,
Intrepid Sword. Let's see what we can get. I guess building up an energy there seems okay.
yeah. I mean, at this point, you're kind of just vibing, right? I mean, I mean, I don't know. We got what? How many boss left in the deck for Josh? One.
I can't tell. I wish we had a spectator.
Yeah, it is unfortunate not having a
It's one of those
spectator
things where
function.
we're watching off a Discord screen, and you can even tell that Josh does not have the full PTCGO screen done, as you could see the application Pokemon trading card game app at the top. So not even a normal screen. But
Yeah, we're literally just screen capping.
we're
their-
screen
their
capping on Discord. Like, this is what you get sometimes for the app, and I mean, hopefully it grows as we see more of these Players Cup and Team Challenge and other
Yeah,
events that
man.
are going on.
For
So
sure.
great stuff. I mean, PTCGO has been getting significantly better. I mean, we got to Dene's on the ladder, but
Yeah, they're trying. I think if Pokemon were to do one thing that could really help out the community, I think that the spectate feature in PTCGO would perhaps be the most important thing.
it would be
I think it would.
amazing for content creation. It would be amazing for coaching tendencies. There'd be so many things that I just love to dive into the game.
I know.
Just answering a question from the chat regarding the game. So, KOWI, isn't it worth it to take use of the extra 2 energies on Luke Metal and attack, even though it does bad attacks? I think at this point, like, Josh only has 3 attackers for the rest of the game and does not want to bench many Pokemon because he's trying to block with Zamazenta V's Dauntless Shield ability. So it's more or less one of those things where he wants the energies on there to retreat, maybe tank a hit, things like that. If he does get off a heavy impact, I mean, 150 for 4 energies is nothing special nowadays, especially when you have Eternatus VMAX hitting 270 for 2. But in this case, there's a lot of just like, you're just
Right.
vibing out for the most part.
And I think that Urshifu is really good in some ways, right? I mean, being able to hit for 150, for 1 energy on a very powerful, very high HP VMAX Pokemon is very beneficial a lot of times in a lot of matchups. It's just in a matchup such as this, Malolana is a very bad card for Urshifu. It does not like the Malolana card at all, and it's probably going to be pretty happy to see that rotate in September. But
I
You
mean,
know
we're
what?
also just going to see Luke Metal also rotate.
true, which is, in my opinion, going to be very good. I don't know what Josh is going to do after rotation. He might just retire from the game entirely. But we see that Stefan here just goes into his fresh Urshifu VMAX, does 100 damage to the Luke Metal, kind of putting at least some pressure on Josh, right? I mean, no healing options in hand, no Malolanas. He's forced to manually retreat out, discard 3 energies, and now just attack into this Urshifu. So what we could see, Zach, is a boss from Stefan, a KO on the 3-prize Luke Metal, and then potentially, I guess, try to go from there and take that one last KO. Seems unlikely.
Or even
Definitely an
we
uphill
can
battle.
also see a Gmax Rapid Flow that can
I
take
forgot.
out that Pokemon. So I mean, there's no bench barrier Mew in this matchup. It's only Zamazenta, Zacians, Luke Metals. It's all Josh has. The only
True,
deck
I
that he
mean,
has on PTCGO.
this
And
VMAX
I
Rapid
think
Flow
we're
here
going
is
to
going to
see
be
that.
huge.
I mean, I think that sets up now. We'll just
Yeah,
have to see
so
exactly how that sets up.
so now if he has boss, he actually wins this matchup, and this is kind of where we see benching that second Zacian.
Well, I mean, the damage here doesn't really add up though for boss. That's the issue.
Oh, it's
So
true. Yeah,
you're doing
yeah.
160 with Gale Thrust, the first attack on Rapid Strike Urshifu. Gale Thrust minus 60 is going to be doing 100. So I mean that Zacian V on the bench still gets 2 shots. So I mean,
Well,
I
what
think
we could
Josh
see
wins
from-
this game in 2
Yeah.
turns. So
Yeah,
as long
'cause
as
I
he
think
does not lose this game, Josh wins this game. If that makes sense, like if he's able to protect that Zacian
Yeah.
for the next couple turns, which I think he might be able to, Stefan wins this game with boss, as
And
long as
Rapid.
Josh does not find a Malolana.
Or another Rapid Strike, right? I mean, potentially we could see him attach double energy to the benched Urshifu, switch in, Rapid Flow yet again.
That would
And
only do
then
60
use
damage, though.
60, right? But then he has Gale Thrust to do 100 with boss,
That does
right?
make sense.
Which
So maybe it's possible. It certainly is
it's like,
possible.
yeah, it's like his only other option other than double boss, right? But if we see Rapid Flow GX come out from hopefully that benched Urshifu, that would put. Okay, so he scoops up the Mewtwo.
So we'd have to see exactly how many bosses orders that Josh has left. That's really more like we see the one in the hands. I know that Cash here is saying in the comments, Marnie, we have to see how many that Josh has in his discard pile.
I think he's got one in his discard pile. So it's tricky, but I think that Stefan has the capabilities to win, but I think that it's more likely that Josh, of course, with the boss, takes 3 prize cards here and then just kind of, that Zacian potential with the 220 damage is really important, or 230 damage is really, really important right now because, again, you are one-hit KOing both Urshifu VMAXs as well as the Dedenne on the bench. So I think it's unlikely. Okay, so we do see the boss got put on the top of the deck. So if he has a switch card in hand, he can retreat into Jirachi, Stellar Wish, scoop up, and get damage off on that Zacian. But
Yeah,
it's going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky, and it's not the best scenario that you want to be in if you're Stefan. But I will definitely say he's been playing it very correctly, I think, throughout the game.
Oh, yeah. I think Stefan's definitely putting up the best fight he possibly can. It's down to 1 prize card. I mean, this matchup is certainly closer than what most people think.
Yeah, I mean, I think a Phoebe in this Urshifu list, and things are completely different, right? And this matchup might be almost completely even. But I think it's I don't know, man. It's fun to me. It's super late at night, but it's really fun for me to watch these two great players play it out and really show what they've got here. So we actually see the research. So no way of actually getting into that boss, unfortunately. Discarding a lot of resources. Stefan goes into a 3-card hand, and unless we see our Rapid Strike energy, did he actually attach to Jirachi this turn?
I think so.
Yeah, so that's tough. So I think that's the game.
Maybe.
Probably. What's going on, JCar? Shout out to the channel members.
Yeah. I mean, all the channel members. I mean, Jake's been one of our channel members for a while now. You can see with I think it's a netball that we got going on there for the 2 months. I mean, certainly appreciate all the support from everyone in the channel. So if you haven't got a chance already, support all the content creators that you possibly can, that you enjoy watching their content. Not to sound all like sappy or anything, a lot of us do not make a lot of money off of our contents. Some make some more than others, but I know both Maddie and I are very small content creators now compared to some.
Yep.
So every little bit of channel member income or donos or even donating to a prize pool can mean the world to one of us, and that could be the difference between us treating ourselves to coffee from a place. I mean, Maddie might be driving to his local Dunks. I might be driving to my local Tim Hortons or something. Or something, just a pat on the back for creating content. I mean, no one has to, but even if you can't, just giving the video a like, whether you're watching this as the live recording or Maddie's finals recording that he's going to be putting up on his channel.
Yep. And Zach,
really
actually, we saw the Rapid Strike energy attached to the Urshifu. So I was mistaken. He didn't attach that turn. Does do that 60 damage to the Bensation. So if Stefan has energy in boss, if his energy boss, which he has boss in hand actually, so all he needs is energy, he's got this game, Zach.
The fact that one's going up active tells me that it might be.
No. Yeah, that's a bit tough, huh?
Like, I'm not entirely sure.
Wait, why would he? He has the energy on the Jirachi. So he's going to retreat into Jirachi. So I guess he just has 1 switch card left in deck. So he's going to go in Stellar Wish and just guarantee to find it. So, wow, yeah, phenomenally played, Zach.
Well, we're going to just double check here.
Well, he's doing enough. He's doing 100, right? Or no, he's
doing
doing
90. The
90.
energy? Okay.
No, yeah, he's doing enough, yeah.
So we are moving into game 3. Stefan pulling out the game.
And this is kind of where, again, earlier in the game where we saw Josh bench that second Zacian V, which I know, Zach, you said it was a little bit of a questionable decision. I agree with that, and it was the reason that Stefan was able to win that game. So hopefully Josh, kind of understands how that happened, and yeah, man, I can't even believe that, to be honest with you. Not in a bad way. It's just Stefan played that so well.
Yeah,
Um,
Stefan basically played his heart out in that game.
yeah, I mean, brought it to game three. I mean, this is all of a sudden this is a game, guys. This is a match, and gold quick ball on the line, and the winner of a 520 player tournament. I can't believe we're in game three. Absolutely insane, and I'm just so excited. And
It's a
I
good
just
start for
really can't
Josh.
believe it.
I like the Zamazenta to start there.
Yeah, this hand is very good, and I think that Josh is primed and ready. I think Josh is a great player, so he's going to learn from his, I don't want to say mistakes, but
I
sort of his
definitely
decisions.
I think it's one of those things where I'm very much a Gary V mentality where like I don't think that there should be a 10th place ribbon. I don't think that we should. It's good to congratulate yourself for making it this far. It's one thing to be like, hey, I was a little bit asleep. I think anything else beyond that was a downright misplay from Josh. Josh is one of my closest
Yeah,
friends. And
no,
I
I
mean, I
agree.
think that Josh is like, why did I ever put down another Pokemon that's put it down? And I mean, maybe Josh would give me a lecture on why, because he certainly knows Luke Metal probably better than I am. And it's one thing for us to be up here in the booth where you got players that are down in the mud fighting.
Yeah, exactly. And it's late at night. This is your, 40th game of the tournament. Um,
Exactly.
but I think there were definitely some benefits to benching Zacian, right? I mean, you get the Intrepid Swords, you get the 230 damage potential. I just don't think it worked out in Josh's favor, and I think that it was more of a risky play. And I think that in this matchup, you don't necessarily need to make those risky plays.
Exactly.
And I think if you're Stefan, man, I think you just play almost identically to how you played last game. You know what I mean? I think that what he did, his strategy, sort of utilizing the rapid strike, uh, the VMAX, right, and Gale thrusting, taking those early prize cards, and then kind of working. Uh, and I think he knows what he needs to do here. I think that this early game Dene is going to draw 6 cards. He does get the attachment on an Urshifu V this turn. Probably looking to find a Jirachi so he can retreat into it. But pretty good starting hands for both players.
100%. I mean, I think as long as Josh just starts Zamazenta and just vibes out, that's really where it's all at. I think putting the Zacian down. One interesting play. I don't even know if it's worthwhile to put down
Yeah,
Luke Metal
even
in this matchup for what it's worth.
I kind of agree with that. Like I
I
don't
just
know
like
if
Zamazenta, Zamazenta, Zacian, or Zacian, Zacian, Zamazenta, Zamazenta.
right. I think that the 130 from Zamazenta, like I think you just go double Zam, and I think that you just kind of survive, right? I think you just mallow on your Zams. I just don't think it's ever necessary. You're right. I don't think the math really ever works out.
It's yeah. I mean,
I
it
think
certainly can add up when it comes to sniping things and two-shotting things. So maybe it does matter. I don't. I think it's one of those things where you want to drop it in the same turn and surprise your opponent with the metal saucer and the energy and the Luke metal. I think that's
right.
really the essence. Is really
Yeah,
how I like to play that card.
I agree. I think maybe like a mid to late game sort of surprise Luke Metal setup GX could be huge, right? But I think until then, I think kind of sort of setting up your board state is probably going to be smart. So we see both players maybe taking a different approach into this game, kind of learning from what they got from last game. And definitely excited to see, man. I never thought Luke Metal versus Rapid Strike Urshifu could be such a good, entertaining matchup. But both players are phenomenal, and it's just
I think it's really interesting. Like it's more interesting from Stefan's side because Josh just needs to kind of show up and perform, um, for the most part. And I think Stefan really needs to try to outplay Josh here, which is really the case of what happened game two. So we'll see. I mean, game three is obviously a new game, and I'm very excited to see what's going on here. Like, is it just going to be a Dauntless Shield block fest, or are we going to see more Pokemon go down? Like the Strafe's a scary move here. Like, I don't think Stefan wants to be using Strafe. I think Stefan wants to start being attacking into these Pokemon.
right. No, I agree. I think that it's definitely an interesting kind of move here, and probably an unfortunate sort of hand at the moment. If you were Stefan, but we'll see how it goes. Zach, I'm gonna do something real quick.
Yep, no worries.
I,
I'm certainly here. I mean, I like hearing my own voice. That's why I do content creation, right?
for
So
sure,
I'll
for
let you
sure.
go on. Feel free to cut me off when you come back in, and we're all good. So I think maybe Savon here. We see that there's the Team Yelgrant there. maybe he wants to take the turn to lift up one of those energies of the Zamazenta, give himself another opportunity to use Stellar Wish, maybe give himself another opportunity to get a top deck off the top of his deck. I mean, there's a lot of cool things going on with Stefan's list, so I like that he has the Team Elgar, and I like that he has the Cheryl. There's a lot of defensive moves that he can make comparatively to other Urshifu lists. I think his list is quite unique with his tech choices. But we're going to see a boss, and I think we're going to see a Gale Thrust here for 150 damage, because there's no Full Metal Wall GX off this turn. There's no Metal Saucer or Metal Goggles. It's 150 damage right to the Zacian's face. Although Josh did just top deck a Malalana, so I think the Malalana going into whatever, discarding whatever makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Josh is discarding the Zacian V because he's like, okay, cool, I'm just not going to play it down. Now, I think I would have liked to see maybe something else there, but I mean, going into Lily's Pokédoll could certainly be fine.
For sure. Sorry about that. I was back. I had to stop the recording and then restart it. So if you're watching the video back, there was a little bit of a break here in the thing. I just had to split the recording so that the video didn't go too long and fails. But we're back. We're back anyway. Thank you, Zach.
No worries at all.
Swing Su, I don't know how to exactly pronounce that name. Are these the decks you expected to see in the finals? I don't think Rapid Strike Urshifu was much of a surprise, and to be honest with you, Luke Metal's been so good recently. I'm not too surprised by that either. Two phenomenal decks right now in the format, I don't think it's too much of a surprise, to be 100% honest with you.
No, I think anything, like, the best way that I try to describe it, I do my metagame analysis every single Monday, where I break down the metagame. I think Luke Metal was placed within the top 5. Rapid Strike was placed within the top 5. So seeing two top 5 decks,
right, exactly,
in the finals completely makes sense. Like if we saw the Greens art in there, I think Danny made a great metagame call, but that'd be a little bit more surprising.
And we see a nice KO on this Urshifu V with the Zacian. Getting rid of those early game is going to be really important. Taking some nice 2 prize cards. You're also kind of in a situation, Zach, where at this point, maybe how many. Well, he's already down 1 boss, but I think that with Cheryl being in the discard pile, I think now that you can maybe at some point KO this Jirachi if it gets stuck in the active, and then just start focusing on the Urshifu. And I think that KO is really nice for Josh at this point in the game. But we are going to see this Urshifu come in, do some damage to the Zacian, but the tackle is in hand for Josh to, of course, just heal some damage.
I think Josh is in a much better position of power this game. Like, it's one of those things where he's isolating the threats that he needs to isolate. He's like very similar to the Decidueye matchup. If you're taking care of the Pokemon that you're worried about going through Dauntless Shields, that's something that you got to be careful about. So I don't think Josh was that careful last game. I think he's very much like looking at it and being like, oh, cool, like that's the Rapid Striker shoot. Like, I think he's finding his stride in this game, and it's probably going to kind of heed difficulty for Stefan.
And one play, Zach, that I really like is the Toughness Cape on the Zacian V. I think that that's honestly smarter than putting it on the Zamazenta, based off what we saw last game.
I think I'd still rather see a Metal Goggles, to be honest.
Oh, you are probably correct.
Metal Goggles would just be reducing more damage than what the 50 damage could ever be for the entire game. Especially considering it works on the bench and stuff like that. Like, I mean, it's fine. I think Josh was being opportunistic by playing it. Now, another thing that we should also note here is Stefan does not play Tool Scrapper. So anything that gets locked in, Josh can just put it down.
Right. I think if I was Stefan, I might be wishing I played Rahul's Rapid Strike list from a week or two ago, which was a bit more well-primed for this matchup. But we see the nice 150 on the Zacian. Goes up to 220. Now, if that cape wasn't there, though, he'd be dead. But again, Goggles probably, overall a better choice. But you know what, Zach, we are going to see a Malalana here heal 120 from this Zacian V, and probably I would think.
I don't know if we can't see what's exactly in Josh's prize cards or what's in Josh's deck, but I mean, I think
this is a very
he's just gonna go after and take away the Rapid Strike energy. So not getting a knockout, but taking away the energy, so that can't really do too much.
I like that play. I do. The 3-card hand for Stefan as well kind of makes it a little bit less likely for that Urshifu to be switched in a boss on the Zacian. So we see the energy attached. This might be just to manually retreat, but that could be a pretty aggressive play from Stefan. Again, discarding more of those Rapid Strike energies, never something that you really love. to see or do. And we actually just see the strafe come out. So for no damage, he's probably going to go back into the Jirachi, which is probably pretty smart. Um, this is interesting. So do you think that you ever at some point go into the Luke Metal for sort of a single turn setup on it?
I mean, it depends.
Okay.
I think it's one of those things where I'd rather have the other Zam down.
Yeah, okay. I agree with that.
Like, I
Does
think
find
he's
it.
just like, yep, Stefan's going to knock out my Zacian. I got my 6 prize cards on board. I don't think he's knocking through my prize cards. I think Stefan's really just going through the motions right now.
Yeah, I think not in a great position. I think the 3 cards in his hand kind of just feeling a little bit you know, a little bit unfortunate at the moment, perhaps, just in his current situation. But you know what? We saw him kind of get out of it, out of a bad situation before. We see the Marnie come out. But I think that Stefan definitely has a pretty good idea of what he should be doing. I think he just knows that no matter what he does, it's not looking phenomenal.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough here. We're gonna see if there's another Cynthia Caitlyn, maybe even like a Mallow Lana. I mean, I think at this point it doesn't really matter what Josh has in hand. The Zamazenta, the Metal Saucer, even being able to grab at a Guzma Hallow to search out a special energy. Like, I think, regardless if Stefan is attacking with Urshifu, it's only getting off one attack.
And I think that's exactly right. And I think that the two Zamazenta is smart because I think going through these two Zamazentas is going to be much more difficult for for Stefan than going through the Luke Metal, one Zamazenta and a Zacian. So I think that Josh making the right decisions.
Yeah,
To be honest with you,
I think Josh is going to be a Chill Series 28 champion, a multi Chill Series champion.
that's right. I think Josh won Chill Series 24. I believe it was 24. I
I
could
mean,
be wrong.
that's pretty crazy to win 2 out of the last 5 that you played in.
It really is. I might just double check right now just so I don't sound like an idiot because I probably should know who's won my tournaments. Um, so I was wrong, I think. So Josh won Chill Series 17, so I don't know what I was thinking, but
Got it. That's
um,
fine. I mean, winning 2 out of the last 10, it seems great. And I think Josh is going to go Cynthia Caitlyn, discarding Lucario Melmetal here, and just getting back a boss's orders, forcing Stefan to find another boss as he tries to eye down that Rapid Strike Urshifu with Assault Tackle. We could see a win here in about a couple minutes.
yeah, and I think it's pretty likely. Josh probably feeling pretty good right now about his decisions this game, feeling pretty good about his draws, his overall situation. And I think that Stefan, put up a fantastic, right? First 2 games. Yeah,
Yeah,
and there it
and we
is.
are watching Josh, so congratulations to Josh for winning it. So we are
Yeah,
gonna put
there it
yeah,
is. Uh,
let's quickly jump back into the casters so we could just kind of sign everything off here.
for sure. For sure. I'm gonna end the recording video, guys.
Okay, so that's what we got going on for the tournament today. We have Joshua Sutherland coming in first place with Lucario Melmetal, and we have Stefan Ivanov coming in second with Rapid Regular Shifu. I mean, it is what we expected. I wasn't entirely sure if Luke Metal was going to win this tournament. We all had our different thoughts. I thought Danny, if he didn't get a little bit unlucky, he could have been the victor, but that's what's going to happen at these large tournaments. Maddie's having some technical difficulties with his camera. What do you think, Maddie?
Yeah, the camera doesn't want to work, but it was phenomenal. I think that everyone is really just overall impressed, including me, how consistent Josh seems to place with Luke Metal.
Sure.
I think that I think he's kind of proven it, and there's not many people, Zach, that consistently play Luke Metal day in and day out. But Josh constantly proves that the deck is viable. We can see here just winning a 520 player tournament.
That's huge. Like
it's huge.
I mean, you can casually say 520 because I know you run literally the biggest tournament series week in and week out. Grew to become like the most premier tournament organizer out of everyone. But 520 players, like I've played in real life regional championships that are advertised on the Pokemon physical website that are less than this, and you're getting it casually on a Wednesday now.
Yeah.
So I mean, major congrats to you, man. I mean, it's one of those things where we can be congratulating the players and stuff, but I mean, I think it's really shows a testament to your ability to grow the game in the online scene. So thank you so much, Maddie, for these opportunities. For myself as a player, I know that I'm here casting in the booth, but I mean, next week I'm hoping to be on the other side of the stream. So.
For sure, man. No, I mean it's crazy to me, honestly. But I think that a big reason why people enjoy the tournaments and they play is because we do crazy, awesome things like this. Of course, crazy prize support. I mean, we've seen
Sure.
Tropical Beaches donated, we've seen packs donated, and it always seems that somebody in the community. This week, it just happened to be Zach, but people in the community always kind of supplying premier level prize events for these, for these online chill series tournaments, and I can't be happier. I mean, I know Zach. You typically are playing in the events. This might have been kind of the first chill series that you helped to run, but I mean, starting from when I wake up in the morning on these Wednesdays all day, right? Like the entire day working to promote it, working to get everything set up. It starts at 6. It's here at 3:45 a.m. and we've taken no breaks. We've been here all night.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't want to be wouldn't want to be here any other way, I guess.
Yeah, I totally exactly. It's something that's just like, in some ways, it seems like the stream kind of goes on forever, and it's like, oh, is the tournament ever going to end? And I mean, here we are at the end, and I mean, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. But I mean, it's certainly rewarding and all that good stuff. And I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just happy that between myself and some of the members between either the Zach Lesage PTCG community and the Chill TCG community could come together. So we were able to donate 250 Battle Styles packs and a Gold Quick Ball for this free-to-play event. So I mean, just giving back to the community whenever possible. And I mean, I wouldn't want to give it to anyone else. There's no events quite like Chill events, and they're absolutely the best tournaments. I've played in other events. Other tournament organizers are just like, I just don't think they dedicate themselves to the game as much, and that's not necessarily a shot. I think anyone could really be there, and I think the throne's still up for grabs in a way, and I think it's always friendly competition. But I mean, I think currently if there's a horse in the lead, it's you, and I'm really happy to have this event like that.
For sure, man. I mean, I think it's all fortunate circumstances. There's obviously other people that are giving their time to the community, and you got to be grateful for that. I mean,
100%.
Of course, Chill Series. Yeah. I mean,
like even for myself, like even some newer organizers, like I played in the Try Hard Mondays. I thought that their event was really smooth. A smaller event for sure, but I mean, for an event that starts at like noon on a Mondays, I totally enjoyed my playing there. And I mean, there's a lot of organizers that can definitely do a lot of things, playing at different times and all that stuff. But no one's really pushing the prize support like Chill and the community. It seems to just be something new every single week, and I mean, hopefully there's some more opportunities for Chill as it continues to grow. I think I might have heard some stuff through the grapevine, so I'm excited to see what the future holds. But especially like this week for our community, it's been majorly difficult, I guess to say, especially with two predominant members of our community that are well-known players. We've seen some transphobic comments. We've seen allegations of
just
groping and stuff like that. It's just really not cool. So I mean, at the end of the day, if you're one of those people, I think it's always an opportunity to become a better person. I don't necessarily think anyone's a lost cause, but just make sure that you actually go through those steps. That's not to say that like someone who's transphobic can just get off, or someone that is groping or touching other people can get off. I really pray for the victims, but I also pray for the person who's going through it, because they're probably going through a different pain as well. So I mean, at the end of the day, not to say that like the 250 battle styles pack and the gold quick ball is a band-aid for that, but I'm glad that we can have something good going on in this week, a major
Right.
event, and really just counter blessings and stuff like that. So
Yeah. I don't, again, congrats to everybody who placed high in the tournament. Congrats to Josh, Stefan for making finals. Big thanks to everyone who played and everyone watching the stream all night. The stream was phenomenal. I know we went from like 10 p.m. to like 4 a.m. So definitely a weird time to be streaming, but the viewership was great. The support was great, and I had a lot of fun, even though I probably definitely need to sleep here.
yeah, sleep sounds really good. So I mean, I think that's really where we're going to sign off. Thank you for everyone
sure.
who has watched the stream so far, and stay tuned for more content coming from both myself at Zaclasage PTCG and from Maddie Tate at Chill TCG. So check out both channels; they are in the description below. I mean, you're on my channel, so obviously you've been here. Remember to subscribe if you haven't already. Give this video a like to help signal boost it. Same thing with Maddie's channel. If you haven't subscribed, he has some of the greatest content from a tournament organizer aspect. So I'll let you, if there's anything else, Maddie, I'll let you sign it off. Otherwise, have a great one, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, nothing too much. We're gonna get out of here. Again, thank you guys so much for watching.
Cheers.
Peace out.